Hello. What's up, everybody? I jumped on the stream and then I needed, like, some water. So I went to get it. Then I wasn't here, so, I went to get water. Oh, no, I didn't see that redeem. I didn't do that yet. Sure. Yeah. Let me do the thing. Am I sick? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I am. It's fine. Because I'm not the only thing that's sick. You know what else is really sick? Dungeons and Dragons Online. Oh yeah. What's up, everybody? How you guys doing? Caffeine poisoning? No, the common cold. It just sucks. The problem with the cold is it is like respiratory and then also in the nose. So it just interrupts the ability to speak during the stream. Let's do R10s. I'm not interested, but thank you for the offer. I don't really want to do R10s right now. Right now, I kind of want to play Archmage. Because I got 2 characters fully set up to do R10s that are quite good at it. And then I did a bunch of R10s. That's pretty much all I did on Thursday and Friday was R10s. So I'm going to take a bit of a break from that because I did R10s for like 2 entire days. And people like the new builds. Also, yeah, let me fix the Discord bloops. Feel free to ping me continuously until I get it sorted. Every time there's like a sound update, my computer gets mad at me. But you weren't there? I mean, it's not like I'm not doing R10s ever again. The benefit of having... It's over, you can't bloop me anymore. The benefit of having... the characters set up is that it's just done. I don't even have to worry about it, right? So next time it comes up, if I'm like, oh man, I want to run some R10s on a character, that I can just do that. That's the cool part. That's why I like modernizing the builds sometimes, because, you know, just things change, builds change, attitudes change, new gear comes out, so I wanted to adjust all of these pieces, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. Apparently I can't log out, so that's always cool. But, yeah, well, I was going to log out to show my character list. I can't do that. But, so we're going to ignore that. Anyway, I'm going to be reincarnating into a Archmage. The thing is, I haven't really sorted out the exact type of Archmage I was going to play, because I was trying to look at it from the perspective of, like, what would be the best option. And, honestly, I don't know. There's a lot of good options. I'll probably have you guys assist me with a vote. But, yeah, I have this character, Strimforged, who is fully geared for R10s and does very, very well, can crowd control basically everything and be a full healer. I have Strim Jim, who tanked a whole bunch of R10s and was tanking his way through everything. It took a little bit of practice just to get used to some of the buttons, but yeah, it felt great. I'm excited to drag him through some raids. Stramham, I just need to do a gear update, but other than that, I'm very happy with the way this character actually performs. So I have like 3 characters good for R10s. This is a Bank alt. This character I'm going to turn into a cleric because comedy. And this character I actually need to do the gear, but I don't know anything about ranged characters. So that's the hard part. I don't know what people use for the ranged gear sets other than the Gem of Many Facets. I know that part. I'm aware of that part. I get that one. So yeah.
Don't you have to be a normal mage and old and wizened before being an Archmage?
No. You can be an Archmage at level 1 because video games. Video games! That's it. Yeah. Abjuration, Harbor Agent, Chris Angel, Mind Freak. These are all interesting options. I'm trying to think of what would be the best way to do it, because I do have a lot of flexibility in terms of exactly what type of Archmage you play. So, like, let's just take a minute. Where am I? No. Where's Strimtom? There it is. Let's just take a second, and we're gonna look. Okay, we're gonna use our eyes. We're gonna look at Wizard with our eyeballs. So, let's take a look here. Wizard Archmage. So, in Archmage, you have your different specializations in terms of what you can do. Now, if we look at just some of the spell-like abilities, they're basically entirely bad, right? You take Abjuration, you get Shield, Resist Energy, Protection, Stone Skin, Dismissal. This you can wand. This spell isn't good. This is House P buffs. And that's a level 1 spell you already get in Eldritch Knight. Abjuration's a bit of a rough one. Conjuration. Grease. Web. A little bit better. Web is good. The main issue is you don't really have any Conjuration spells, but Web is okay. Stinking Cloud is surprisingly good. This is not a very, very powerful spell, but you can actually use this at endgame because Nausea is the same thing as effectively stunning something. It's like an extra stun. Dimension Door, of course that's good, but you don't need that. And Cloud Kill is bad. So this is a little rough one. Enchantment. Hypnotism used to be a very good spell. Was used all the time in... or Hypnotism used to be used literally all of the time, because if you didn't know, Hypnotism, even if the monster makes their save, they get -3 to will saves. So when our DCs were lower and it was harder to hit monsters, you would hit a monster with Hypnotism, and then you would hit a monster with Crushing Despair, and that would reduce its DCs by, I believe, 8, or its saves by 8, so you can then follow up with another spell. It used to be a lot more complicated to crowd control creatures, and this was during Reaper mode, so this was in 2018-ish when people were doing that. Auto's Resistible Dance is not a great spell. Hold Person is interesting as an SLA. I don't like it that much. Charm Monster, I would never press, and Hold Monster is okay. Evocation has Magic Missile and Chain Missile and a bunch of bad spells. This one's a little not as great. Illusion gives you Invisibility. Blur. Displacement. Phantasmal Killer. Now we're talking. And then Shadow Walk. Necromancy has... Enervation SLA is interesting. That is interesting. It's not great, but it is a damage over time, and it's one of the few ones that's like okay, so it's not too bad. And Transmutation is just comical. So, in terms of being an Archmage, I feel like your only options are Enchantment, Evocation, and Illusion, because Abjuration, Conjuration, Necromancy, and Transmutation, you just don't really get any good spells. So I like the idea of Enchantment, Evocation, and Illusion. So the idea of being like a generic evocation caster is the most appealing to me, just kind of blasting out spells, dealing damage, and running your way through the game. However, there are a couple problems with that. One is Illusion is a great pair. Greater Color Spray, Phantasmal Killer, ×2, getting access to Weird if you want. You can do a lot of that with Wizard, and it's quite strong, especially if you start as a Gnome. So Gnome Illusion, feeling pretty good here. Enchantment, also something I've never done. So I've never ran Enchantment Wizard. But getting like Hypnotism for 1 cost means you can Hypnotism Reapers whenever they spawn. You can Hypnotism entire rooms. I'm kind of curious as to how that would generally feel. I don't like autos at all. But same thing, Hold Person. The Hold Person SLA could actually come in handy. Same thing with Hold Monster. Being able to lock anything down. I don't like the mana cost on Hold Monster. I think this is a little high. But it's interesting. It is definitely an interesting one. And then, of course, Evocation is just blow everything up. So all of those sound kind of interesting. But they really also depend on what type of character you're going to play. So from my perspective, if I was going to play Evocation, my brain goes Warforged. I think that just kind of makes sense. You're kind of blasting out energy. You're also like a big, beefy robot. That seems like would be the coolest. If you're going Illusion, my temptation is to go Gnome, because that seems to make the most sense. And then as far as Enchantment goes, it's a little tougher. I feel like Drow might be okay. You get the extra intelligence, and I believe Enchantment Lore gives you +1 enchantment DCs if you max this, which is not too bad considering that it's basically 3 points for the enchantment DC, +1 enchantment DCs, and then also the intelligence here, which is something interesting to think about in terms of its total value. So I think that's actually what my goal is Enchantment Warforged, or sorry, Enchantment Drow, Warforged Evoker, or Gnome Illusionist. I think those are all good options, but yeah, it's interesting. Would Warforged Archmage Macrotech work, or is that just worse Artificer? It's better Artificer. Wizard does more damage than Artificer, at least right now. So we can do that. So, what's up, Kevin Head? How are you doing? I'm going to put it up to a vote. Well, Ludicrous, how are you doing? Keep in mind that our character at level 1 is already a full-grown adventurer. In DDO terms, yeah, your character is already a full-grown adventurer, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put up a poll real quick, just to see what you guys think, because it's harder to actually get audience engagement. So what Archmage should I be? So we're going to have Warforged Evoker, which is cool. We're going to have Drow Enchanter or Gnome Illusionist. No, I'm not doing Fist Mage. So please vote in the poll. You get 3 minutes to throw it in there. Also, the fact that you get Darkfire as well is kind of neato. I mean, this spell is strictly bad. What this used to do is it used to fire 3 bolts for 3d8 damage, and it was okay. And then they nerfed it down to 1 bolt at 1d8 damage, and it's garbage. It's also charisma-based, so I wouldn't be able to use it on my character anyway, because I'm a wizard, but... There was a time when this spell wasn't terrible. It was 1 patch. This got buffed. I can't remember which patch it was. And then the next patch it got nerfed. I don't know what happened. I don't know if the game broke. I don't know if other shit was going on. I couldn't tell you. But that was like definitely completely baffling to me that it changed so fast. I didn't even get a chance to play it. I heard from other people that were like, yeah, it's like pretty good. And then it just died. Which was sad. What's up, Gwen? How you doing? But yeah, I like the idea of playing as an Archmage. I think it could be pretty cool. So I'm excited to see what you guys think. I think most of them are going to play similar in that it's, you know, take the spell-like abilities or the metamagic feats and then blast stuff during the level process. I also like the fact that it doesn't matter which one you decide to focus on, because Arcane Bolt and Arcane Blast now take the highest of your spell DCs, which is very cool. So the highest of your spell schools. So it works with whatever you do. How many flasks to ignore the poll and play Gnome? I actually have the option to put flasks in as an option for voting, where you can vote again, but you have to pay for it, which I've thought about. I actually thought about doing it for this poll.
Every time I suggest a build you say no. I am feeling very hurt.
I mean, if you suggested a build that wasn't don't equip items and fight the people with your fists, I'd think about it. But it tends to be every build is, oh, Cleric? How about Fist Cleric? Wizard? How about Fist Wizard? I'm just saying. I mean, hand wraps on a wizard isn't even bad. That's literally just the Morbius build. Like, that's straight up just Morbius. I'm just going to be honest. Morbius is Fist Cleric or Fist Wizard. Well, it's, yeah, definitely Fist Wizard. You may be like, yeah, but then you're like attacking stuff. Hey, man. Are claws not fists? If I wear a pair of brass knuckles, does that not count as my fists? I'm just saying. Yeah. Forged motor, miming with your fists. Oh yeah. Thought of playing a hand wrap wizard? Yeah, that's the Morbius build, where you go Razor Claw Shifter and you do 18 wizard with like up 2 barbarian or like 1 barbarian, 1 something. Okay, we are tied between Warforged Evoker and Drow Enchanter. They're both kind of cool. I think because I have never played an Enchanter, per se, I think this is a good time to test out the Enchantment. What do you guys think? I'm glad we're on the same page. All right, Enchanter it is. I can't wait to get enchanted. Because the thing about Warforged Evocation Wizard is I've done that before. And so the idea of being an enchanter in this game is kind of interesting. Something I haven't done. Also, it would make a better video. I could be an enchanter named Tim, but I don't know if that's the best course of action. Again, that's already been done. Tim's his own man. You know what I mean? Put this away. That's plus 20. That's 15. That's 15. This orb is level 15. Gotta put away all my items. All my items. Okay, we got the 20 item. This is a full bank. Holy guacamole. I'm not gonna be able to do anything. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see how Enchantment's gonna go. Hey, how can I vote in the poll? The poll is over. You came at just the wrong time. You missed it. But on the upside, the results were good. So I'm looking forward to the end result. Fimbrick, I got to feed. Okay, so let's put this away. Anything I think is important to have on other characters, I'll put that in there. I'll put that in there. These are beachcombers. It's just feedable. This is all feed. Whoopsie. Oh, God. Okay, so everything looks good. I don't know why I have so many XP items here, but I'll take it. And I have XP gems in here as well, but that's fine. All right, so to reincarnate, I need two things. I need heart seeds, so heart. Not hurt. Hurt seeds. We gotta get going. Yeah, I'm sorry, Romeo. When I put the polls up, I will audibly announce that the polls are there, and they're just built into Twitch. I could actually get a bot that creates polls for me, which I've thought about, because that would be very convenient. But, like, that involves meager amounts of work, and I don't really think so good sometimes. So then I just, like, don't do that. That's pretty much how it goes. Epic. Heart of Wood. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Voted first for Gnome, and then no one else voted for that. Meta slaves. I mean, Gnome Illusionist can also be fun. I also don't think you need to be a Gnome to be an Illusionist. Also, Deep Gnome makes a better Illusionist. This is one of the problems I have with Deep Gnome as a concept, is that Deep Gnome is literally a better Gnome, and that's
Something
it.
strange has been sighted off the coast of
Also,
Stonehenge.
Nisabror, welcome back to the stream team for 31 months. Appreciate the support. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I hope you're as excited as I
To
am.
learn more about this land of dinosaurs
Also, I have
and
I
danger.
got a notification. Boo. I get a notification. Oh, yeah, nice. I was gifted a sub to Cozy Bean. Sick. I forgot that I get notifications for stuff like that sometimes. I didn't go get my Heart of Wood. I'm so bad at this game. How do you guys play this? Okay. Hold on. There's something new here. New. Where's my new section? New. Is this not what I had before?
The dark of eternal night has drawn its cloak over Dalara's graveyard. Attend the night revels.
Anyway, what are we talking about? What's happening? Who are you people? Are you going to our test TC and test the updated PAL Alec before next hardcore? New fun tank? I'm going to write it. I'm not going to test it. Testing is for suckers. You need to test stuff when you're unsure about how a mechanic is going to work. The Alchemist Fun Tank is not really hard to figure out how it's going to work. What you do is you just do a slightly different point spread. You get access to Orchidium by using Alchemist spells that don't have any arcane spell failure, or even if they do, you just Orchidium when you log in, and then and it lasts for the entire play session. And then you just, whenever you need to strip poison immunity, use the poison spray, which is fine because you're in melee range, and it strips the poison immunity off of everything. So you don't really need to change, or like, there's no real testing that's required. But I will be writing the build because again, it's kind of straightforward. Okay, so I can get Dragonborn, I think. I'm on like, yeah, Dragonborn 3. So I get Dragonborn and get a racial action point. That's kind of cool. So I'm going to do that. True Heart of Blood. Sorry, True Heart of Blood. It's going to be good. For that, and you win some lotto. Oh, winning lotto. Speaking of Lotro, I continued playing my Mariner. I got my Mariner all the way through the Mines of Moria and did everything. It was awesome.
Quest
it was super
received.
fun. I really enjoyed it. Once I was done the Mines of Moria, I realized I didn't want to do anything in the rest of the entire game, so I used the level 140 boost that came with the expansion, and my character's level 140. It's not fully geared, but it's almost there. And I've been toying around with it. It's fun. Also, what's up, Mr. Lift? How you doing? Have you settled on a favored soul setup? Because I noticed that you scattered when I appeared. Cheese it, everybody. It's the boss. I'm not that scary and intimidating. Or am I? I don't think I am. Or am I? Do I have 3 Ancient Blessing? I do. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, block energy, power over life and death, ancient tactics. I need martial past lives because I don't have any of this stuff. I also like ancient knowledge and arcane alacrity. Arcane alacrity seems kind of good. I kind of might want to get 3 stacks of this. I'll go with 3 stacks of arcane alacrity first. That seems pretty good. Shrim Tom. Let's epic reincarnate, baby. Why do you not like the content after Moria asking for a friend? Oh, I actually don't dislike it that much. I will say this. So I like the content up to 75, all the way through Mirkwood and Dunland. I like that Mirkwood's gloomy atmosphere is really juxtaposed with the very heroic storyline that happens in Mirkwood. I think it's a good combination. I like Enidwaith as well, and Dunland is one of my favorite areas in the entire game. However, I find that once you leave Dunland, go past 75 into 85, 95, 100, I don't like it as much. I find the content isn't as exciting, and so I personally choose not to partake in that content. Not because it's terrible, I just don't like it as much. So I just kind of skip all the way past it. But I do think up to 75, the content's really high quality. Some people like Rohan, and I think that Rohan can go up Shit's Creek, or go up Shit Creek without a paddle. So that's a big thing. Also, as I'm currently sitting here, taking a chance to read a little bit about Mr. Lift writing something about his dinosaur bone ingredients and customizing his character in ways he didn't know possible. Horse gifted out 100 subs, which is a lot. It's a lot. That's a really big number. That's insane. That's actually kind of outstanding. Well, Horse, I hope you're enjoying your day and the stream. I hope everything is going well with you. I've just started, and I'm just starting Archmage, which is very exciting for me because the idea of playing an Archmage sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. Oh my god. I shall attend to it in a trice. Is the game louder than comparison? Oh no. For some reason my microphone got quieter. I shall attend to it in a trice. I can lower the sounds of other stuff to like match.
Quest completed.
But like, yeah, for some reason my microphone got lowered and I don't know why. There was just an update and the volume on my mic is lower and I changed no settings, which is the thing. So thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs. That is a absolutely gigantic number. That's literally crazy, and I am blown away. So thank you for the support. As a reminder, an ever-present reminder, no refunds. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I hope you're doing super well. Holy crap. Well, it's going to take me a second. Welcome to the stream team. A lot of people. Chris Brown 56, Zephyriu, Haku, Easel, Myrmidan, great name. Sanctionating, Baragras. Is it Myrmidian or Myrmidon? Because I don't know, and I've heard that word before. It's like to describe like a Roman centurion sort of guy or something. I don't know. It's just like it's in video games and I hear it and I don't know how to pronounce it. Wolfdy, Zirius, Crembopoline, Durzombarians, Steamboat Willie, Hobbit Bardero, or Hobbit Bard Hero, Ramus Raid Boss. Man, I remember when you used to have to fight Ramus Raid bosses in League of Legends. People probably still do that, but I don't do that. Ballater. I shall attend to it in a trice. Balladderboy? Bladderboy? I don't know. Dragon X Nodnard, Bellana Torres, Sig Trent, Cade, bunch of characters. Talentos, Crichton 32, Jesse Wild, Cathgar, Uber Archer, Silent Shadows, BJP, 4 numbers. 3 numbers. It's just 3 numbers, but they're all 4. Clar 23, Cassis Belly. Again, thank you so much, Horse, for gifting out a crazy amount of subs. The reason why I read all these names is because it's a huge number, and so it's the least I could do. I don't know if it makes you feel any better or any of these people feel any better, but it is something I like to do. Cluj, Drimbo, EV Gaming, Liquid Break, Windswept Keith, Leg Bashed, Natias, Dark Seigi, Nabshin FC. I also am currently covering up my alert box, so if there's anything else going on, I actually can't see it. Also chat, because I'm covering up both of them. Because I was on another menu looking at something, because I got sent an email by Twitch while I was streaming, and I decided to read it, because that was a good idea. Arthoru, Vandamod, Silver, Mink, Old. That's a great spelling of old. Whizbit
Quest
Gaming.
completed.
Rat Ward, Gladier, Synthetic Queen, Matey. Oh, hey, it's
Quest
Butler.
completed.
Mateusz, Trix TV, Zeratide, Speeder, Pot Pie, Fringe Pills, X, Chalky Fish, Captain Ossus, Reckless Voodoo Spice, Polly, Rhythm, Zexy on the shorter name,
Quest
Ancient Relic,
completed.
Zaviavi, Afa, Grimaldius, Ozymandias, Sweet, A4 numbers, Hero Quest 5, Blackie Lawless,
Quest
running it
completed.
back, Mac Nobody. Mick and Mac are different, and I always get confused by that. Because it's MacDonald's, not McDonald's. It's like this is a different thing. Nephilim, Freak Show 17, Pushel, Skakis, Sayandor, Royal Tikin, Ebb 4 numbers, Bakachurang, Nostro, Couch Ranger, Mia, Frenchie Furion, Felhart, FGC Stowe, Rhea 33, Belana Wise. This is such a huge number, dude. It's so many subs. Holy crap. Dolorphin, Cryptolicious, Ehawker, Koosh, MVP Mango, JD Voshia, Aki TV, Tosium, Fakey Train, Bill and X Mond, Schmooze, Lobans, Unreliable Prophet, and also Kirthalos. Dude, thank you so much for giving up like a billion zillion subs. I really appreciate it. I hope everyone that's hanging out here is having a really, really good day. Because you've all turned in at the right time. Because today, we're looking at everyone's favorite character, Enchanter Archmage. That's right, Enchanter Archmage. And you might say to yourself, but Strimtom is... Oh, I have stuff on my TR cache? Shit, I got empty my TR cache. You might think to yourself, wait a minute, Enchanter Archmage, is that really good? I don't know, I never played it, but they buffed Archmage. You can now use enchantment DCs for your offensive spells, so I figured why not play offensive Enchanter Archmage?
completed.
So I'm going to be focusing more of my time on enchantment and crowd control, while also having some other stuff in it. Hopefully it should be good.
I'm a rogue.
Congratulations on getting your certification last night, Mr. Lift. I can't wait until we start doing the personal trainer sessions where I get a home gym set up, and then I have you like radio in, and you teach me to lift on stream. Sounds good. So we'll get there when we get there. Murdermons were Achilles warriors. Oh, gold roll? Yeah, we can do the gold roll. You want the gold roll right now? Done. Easy.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Is there just a repeat choices button? They should be. Murma Dan? Madan? Gotcha. Oh yeah, is that how it is? Okay, good. Yes, I am very grateful. The support shown towards me and my channel is something I never understand, and I don't get it. But I am very grateful, and I hope that you all are having a good time checking out the stream, and I hope you all continue to have a good time checking out the stream, because it's trust me, we're not done with the day. This is the beginning of the day.
Completed.
Because I am sick and tired, just
Quest
generally, because I
completed.
have like a cold. But I'm very excited to be here and to talk about Archmage and do more things.
I'm a rogue.
Why isn't there repeat button choices? I don't know. Why do you ask questions? I answered again already.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Why do you repeat questions? Anyway, no, the answer is because they just don't have it. To my knowledge, from the way that it works in Sandstorm games, or like the reincarnation process, is that reincarnation is a very, 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 very
Quest
complicated process.
completed.
In the sense that behind the scenes, it was like built on like shaky ground. Like it's not something that, not so much that's well understood, but that, you know, it's not the best designed
Quest
process in the
completed.
game. And I have a feeling that making any adjustments to it would be probably very expensive or difficult
Quest
or challenging.
completed.
So I would have to imagine that there are reasons as to why they haven't done that. As far as the specifics, I don't know. I don't work at SSG. There's no way for me to know. Rudon was king of people that followed Achilles. Myrmidian? Is it Myrmidon? Oh my god. Followed the meaning somewhat that follows another unquestionably with a heavy connotation of the leader being evil. Ew. Okay. Is that how that works? Rusted Night Revels keys. Wait, my Night Revels keys are rusted now? What?
Quest completed.
Woo. That's a bunch of garbage. They didn't rust last year. This rusted key does nothing. I honestly don't even know why they do that. I have no idea why SSG rusts the keys and stuff year to year. It's really stupid. It's just waste. They're literally wasting their own time. Look at my non-roasted frozen keys. But yeah, sure. This rusted key does nothing. You know what? I'm just gonna clean up that one part of my bank real quick because I'm annoyed. So I'm gonna get this sorted here. So shared bank. I'm gonna go. What do you need? It's their. I can't remember the names of all the ingredients. Now I have to look it up. Can I just type in rotten?
Quest
rotten.
completed.
Good. Nothing comes up. What if I type in apple? Putrid black apples. They had to use a different word for everything. So you can't even just type in one thing?
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Maybe putrid works. Putrid.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Dude, that's so fucking colossally stupid. I don't even know where to start with that. That's so stupid. Anyway, like, Night Revels is still my favorite event. But, like, can we all just agree that that's really, like, that's just so stupid? Like, I don't even understand why they would use different things for all of it. It's like, yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, but do I have to clear out this garbage out of my inventory system that is difficult to sort and difficult to see because the user interface sucks? God, that's so dumb. I know it's not a lot of ingredients because apparently I did not have a lot left over because I think I gave most of my ingredients away to other people. But still, it's just like... And then they go into my bag here, and then I have to find my open spaces. Then I have to get rid of all of this garbage and delete it. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. They should just use one word. Just use one word.
I'm a rogue.
So they can just code them to delete them? Where they just auto-delete?
Quest completed.
Yeah, they could just use the one word spoiled, and then it's easy to search. That's very silly to me.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Yeah, as far as like the changes to the buff candy, I don't really care. I actually don't like it when there are good things that give you a material advantage over players who don't have access to those things when they don't play at a certain time of the year. So the candies not being good, I'm fine with, because I didn't like the fact that they gave you a material advantage in the first place. Like having unique pieces of gear that give you some advantage situationally is fine, in my opinion. But having things that are universally always better, I don't like that much. So, am I happy that the items basically are useless now? No. Because, you know, items should have use. But, am I mad that no one's going to buy them and I'm not going to, you know, no one has to deal with them? No, that's fine. They should just delete them anyway. I don't know. It could be one or the other. It is a problem. Anyways, let's move on to Archmage. Yay! Yay! I'm excited. Buff the duration of the event, or just for the duration of the event. They could just make them available for the event. I think that I'd be okay with that. If the candies only worked during the event and they gave you the full bonus during the event, I think that would be okay. And then they just made them expire afterwards. That's fine. I'd be okay with that. All right, wizard. We are a drow wizard. We are a drow enchanter. So we need intelligence, we need constitution, and that's it. That's all we get. Concentration's good. Spellcraft good. Use magic device good. Search good. 1 point in tumble. Jump good. Probably need heal. Repair? I don't know. I get maximize, and I get a regular feat. I'm trying to figure out what regular feat you would want, because I feel like you're just taking the spellcasting feats for the most part. Like you don't really. I mean, I probably do want to take spell pen later. Got a raid push during Maybar. That's it. Insightful reflexes is something I would take later, because that is a good feat. I don't know if I need it, like, right away. I kind of... Well, so... When do I get my first spell-like ability? 3? That's when I get Arcane Bolt for damage. So it's going to take a little while, too. You can't take Wizard Pass Life until level 3, which is what I would take then. I think I will just go with Quicken for spell-like abilities and stuff, and then I'll swap to other stuff later. Okay, so... I'm going to go learn all the spells, by the way. So if you're like, wait a minute, Stream Tom, is my guy bald? Honestly, that's good. We'll be Chaotic Neutral, because that sounds good to me. And let's go Baldy. Usually I have lots of hair on my characters, but nah. He's an enchanter. It's got to be bald. Maybe. Yeah, I like the Death Ward potions. The Death Ward potions are really good. My backpack is overflowing. Not today. Mr. Clean. I don't think my character exactly is Mr. Clean, but I see the resemblance is striking.
Striking your ship, come flooding back.
Okay, so we are playing as an enchanter. So some of you might be wondering exactly what that means. It means that I will be using Enchantment specialization from Archmage as opposed to the other specializations. So I guess it's this one. And my character will also be, so I'll be taking Enchantment, and I will be taking the Enchantment feature in the leveling process. Now I have to deal damage to stuff, so I'm still going to take damage, abilities, spells, and effects. But yeah, I am in fact going to be an enchanter. Yes, I will be bald. Is that what he says? Yeah. Gotta be bald as hell. What kind of horse does an enchanter use? Honestly, where's my Morgrave horse? Where's the Morgrave horse? Is that Academic Steed? Yeah, let's put on the Morgrave outfit. Yeah, there we go. I can be a Morgrave University student. Go get my wizard outfit. I love it.
The dark of
I'm like a enchanter of some kind.
I
I also get 4 racial points and 2 universal points. Wow, that's a lot. I forgot how crazy it gets when you start getting racial points. So I guess I'll just use Fey Dark Illusionist because there's no downside to this. And I'll take 1 point in mana because, again, no downside. For Drow, I get 3 points. All of the stuff at the bottom here is really not that good at all for my character. But I will take Fairy Fire because this allows me to break boxes borderline for free. That's why Fairy Fire is quite useful. And then other than that, we're going to be going into an Archmage. I will be using Pale Master as well. I think Lich is probably the play. Some people like Shroud of the Vampire because they think it gives you enchantment. It doesn't. It doesn't give you enchantment at all. If you go tier 5 and then you take the Ascendant Shroud, then while in Vampire Shroud you gain +1 enchantment. But then that means I don't take Archmage. So we're not going to do that. Okay, so I'm going to quickly get out all my XP items before I forget. So I'm just going to grab all the XP. Wow, look at all this XP I have for level 1. By level 1, don't you mean like level 6? It's going to be awesome. Here we go, XP. Perfect. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be super high level. So I can just chug all this back. And then get my character to start with, just a few points. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. I'm turning. I'm twisting. My character's getting all twisted up. Yeah, so I'm excited. I'm looking forward to playing around with Archmage. Because I did it on the preview server. I did it as a evocation wizard. And I was just blasting through the game on elite difficulty with, like, no items or anything. So I'm curious as to how it's going to feel as opposed to going evocation. Again, focusing on that enchantment instead. I assume it'll be fine. But we'll see. Oh yeah, I gotta learn all the spells. Okay, so I have 8 points, which is good. And now I can put points in the Archmage tree. So I can take Hypnotism, Mana, probably Traditionalist Caster because I have a feeling I'll be using an Orb, and then Reduced Cost of Maximize by 9 is huge. So that's going to be the play there. I think you need Heighten too, don't you? How do you live out Twilight Fantasies? So I can't live out Twilight Fantasies. Reminder, my guy is bald. I don't know if you ever saw Twilight, but them vampires had really nice heads of hair. They were all very pretty. Which is not to say that you can't look good while being bald. But that means your hair doesn't have any volume. And then if your hair doesn't have volume, then you can't be a mascot for hair products. And then why are you even a vampire at that point? What is even the point of being a vampire? Yeah, exactly. I got the more like my guy would work better as a like an old castle salesperson, you know? If I'm out here in Europe with some old castles, my guy would be able to work the crowd pretty well, being like, "Oh, you're gonna love this castle. It's got secret doors. It's got a dungeon in the basement. We got Iron Maiden set up. It's gonna be a good time." Okay, so spells. I gotta learn all the spells. This is the boring part. JK, the boring part. LOL. Color spray, detect doors. Featherfall, flaming bolt, freezing bolt, grease. I have hypnotism and jump. And you might be wondering why I'm learning all these spells ahead of time. It's because I don't like having to learn them later. And it means I don't have to worry about picking rare scrolls. It just takes a little bit of time, but it's going to get done. Okay, so that's all of them. It says 22 spells to learn. So then I go over here to the reagent guy, and I go, "Hey, guy, I need level 1 description materials. Give me 30 of these. Also going to get 30 of these. Also going to get 30 of these. Do I need 30 of all these? I don't know. I'm going to get them. You have the best castles? Oh, yeah. Like I said, you gotta. If you're going to have somebody selling, it's, you know, it's the sort of thing where when you look at like a pastry chef, if a pastry chef isn't big, can you really trust that they're making the best pastries? And it's the same thing. Like, if you're going to be buying a castle from somebody in some ancient part of the world, can you really trust a salesperson who isn't, like, balding and has vampire-adjacent traits? Probably not. Because, you know, you want somebody who is going to be kind of fitting the... Like, you need somebody who has that expertise. Mm-hmm. And Vampire Sparkles someone bald. Just full disco ball effect. It's just blindness. Yeah, it was really weird. So earlier this year, I ended up watching all of the Twilight films because I hadn't seen any of them. And I didn't really know what to expect out of the movies. I think the thing I expected the least was that the movies would transition from, like, romance and love story until eventually partway through, it just becomes, like, borderline like a Marvel movie with, like, superheroes and, like, you know, the main character, like, gets superpowers and they're trying to train her and figure out how to get her powers, and there's a big battle, and I was like, what happened? This isn't the movie I thought I was watching. It was great. It was really fun to watch, but it was very unexpected. It was like, you know, the anime character finally has their they're like, oh, these are your powers, even though everyone else already has them. It was weird, but it was very entertaining to watch. It helps a lot that I also watched most of the movies at 1.5 or 2 times speed. So all of the time where the characters are just, like, wistfully staring off into the distance, I could just kind of skip all that. Which was very nice. Okay, I need 4 more spell components. Damn. Okay. Oh, right. I gotta stop talking to this guy so I can trade. 4 more components, please. First movie? Oh, yeah. Like I said, I had a lot of fun. They even changed diapers when Twilight was on. That's funny. Make me go into the house viewing first and invite him in. I sleep. Well, that too. Also, if you go in and they don't give you, like, if you go into, like, a bedroom and one of the options for a bed isn't a coffin, again, also sus. If I'm going to be, you know, going and buying some ancient vampire-ridden castle, I should at least have a nice coffin to sleep in at night. What is this? Was it like the princess bed with the fabric or the curtains draped over top of it and stuff? None of that, please. Let's see, in this room we have 1 window, 2 windows, 3 windows. Yeah. I mean, I like having this conversation about like being in a fantasy land and buying a castle from some, you know, ancient vampire who's trying to, like, you know, sell me on how good this thing is and get me on, like, the down payment with a mortgage, because it's more fun than thinking about the prospects of me actually buying a house in modern times. Anyway, good times. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's why people really like housing in video games. Because, like, for me, I don't really care too much. I was talking to somebody else, like one of my guildmates in Lord of the Rings Online, about some of the new stuff from the expansion that you get for buying, like, the bigger edition. And there's, like, some housing stuff. And he's like, yeah, the housing stuff looks really cool. And they just came out with these, like, new neighborhoods. And they're like, the houses are super cool. And I'm talking to him like, oh, yeah, I don't really care too much about, like, the housing in the Lord of the Rings Online. Like, it's just, I've never really cared too much about decorating my house. Some people really care about that stuff, and I think that's fine. I have no real problem with people, going around and, buying whatever it is to decorate their house in their video games. I think that's cool. It's just not something I care too much about, but I know a lot of people really enjoy doing that, like fully decorating their house. That's why housing is huge in Final Fantasy 14, Elder Scrolls, stuff like that. People love having, like, their houses to decorate in these video games, and that's cool. I've just never had any interest. But then my brain is like, but I'm not going to buy a real house, so I should probably just buy a house in a video game and then enjoy that. You know what I mean? Like, that seems like it would be just the faster way to go about this. And then get the future where you can just live inside your video game and, it's all good. Like, go live in VR chat or something with my own house. Problem solved. Can't buy a house? Don't worry. Just get a room with a chair. Problem solved. Also, if you're like, wait, StreamTom, how long does this take? A while, but I'm getting there. I'm getting close to being done. I'm getting closer. We're going to get to the finish line. And by that, I actually don't know how long it's been so far, but we'll find out. I don't know. Probably going to end up with extra scrolls. I'm going to buy something wrong, but whatever. If there was a way to bypass this, by the way, with DDO points, I would pay it every time. Every time. SSG, if you can hear me, give me a way to bypass this, and I will pay for it. Why? Because I got to know all the spells, dude. I'm an Archmage. You don't get the title of Archmage by knowing how to cast, like, 2 spells. You have to do is get a house says something about bootstraps. Yeah, unfortunately, my boots don't come with straps. I can't afford the boots with straps. I'm not sure what to do about that. You could just learn the spells you'd use. No, but then what if there's a time where, like, you get into a party and they're like, hey, we're doing R10 Home of Memory. Does anyone have bears and bulls? And I'm like, oh, no, I don't. I don't have bears and bulls. The pain is unbearable. Also, it does not take this long. Okay, it does take this long, but don't think about it. I just need more spell components. I think this vendor sells inscription materials, so it should be okay. Here we go. Someone say bear? Bear? I think they sell this stuff here. Oh, it's just level 1, okay. Inscription materials are probably over here. House, when you're done, you can just log out wherever you are. If I could IRL lay down wherever I am and be done for a while, I wouldn't need a house either. True. Yeah, because you just log out. And then your character just stays somewhere for like 100 years. Play more builds. Bear builds? See, you say that. But then you won't feel as special because you'll be running around and it's all bears everywhere. Yeah, that's always the core of the issue. Is it's like, it's so cool, but then everybody's doing it, and now it's way less cool. Your unique snowflake build is now, like, the meta thing that everybody is doing. Yo, where's my level 7 spell inscription materials? This guy doesn't sell them. Am I going insane? What? Where do you buy level 7 materials? This guy doesn't have them. And before you say get to the portable hole, yeah, I'll work on that. House K vendor? Yeah. Ugh. Video games. Why do you do this? You'd be happy if everybody was a bear. You know, I do like the bear lock. Bear lock is a classic build. That would be a fun one to revisit at some point. Aha, there we go. Buy 30 of these. I don't know how many I actually need, so I'm just going to buy a bunch. And now we go here. And that's it. I just scroll them all in. Yo, what's up, Crow Plays? I'm doing pretty good. Dorn, how are you? I hope you guys are all doing very well. What's happening? It's me, Strim Tom. I'm inscribing spells, and it should be good. One day? It sounds boring. That's my main problem. All you do is hit the monsters. And I bet you use adrenaline, too. So, like, that's a huge issue. I don't really like adrenaline. I find adrenaline is really clunky, because you have to basically wait and then press adrenaline, and then wait and then hit the skill that you want. If you're attacking quickly or trying to optimize your time, I find that a lot of times you just get stuck with adrenaline. I illustrated last time when I was on my other character where you can queue skills. So if I have a skill on 1 and 2, I can press 1 and then 2, and the character will do skill 1 and then do skill 2 after that. But adrenaline doesn't queue. So what happens is if I press 1 and then 2 and adrenaline is on 2, then what happens is my first skill will go out and then adrenaline doesn't happen. It doesn't get added to the queue. And so the only way to get adrenaline on the queue is to mash the button as fast as physically possible to make sure that it actually lands in and keep mashing it until eventually you get the adrenaline to go off while taking your hand off of the mouse, because if you accidentally click, then it's going to eat your adrenaline. I hate it. I don't like it at all. You get water and one drink for the rest of your life. What drink is it? Coffee. Easy choice. I only really drink water and coffee. I don't really drink anything else. Taking a break before Act 3? Yeah, I still have to finish Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't done that yet. Oh yeah, the damage is huge. I also just don't like it. I find that it's just a playstyle. I don't like it. Yeah, Hunt's End is the same thing. There's people that like it because they really enjoy seeing those gigantic numbers. But it's the rest of that I don't like as much. It's just ugh. Ugh. The play pattern. Mango juice is based. Yeah. If you ever come to Ottawa and you want to go visit a shawarma place, because we have a lot of them, I would highly recommend Mango's. It's a shawarma place that is also like a smoothie bar, and it's awesome. It's so good. It's on Bank Street. Ew to drinking water, fish fucking water. Well, yeah, so do people though. Yeah. Again, I know people like those big numbers. I just don't care. Like, I've never been motivated by a big number. That's just not why I play video games. So when I play video games, I usually play support classes. I like playing support characters. I like playing healers. I like playing crowd control characters. I like playing debuffers. I like playing tanks. DPS is my least favorite role in MMORPGs. It just so happens that Dungeons & Dragons Online doesn't let you level without having a very high amount of DPS. Or at least it doesn't make it fun unless you have a lot of damage. And so most of the characters I end up showcasing happen to be damage characters, which is just kind of counterintuitive. It's why I play other video games to really get that outlet. Like why I'm really excited for Mariner in the next expansion, because Mariner is a debuffer and a buffer. And I've got my Runekeeper ready, who's a healer. And I can play all these characters, and I can play my Guardian as a tank, and it's going to be fun. Epic Past Life actually reduces the cooldown on your spell buttons? It reduces the cooldown, yeah. It does. Yep, it absolutely works. Yep, that's why, like, I don't really want to play a damage character, but I really love my Bard, who can crowd control everything. It's super good. Just remember that spell cooldown reduction does not affect spell-like abilities. Spell-like abilities cannot have their cost or cooldown changed. Their cost and cooldown are static. Include Draconic Breath from Destiny? Yes, because it's not a spell. It's a spell-like ability. You know, if you apply a meta magic to something and the cost doesn't go up, that means the cost also won't go down. That means the cooldown also won't go down. Does it remove the global cooldown on spells? Well, the global cooldown is pretty fast. But no, it doesn't. When you use Dark Trick, we don't have any trapping, so thinking Shadow Dancer might be redundant. Oh, Shadow Dancer, you don't need Shadow Dancer for trapping. You use Shadow Dancer because it gives you double strike, immunity to negative or to energy drain, and a bunch of sneak attack damage, which is really good. Okay, we're almost done. Archmage. Yeah, buddy. Let's go. It's like 1 second. It's shorter depending on your class. Like Sorcerer can just spam. I've often thought about what if you get all the spell cooldown reduction that you can get without being in the, like, while still being Shirati Mantle, and then just spamming level 1 magic missile on a Sorcerer. Okay, where's my general vendor? General, hey buddy. Hey bub. I gotta sell all these spell components I don't need. Okay, perfect. And now my first backpack is full, or empty. Whoops. I don't know how to do words. So I'm going to buy 1,000 level 1s and 1,000 level 2s. You think this is an order by class? It is, yeah, it is. It is an order. Nice. Arcane 3. I just buy these at the beginning of the game, so I don't have to worry about how many of each spell component that I actually have. This is like the setup. The reason why I do all of this setup is it means I don't really have any slowdown during the leveling process, and I can kind of just go. I also don't need to worry about, like, oh, I got a new spell, but I don't have spell components. Guys, just give me like a minute. I got to run and buy spell components. None of that. None of this. It's good. Stance and Stalwart Defender stances simultaneously. As long as you have a shield on, sure. Yep, yeah, you can. Swashbuckling is an offensive stance, and Stalwart Defender is a defensive stance, so you can have them both on at the same time. So yeah, it does work. Okay, so I think that's it. So now I just gotta go get items out of the bank and I'm all set. But before I get my items out of the bank, there's one more thing I have to do today. And that is the gold roll. Holy guacamole, everybody. We got a gold roll going on. You guys put in lots of sunflasks. We got 1,000, we got 2,000, we got 3,000, we got 100,000 million sunflasks in the pool. And you could win, you could lose. We're gonna find out what happens today on today's gold roll. I don't get it. In the entire month, I rolled twice high. Twice! And one of the times I got 3 potions of Intimidate. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Video games are good. I like video games. Let's go. Video games are good. I like video games. Look, I have all of that. I have all of the bad luck, so that you guys can have all of the good luck. I take it upon myself. That's right. I am, in fact, a martyr. A hero, I would say, actually is more appropriate. Legend. I think all of these things are appropriate to how I describe myself currently. So, yeah. You know, just saying. I'm just saying, that's all, you know. Anyway, what are we talking about? Who are you people? How'd you get into my house? Ad time? Yeah, no problem. What plugins do you need beyond Titan Power, Buff Bars, and Deed Tracker? I don't even use Deed Tracker, so you're a step ahead of me there. Let me see what I got in my compendium. Compendium. I like Travel Window. Travel Window is nice for just getting around places. So Travel Window is good. So if you're looking to travel from place to place, Travel Window very useful. Purple Eyes. Cool. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll take Purple Eyes. What else is good? Combat analysis, if you care about analyzing your DPS as you go, it's really only relevant if you're like doing endgame stuff and not relevant for leveling, so just keep that in mind. Something you already knew, but just double checking to make sure. And then Auras is a great plugin. It just keeps track of a bunch of different skills and buffs for you, depending on your class. So I don't think it works for every class, but for a lot of the classes, it's really good. It's just convenient. And lastly, if you get into raiding, I would recommend Mouse Finder and Prime. Mouse Finder is an add-on that just puts a ring around your mouse, which is very useful because the mouse cursor is too small in this game and you can't change it to make it bigger, so it just blends in with everything. And Prime is basically like DBM from World of Warcraft. So those would be your add-ons I would recommend. I'd really make a video about it. Okay, so got a bunch of stuff out of here. I don't even know what's in here. I need this. I need this. I got a nicked orb. I swear I had like a trinket. You know what I mean? I had one of them trinkets. I got a robe of invulnerability. That's a good item. I'm gonna take that. Like I thought I had a runic trinket somewhere. I don't know. It's probably somewhere in my character, somewhere, some godless place. The bank is slow today, though. It is a slow process. Okay, nothing good till later. Sounds good. So I just gotta organize my inventory. So that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Putting stuff away. I don't need this. Power of Evidence, it's useless. Teleport item. Hirelings. Potion of America. God, I have so much crap in my inventory. Getting a character set up at the beginning of the game is a very time-consuming process. I don't mind it, per se, but I always feel bad whenever I reincarnate, because it's like there's just a lot of me standing around and doing this, and it can't be like the most entertaining thing, which is why we usually talk about other stuff at the same time. What did I drink? Oh, I drank Eyes of the Reaper Purple already. Cool. I'm going to drink an XP elixir, because that's a 10%er. Best piece of advice I can ever give you, if you have extra DDO points kicking around, is the 10% XP bonus. It is so good. I love the 10% XP bonus. It's such a good deal. So the reason why the 10%er is really good is not that it's somehow very powerful, but more so, actually, you know what? I don't even need GRs because I can cast Expeditious, so I don't need these at all. But it's not that it's powerful. It's more so that the 10%er means you can just skip quests you don't want to do, and the cost of the 10% potion is really inexpensive compared to a lot of other items. How do you check ransack status of chests? You go into options, you go into gameplay, you turn on enable detailed chest information, and then when you click a chest, it'll spit out the information on it. When is a good time to use the Omnispell Dust? Anytime. Omnispell Dust is just for when you don't have components. So the way that I use Omnispell Dust is I keep my Omnispell Dust on my tracker, and then I put it in my last bag. So then the game uses items left to right in your bag. So it'll use the first bag first, then the last bag last. So I have it on my tracker, or like somewhere here. And if I notice on my action bar that my Omnispell Dust is going down the quantity, that means I ran out of spell components and I should go buy some more. Outro add-on still on screen? What? How is this here? Why is this window here? What is this? What? I didn't even know that was on screen. Okay, I've never set that up to do that, so it did it on its own. That's always fun. Whoa, thank you for reminding me. Well, there you go. There was all the add-ons. So, yeah, that was never meant to display. So it looked like it just hijacked one of the other areas of the streaming program, which is not ideal, but you know what? It is what it is. Sometimes that happens. All right, we're going to buy 31 of these. I'm going to refill my curse pots. I need 74 of these. Whoops. And I need my lesser restore pots. I got to refill that. So we'll put in 60 of these. There we go. Back up to full. Okie doke. And then... Oh, I accidentally took this bow out. I think I'm almost done. I think I'm almost ready to go and actually play the... Oh, I got to pick spells. I got to pull out my epic past lives. Ancient Blessings for Amp, which is good. Let's see. Colors of the Queen, because it's good. Skill Mastery, because it's good. +3 to all skills. Energy Criticals, because it's good. So that seems powerful. So we'll go with that. And then Iconic Past Lives. Light Spell Power could be good, but I don't use that. Illusion DCs could be good, but I also don't use that. Repair Spell Power could be good. It looks like we're going with Shade Arcai, which is odd, but hey, it is what it is. I should have gotten the third Tiefling Scoundrel. Yeah, Double Strike. That's what I should do. Double Strike. Okay. I just gotta put this bow away. I just gotta get my put the bow away, get spells, spend points, and then go on an adventure. That should be good. So great. Okay. Oh no, I gotta get my cosmetics. That's important. You gotta make sure your character be looking good. Get the outfit, so I get the wizard set. And then we can get started and then just start doing some quests. Character's almost level 3, which is very nice. So you come over here. No, it's over this way? Yeah, it's over this way. Come over this way. Say, hello, Macrawl. I would like the Collector's Bundle, the Academic Cosmetic Armor Set. Thank you. So now I have the Robe and Wizard Hat. I don't really think I need the Cloak. So we'll see. I kind of like just the Robe and the Wizard Hat. Because, like, my guy looks like an enchanter now. You know, it's pretty enchanting. So we'll go with that. I mean, it would be nicer if I had a quarterstaff, but quarterstaffs in Dungeons & Dragons Online are bad for spellcasters, for the most part, so we shall see. Okay, I think I'm good. That's it. We're done. Anyway, so now that I got my character set up, that's all I got. So thank you for watching, everybody. Have a good time. We'll be back next time with actual gameplay footage of the Archmage. But that's all I've got for today. And could you imagine? That'd be so bad. Just spend like an hour on live stream setting up the character, and then it's like, we'll do it next time. See ya. All right. I also don't need to inscribe any more wizard spells ever again. Oh, I forgot to buy intelligence potion. Yep. Here we go. Get him! Get streamer, man! You son of a bitch! Fox is cunning. At some point in the future, I'm going to be uploading into the Discord a couple folders, basically a couple Google Doc folders of things I'm currently working on, D&D related. One, I've wanted to upload all of the maps and stuff that I've used for my pen and paper campaign based on DDO, so people can copy those if they want or use them for different purposes. So that is an option. What in the hell do I cast for damage? Like Flaming Bolt? Acid Spray? Dude, I don't know. Move Speed? All the bolt spells share a cooldown. Shield? I have no clue. Anyway, do I have Hypnotism and Fairy Fire? And a White Cat. So Hypnotism, I can quicken. Fairy Fire, I can also quicken. I can do this constantly. Yeah, this is an enchanter. I should actually put that in the title. Archmage. I'm the enchanter now. And just Scorch? No, I don't have an XP stone. I'm going to do what I always do, which is quickly go run Korthos Island. I always run Korthos Island at the beginning, and then I will move on. Yo, what's up, Sarkfa? How you doing? How are you? How's it hanging? How are you and how are things? Yeah, I ate all my XP stones. Ate them all. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't, like, taken that out of the game yet, because it was definitely a bug. So I'm not sure why it's still in the game, but, like, hey, it is what it is, man. Huh? Oh, I'm hitting escape. I was like, why is everything closing? It's because I was mashing the escape key. Okay. There we go. So now I'm going to test out the Enchanter. Now, unfortunately for me, every single monster in this entire quest is immune to enchantment spells, so I can't do anything with this. So I'm just going to let Byron take care of all of this and break everything with a... There we go. Fairy Fire. Again, Fairy Fire is great because it just breaks stuff, and it costs like almost no spell points. It's basically just Sonic Boom, or Sonic Blast, but Druid. It also causes fire for some reason, so it like lights boxes and stuff on fire. Nice. Let's go. We have 3 cosmetic slots, Helm, Cloak, and Armor, that can use the Festive Fire Cold Resist. Anthon SG adding another resist in the future. They removed those from the game. You can't get them anymore, Cassis. So if you have one, if you have a cosmetic that has the festive stats on it, though, that's legacy gear now. You can't get those anymore. The bolt spells no longer share a cooldown. Oh shit, nice. Well, I mean, Byron did a pretty good job. Free Fire had that animation a long time. So yeah, I don't think SSG will be adding something like that in the future because I personally think it's bad design, and I think SSG knows it's bad design, so that's probably why they're not going to add stuff like that. Especially considering they previously removed that from the game. They might, but it's pretty bad design. Torches in Inferno? That's a great question. I don't know.
You can feel the life-saving
also, I will say, this isn't entirely fair because I have 600 spell points at level 2.
But from the shadows approach those who would
But, you know, it's kind of cool. I'll take it. I'll take it. Byron, you're now active. So I can now crowd control these guys using Enchantment Hypnotism.
Magic missiles go BRRRRRR.
They do. Barbar Jink, welcome back to the stream team for 37 months. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have it. Hope you're doing good. Appreciate the support. What's up? How are you? What's the build this time? I am Enchantment Wizard. My wizard is enchanting. Look at this. Look at this guy. He's enchanted. They can't do anything. Enchantment. Boom. Enchantment. Oh, yeah? Enchanted. Whoa. They can't do anything to me because they're too busy being enchanted. Oh, that guy made a save. I went with Enchantment because I had you guys vote. At the beginning of the stream, I had people vote on whether I should do Gnome Illusionist, Drow Enchanter, or Warforged Evoker. So yeah, that's why your melee's running with caster cosmetics. Yeah, cosmetics should be cosmetic and not add stats to your character. I don't think that that's a crazy strong opinion or like a radical opinion that cosmetics should generally provide cosmetic value and not statistic value. But yeah, because when you have cosmetics that apply have statistical value, then people are going to use the things that give them higher stats and not the things they think are more interesting for their character. The Mass Chaos one? No, I've never used it. It technically increases the damage that monsters take by like 10%, and it also causes this confusion thing where monsters will attack each other, but I've never pressed it.
You have slain the last
Cosmetics that give stat value? Yes, there's a whole bunch of cosmetics that used to give stat value. So for the event, or the winter event that they retired, I can't remember the name of it, you could earn these recipes, and then you could... It wasn't Festival, it was something. Anyway, you could earn these recipes, And with them, you would be able to craft onto your
Coming from
cosmetic
deep in the crypt,
equipment
you hear the
resistance
strange and
stats that would
unsettling
stack.
echoes
So you could
that
get
Kai
resist
spoke
fire and
of.
resist cold. That was a
And by
stacking
the
bonus.
passage leading in.
2 years ago
Strange.
is when they retired them.
Sarcophagi line the walls.
Yeah, the ice
You
games, that's it.
found some kind of secret door in the wall. Once
Check
you
this out.
open it, you
Hypnotism.
can reach whatever's behind. A treasure chest glimmers in the dark passage here. There's a
God,
Sahuagin
character's so
in
good.
here,
You're hypnotized.
performing some kind of
Ooh,
ritual.
you can't perform any ritual, Sahuagin.
Dead son of Kothos, rise and do my. The Sahuagin were using
Gotcha.
this vile devourer altar to create.
Go, Byron.
undead.
Go, Byron, go.
This must
Go,
not
Byron,
be
go.
allowed to
Two-handed weapon
continue.
hirelings don't function in the game. Yeah. I've been complaining about this since they added this animation. The characters just don't work.
A magical crest appears.
It's been
from a
bugged
destroyed
since they
altar.
changed it.
If you take it with you, it may be.
They
useful
sometimes
later.
work, but they also sometimes
You
don't, which is very
continue to hear
irritating.
Cultists about their evil work from further inside.
Oh,
the
hello,
crypt.
Devourer Disciple. More like, boop, hypnotized Disciple. Idiots.
Another treasure chest. Perhaps the
Okay,
cultists
I'm gonna be
brought
honest.
here.
I am
What's
having way more
yours
fun
is
with
another
hypnotism than I thought I
Sahuagin.
was going to.
It croaks.
Cragwolf Hayton, in life you served the light, but in death
Another crest.
Wait,
drops
this
out
guy did
as
his.
you
He
smash
cast
the
while he
altar.
was stuck. He was locked
Might
away
still
by
be other
hypnotism.
altars elsewhere in
Oh,
this
hypnotism
crypt.
only lasts 6 seconds. Oh, I thought that lasted way longer. 8 seconds. Is hypnotic pattern illusion or enchantment? Like, I should probably be fighting the monsters, but I don't have a way to do that, so I'm just currently not doing that.
In the middle of this chamber is an evil devourer altar. But when the altar collapses,
Nice.
a third crest appears. glows with cold
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Enchant. This is so stupid. Look at these guys. They're like, they lost aggro. They don't even know what to do. Hypnotic patterns and illusion. Rats.
As a magical barrier
Okay,
blocks the
and
way.
we go in here.
and
No
behind
problem.
you
Everything is
fit
fine.
The last crest in place, and the magic shield
Boom.
dissipates.
You're crowd controlled. You can't do
The
anything.
Sahuagin inside. The last
Boom.
devourer altar
Destroyed.
Shatters.
I don't know where Byron is, but I need your help, bud. Actually, I don't need his help, because apparently I just do a lot of damage. Acid spray. Just taking them down. Nice.
Your bold action saved Korthos and brought the
Red alert will break the game
Sahuagin's
with lag.
full
Look, I'm not
speed
trying to
to
red
halt.
alert it. It just happens to be
treasure chest in the
bastard sword of
antechamber
fire lore.
is now
Cool. I can have a
yours.
bastard sword in my hand. Wizard with a giant sword. Honestly, if I have a giant sword in one hand and I have this outfit, I straight up am wearing the Carrion Knight's outfit from Elden Ring, because that's how I played the game. Like this. This looks so much like Vigo Pigeon, and the outfit I used all the time. A lot of the Carrion Knight's outfit, and also the
Hero.
that
it is on the people's lips as you
what was
walk
it?
by.
The magma
Cautious
fang or
looks
whatever. That was
become
like the piece of
friendly
the magma
nods.
worm.
Then
Oh,
word comes
yeah,
that
good
your
times.
presence is requested in the tavern.
All right, so I'm level 2 now. I can take Arcane Initiate for +1 to all spell DCs, which I'm definitely taking. I get Death Aura and Master's Touch, 2 spells I did not have. Check Dickord. What's happening here? What did you do? Did you ping me somewhere? Oh, nice. That's good. I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Mr. Lich. Question, does rolling high in game protect you from getting timed out on Twitch chat? I can't remember. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, enchantment spells. It's just Otto's Irresistible Dance, isn't it? Oh, Glitter Dust? Nope, that's Conjuration. Daze Monster? That's enchantment. What does this do? Clouds the mind of an enemy, so it takes no actions for 6 seconds. Isn't this... Has a 10-second cooldown. Duration 16 seconds. I have no idea how this spell works. I say take this and a bluer right? That makes the most sense. They buffed Melf's Acid Arrow. I don't know, maybe Melf's Acid Arrow is good now. I'm just going to take Melf's Acid Arrow and call it a day. Do I get any more points to spend? Nope. Alright, what's up, Sigmund? Let's go on an adventure. Okay, so now I'm going to do something which is fun. Which I probably could have done a little while ago, but I'm just going to put this here. Is I'm going to get another Scorch.
Your waiting bears fruit.
I'm going to have 2 of them. I'm going to maximize this one.
Stepping in from the dark.
So by having 2 Scorches and having one of them maximized and the other one not maximized, it means that, yeah, I got one maximized and the other one not. So I can choose which one I want to spend based on how many spell points I have, or if there's like one monster or something. So I just wait for that guy to come in, and then... like so. Because with maximize, it makes it cost 24, which is like a fair amount, but, I mean, for one spell cost to largely clear a room, it's alright. I might not need the extra damage right now, but... is this worth 3 casts? Probably not. Oh! Lock him down, baby, lock him down! Not gonna lie, that is very cool. The hypnotism, taking every single monster, just putting them in a little bin.
But you hear more of them gathering outside for
Can you put mind equals controlled in the title? Yes, I can do that.
You notice a small chest hidden behind the bar.
But yeah, there are a couple other bug cosmetics. One of my favorite ones was the shield of the purple Dragon Knight shield. For those of you that never experienced it, the purple Dragon Knight shield allowed you, if you made a cosmetic of it, it had the block elements effect, where when you were blocking, you would take 20% less damage from elemental damage. And you could get that on that shield, on the cosmetic. So if you made the cosmetic, it would still have the blocking elements effect,
You have weathered the
which they patched eventually.
Now, after
I don't really know how that works.
Jacoby
That to me sounds like the behind the scenes
The chamber beyond the secret
in terms of how the
ancient, predating Korthos village.
the cosmetic system works is complicated. Is that? Thanks for the word art, Bobby. I appreciate that. It's good looking word art. No complaints here. But I'm supposed to be using acid damage. What does Melf's Acid Arrow do? D6 acid to a target per caster level. So isn't it supposed to do like a lot of damage? I don't know. Yeah, but even still, it's like
Weasley Drexelhand has nowhere left to run.
9,
Finish the job.
7, 5. Like, that's less damage than Scorch, and you have to wait for it. Like, damage over time spells usually do more damage over time, but because you have to wait for them, or like per cast, but less damage per second. But it does less damage per cast and per second, so it's just worse. Poor bad spells. There's a lot of bad spells in this game. And that's one of them. Pretty much almost every single damage over time effect in this game is bad. There are a few exceptions. Arcane Tempest is one of them. Arcane Tempest, the Soul one, Rend the Soul, and Carrion Swarm. But I think pretty much every other dot effect is bad in the whole game.
Your victories
In
have
entirety.
made the
Also, I'm gonna
village
sit down
much safer.
Because I feel
But
like
only
it, because I've been
temporarily.
standing.
It's time to take
For
the
over
fight
an
to
hour
the
and a half.
Sahuagin, out in the
Arcane
wilds
Tempest.
of Korthos Island.
Black Dragon Bolt is good when monsters hit you with it. It's not as good when you hit monsters. It's okay. If you got nothing else to cast, it's better to cast something than nothing. But you usually have something else to cast. I would say that Black Dragon Bolt gains value if you are playing a character that could have Black Dragon Bolt and Ruin, and you didn't take Ruin. Like if you didn't take Ruin on a Blightcaster. Why would you not take Ruin on a Blightcaster? I don't know. Divine Punishment. So the problem with Divine Punishment is at 3 stacks, the damage is okay, which means you have to cast it 3 times. And by the time you cast a spell 3 times on a monster, it's probably dead. What's up, Wolfen? Take Ruin, Greater Ruin, your favorite soul? Yeah, but you also don't have access to Black Dragon Bolt. I'm doing pretty good. You know, I'm doing pretty good. I just started my Enchanter. And it's going okay. It's pretty fun. Okay, so I need to get a repair spell. So I'm going to get repair moderate instead, so I can heal my Warforged buddy. And then I'm going to check for grouping. Now it's time to group. Okay, we got Waterworks R1. We got Stealthy Repo. Honestly, I'll join the Stealthy Repo. That seems kind of good. Hi. New class in the last expansion. So that would be... the new class in the last expansion would be... depends on what you're talking about. Oh, I can't enter the Cultist Shrine? Door bugged. Can't enter. Vecna didn't release with a new class. Yeah, I have to reset. Oh, okay. They have to reset. That makes sense. Oh, dude, I'm so good at this quest because of hypnotism. Yeah. Enchanter is based on what class? Archmage. Oh, sorry. I'm using this term enchanter to describe a character who enchants things. So it's not like a class called Enchanter. I'm saying my character is an enchanter. It would be like if I was playing like a fire sorcerer and I described my character as like a fire mage. Like, they're both correct. Fire or, fire savant sorcerer is probably the proper terminology. But fire mage is pretty clear, and it's just another way to describe a similar thing. So yeah, Archmage. So because the title of the stream is Archmage, and then I am the Enchanter because I'm playing Enchantment Archmage. And in my opinion, I feel like an Enchantment Archmage fits the bill of Enchanter. That's kind of how I think about it. Cast enchantment spells. That's me. I'm enchanting. This guy's level 4. Oh, there's another one. This cosmetic here. So this is the Loath cosmetic. The Loath cosmetic also allows you to... or also has stats on it. Okay, let's see what we got here. So I should be able to kill most of this stuff.
A set of kobold footprints crosses and recrosses itself on the dusty floor.
Why did I do damage to that?
Wander towards a crude warning bell, and several doors lead deeper into the warehouse.
Get locked down, buddy.
High-pitched yapping noise is abrupt. The stink of unwashed kobolds
Wait, what?
pervades this
What?
room.
They didn't even get affected.
Wonder whether washed kobolds would smell any better.
Oh, like that? Like when he makes his save, that's fine. I'm okay with this. That guy didn't even get affected.
A stairway leads down into a
Actually
lower
perfect.
section
Getting
of
the
the
kobold prophet
Several
locked down
steps
is
are
great.
spattered with rust-colored spots.
Ah, that's not good. I didn't want to kill that. Stop. No, dude, they're all making their saves. They're fucking geniuses. They're titans of willpower. Oh god, and I had that one has 1 hit point. Just stop for a sec. There we go. Okay. Okay, we're fine. No, you can't kill the prophets, dude. If you kill the prophets, we lose. Oh, gosh. Should be okay. Oh, yeah, nice. Nice. Lock that guy down. You can't do anything. I'm an enchanter. There's a Fear Reaper over there. I'm going to ignore that and pretend it doesn't exist.
There are many footprints in the dust on the rotting
That is the solution to this problem. Pretend the Reaper does not exist. Because if I fight it, I will lose. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Kobold? So this is where the Maximized Scorch comes in handy.
ramp descends into the warehouse's lowest.
Okay. Dr. Wazul, let's ignore that. I can't ignore that.
Dust free. This makes you
Everyone is
feel
inside, so we're
This
gonna grab.
must be
Oh,
the
there's another witch doctor here.
Messiah
Nice.
inclined to Kyber. The cheap gem on the altar glows with a strange and sickly light.
Fear. Okay. Can I drink potions while afraid? Yes, you can. Nice.
You have slain too many prophets, and thus
Unfortunately, I'm not landing the enchantments as much as I would like, but I guess that's because monsters get, or like kobolds get a whole bunch of extra saving throws, or just all monsters in general get a bunch of saving throws when you do the quest on Reaper mode, but it is what it is. Ooh, and I got Jika's Spangle. +2 armor bonus? Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. How about a diviner with a Taraka deck? I don't know what a Taraka deck is, but yeah. The problem is there's no divination spells in DDO. Divination spells are very heavily, what's the right way to put it? Divination spells are like story-based spells, if that makes sense. So yeah. Gotta get item from bank. Where like the divination spells are relevant to like an adventure, but they're not really relevant. Like you need a DM for most divination spells. The game it would be too open-ended in terms of the types of questions you can ask. Taroka like Vistani? Oh yeah, I gotcha. I understand what you're saying now. Oh, I didn't get my robe. I was like, why don't I have my robe? Because I didn't pick it up. There we go. So now I take 5 less damage per hit. So now my character's really invincible. And by really invincible, I mean I don't deal with oozes. Oozes. Yo, is that the spectral dragon? Oh, cool. I have to get more keys so I can start running that and get the little spectral dragon. That looks really cool.
as you enter the sewer, Garrison calls from above.
Be careful down there.
At the end of the tunnel, you see a makeshift gong and a lone kobold.
Yeah, close the door and then destroyed. Inferno. You know what else I could do? I can just like lock this rogue here and then leave him. Just cast a spell and he can't do anything. Hypnotism. Hey bud, guess what? Nothing. Nothing. Guess nothing. I was feeling good for like just a second, and then all of that was stripped away. Man, okay, my spells are like not working at all. I would feel bad for any first life enchanters trying to do this. Okay. Go, enchantment. Yeah. There we go, we got him. Yo, what's up, Mr. Dorek? How are you doing? How's your day going?
A soft sound, like that of a snoring animal, echoes along the tunnel.
Throwers down here, hit this guy. Oh, instant kill. Thank you, Colors of the Queen. It's one of the reasons why I love Colors of the Queen. It's just really fun. Sometimes you just instantly kill stuff. How are ya? Nice. I'm very glad to hear that. I take it you are excited for the new Diablo 4 season to get started? To play some Diablo 4? It's happening soon or something, isn't it? Cooking enchants you? Yeah, it's something I might do again in the future. We'll see. If you did, sounds super useful. I would post them in the Discord. There is a section called Tabletop, and I would share them. I would share them in the tabletop section as like a pin, so it'd be easy to find. Oh no, this guy hurts. Yeah, 250 health point monsters are a little tough for me. So playing D4? No one's streaming it. People might be playing it, but no one's streaming it. Yeah, I think he would probably be pretty excited about it, yeah. Yep. How many flasks? Well, flasks don't give me any money, so I'm not gonna do that. I would need financial incentive. So $0. Or sorry, infinity sun flasks. Yeah, like I can't really be excited about Diablo 4 because it's just not really the game for me. It's like, you know, it's very similar to Diablo 3 where there isn't really any depth of like character building in comparison, where it's like, yeah, you can build characters. You build one of like the 2 builds that exist and then you have fun with it, which again is not necessarily a bad thing because it's easier to start and play and get into. But yeah, especially right now, it's just the amount of effort you have to devote in to get to the point where you get to the fun part is just too high for me. That was one of the big issues that I had with it, especially at the beginning, is like there's so much busy work you have to do to get to the fun part. It makes the Path of Exile campaign look short. It's crazy. Because like the Path of Exile campaign is like 8 hours of like you got to do it before you get to the cap, and then now you're playing the game again, doing another thing, which is something a lot of people have vocalized how much they dislike that, and you know I get it. Not immune to that. But Diablo 4 with the whole running around with Lilith and earning the renown and stuff like that, well, God, it's way too much. I can't bring myself to do it.
You see a pack that has been
I have to do it? No, I still have to do it. I did it on hardcore, and then I had to do it again, and I just got bored halfway through. There's more build variety in D2R. I don't know if that's 100% true. Like, I like D2R because I'm nostalgic towards it. I'm not going to be out here saying there's lots of different unique builds in D2R, because, like, to be fair, there are lots of builds in D2R. You got, you know, Sorceress. You got Smiter. There's another build out there, isn't? I think there might be another build. I don't know. But that's as far as I can get. And Hammered In. That's 3. It's 2 classes, but that's 3 builds. Nice. And it's like, yeah, but Stream Tom, you know, there's like some good druid builds, okay? And there's that like assassin build with the where you just throw everything out at the same time, or it does all the martial arts things at the same time, where you never lose charges. That's a real build. Yeah, but to get it, you basically have to do enough content in the game. Like, you basically have to have cleared everything else multiple times. Like, you can't start with that. Now, to be fair, you know, if we go between, like, in terms of, like, starter builds versus endgame builds, yeah, it gets complicated. But anyway, Fireclaw Druid. I don't think people are playing Fireclaw Druid. Oh, I'm only here. Okay, I'm in trouble. So I have no way to stop this Reaper. Oh, that's not true. Okay, we're good. I can just, like, do this on cooldown, and every time it lands, we're good. Okay, good. He's dead. Whew! Yeah, dealing with a Reaper is very difficult for this character. I don't like that at all. Hopefully I don't have to deal with it anymore. People talking about even more nerfs. I mean, yeah. It's not like there aren't powerful builds in Diablo 4.
There are only 3 builds in Diablo 4. Damage, damage, and damage.
Also true, yeah. There's pretty much just damage builds. It's pretty much just damage. There is, like, some focus where, like, some classes will crowd control more. But, you know, a lot of the complaints that people have noticed, you know, they've already told the Blizzard, so I don't need to rehash, you know, other people's arguments, like, at Blizzard about what they wanted at Diablo 4. Like, I think a lot of people, myself included, get exhausted by the, you know, Fireball skill does 6% more damage while enemy is crowd controlled on Thursday, but only every other Thursday at 6 p.m. The type of mods that are, like, the most common mod on gear. There's that, like, mod chart that was posted where it's all the mods that you can roll, and there's, like, 100 different mods you can get on gear, and most of them are the same. It's a conditional to deal more damage, which is just not very interesting. And so there's just, like, a couple there's, like, a lot of core issues like that. So it's like, yeah, they're improving some stuff, but, like, picking up a piece of equipment isn't fun. And so that's also another issue. It's an issue that Path of Exile has. So I'm not saying that it's like, oh, well, you know, other video games have this problem, you don't get upset about it. It's not so much that. It's like other video games have this problem, and it's an existing problem. So what's the point of releasing a new video game if you're not even going to improve upon the existing problem that people already have? I'm just going to play with the game that has the same problem, but I'm more familiar with, because at least I understand how to mitigate the problem better. And that's more of, like, what it is. it's the reason why it's hard to convince people to play a lot of older video games, because they'll come to it and they'll be like, well, how come this thing doesn't work like this other thing, or how come they haven't improved on this thing? Which is like, great question. No. It is what it is. Javazon, very fun. Javazon. Oh, yeah, that was good times. Also, I love Bone Necro. Huge fan of Bone Necro because you can do everything with it. Well, you can do everything except deal with magic immunes. And I do not like dealing with magic immunes.
The bulging chest in this room could only belong to one of the kobold brothers.
Oh god.
who heard
Oh,
so
I'm
many
being
secrets about
lasered by two sides. Ooh, Colors of the Queen.
The first of the kobold chieftain brothers has been slain.
I also love that this is the first brother, but I always do the other side first. Maybe it's because it's like right to left. I don't know. But yeah, so as far as like the renown, I'd still have, like, if I wanted to go into it, I'd still have to start with it. And then a lot of the games also, it's an issue that started in Diablo 3 in terms of the mechanic of builder spender. I really don't like the fact that there are several skills that your goal of your character is to stop yourself from using them. And this is also a Diablo 3 problem, where all of the builders in Diablo 3, you know, the attack that builds you arcane power, the attack that builds you hatred, the attack that builds you rage on barbarian, all of these skills are basically useless, but you need them to build the resource to cast the good skills. So your goal is to get enough passive resource regeneration or passive resource cost reduction to make it so that you don't even need these skills in general. So I think I'm stuck. Loading screen. Here. I gotta relog. And the same thing is in Diablo 4, where the first skills you get at the beginning of the game, your goal, all of those skills give you resource. So no matter what class you're playing, you gain resource by using those skills. And you're trying as hard as you can to get away from those skills because they're not good. So like when you play as like a necromancer in Diablo 4, for example, you know, you can use like the decomposer, where you click a guy and you channel and you deal damage to the person and create corpses. You don't want to use that. You never want to press that button. Your goal is to make it so you don't need to do that to get essence to cast your spells. So that way you can just get cast stuff other way. So you get like, oh, Bone Spear on crit gives you essence, Consuming Corpses gives you essence, and you have to cast those skills. And it's just not, like, it's just weird to me to think that they built in a design mechanic where the skills are so weak and so bad that you don't even want to use them, and your goal is to try to stop using them as quickly as possible. It's not even like a sense of progression, because those are the only things that inherently generate essence. Instead of having these essence skills grow with you and it becomes like a thing you evolve and integrates into your character better, into your playstyle, it's just change your playstyle to get to the point where you don't have to use these skills because they're bad. Well, the thing is that that was the game design in Diablo 3. And they were trying to find a way around that, I think, at some point in their design process. But I don't know if they... Like, I don't know what they're planning on doing with that. In terms of, like, going into Diablo 4, as an example. As far as, like, fixing it for the future. Or even if they see that as a problem. Maybe they're okay with that.
Gauntlet that has inspired many grim tavern tales.
Well, yeah, but even still, a lot of the builders still weren't very good. I think one of the few ones that was good, there was one of them which was like deal more each spender you have deals more. There's like a monk one where it's like each builder you have deals more damage for every builder you have on your action bar or something like that. I remember that was a thing. There's like a monk build in Diablo 3 that did that. But like my Crusader in Diablo 3 was, the build literally was trying to avoid ever using a builder. So I would just use the horse, Akarats, Rage or whatever thing that made you giant, and then the leap from the sky. And that's all you did is horse, Akarats, leap, horse, Akarats, leap over and over and over, and you never use any other skills.
Scurry somewhere very close by.
And again, I'm okay with the idea that like some builds can get that resource cost generation, and like that's a thing. But the fact that every single class plays the same of use skill A to build resource, use skill B to spend resource, and your goal should be to get away from skill A. It just, like, if that was one character, again, I'd be okay with that. But that, as far as I can tell, that's all of the character designs in the whole game are builder spender. And it just feels very limiting, because if you want to get away from that, you can't. So you use 7, 8, 9? Yeah, I have a mouse. I have a mouse with 12 buttons on the side. So I use 1 through 8, and shift 1 through 8. That's how I do it. So yeah. Anyway, this is not meant to be, you know, shit on Diablo 4 hour, because like I said, I want the game to be good so people can enjoy it, but that's just one of the many reasons why I find it difficult to enjoy it at moments. Whoa. I just made it in here. That's all. Because, yeah, in Diablo 2, it's not that much better. Every class uses mana, and then you have to chug mana potions as your resource. And not all the skills are perfectly balanced. You have skills you're supposed to start out with Firebolt, and then you're supposed to evolve into the higher power skills as you get later on. But, like, at least those skills have value because they give you, like, synergies as an example. But it's not perfect. Neither system is perfect. Again, the game that I'm going to point to as having a better system or a better design system is Path of Exile, where you're allowed to mutate and change your skills. So even the ones you get at the beginning, like Firebolt or whatever, or Fireball, you can get extra projectiles, or you can make the wave effect bigger, or you can make it burn more, and you can change up how the skill feels. So every skill has some amount of value, or feels kind of good if you take time with it, and it's not about getting away. To be fair, a lot of it in the game system is also about getting away from dealing with resource costs. Nobody really likes running mana potions, so you either figure out how to reduce your mana cost to 0 or make it so you don't need a mana potion by getting regen or some other method. So I'm not saying like it's a again, this is me saying I don't think that just because Diablo 4 has an issue, that it's only Diablo 4's issue and no other game company has ran into that issue, and they're just like the best game, you know, the worst game company in the world. I just wanted them to solve these problems, and they did it. Leftovers? Yeah, unfortunately for me, I was a little under the weather, and so I didn't want to get other people in my family sick, and so I avoided avoided Thanksgiving gatherings. But I do have half of a Costco pie, which I'm going to eat the hell out of that.
Easy feat, even for the
Whoa!
bravest warrior.
Oh! I'm like trying to keep track of where this guy is. Damn, dude. This guy's all over the place. All right.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Also, Archwillow, thank you so much for giving it a sub to Big Orion Master. Appreciate the support. You're having a fantastic day. It's very kind of you. I'm very grateful. How wide do I have to have this so it fits? There it goes. I'm gonna get the D4 bad to fit in here. There we go. Okay. I want Arcane Bolt. I have to spend one more point in here. So I'm going to go Efficient Metamagic Quicken. And then I have Arcane Bolt. So Arcane Bolt scales off of the highest of your DCs. And so, which is really cool. So with this, my DC is 26. Why is my DC 26? Because the DC is 12, because it's a level 2 spell. plus my intelligence, which is 8, so it's 20, and then I get plus 6 to my DCs. Where do I get plus 6 to my DCs? Well, I'll tell you.
The librarian
It's
scans
transmutation.
the shelves, muttering to himself. Best wait for him to leave before trying to steal Dalsamara's books.
What? Plus 6 transmutation? Do I have 3 alchemist past lives?
The librarian
I do.
has left the room. Quick, obtain the book and return.
There's also
to
no
the
enchantment
librarian's
past
voice
life DC, so it is
I
what
know
it is.
your true intentions, thief. My traps will be the end of you.
Anyway, so then we maximize and we quicken our arcane bolt and we use it to blast people. Hilarious. It is a fairly lengthy cooldown, so it's not amazing, but yeah, it's good. Access right now videos. I mean, that is basically what it is. Anyway, I didn't read your message. It said it's builder spender all over the place, and that I'm one of those people that's mostly fine with it. But technical issues such as we can't add more stash because the entire stash is loaded all the time is very funny. Yeah. Again, that's something where that's like a World of Warcraft response, right? Where they're like, well, the video game was designed in the year 2000, so sometimes the storage issues are complicated, and we don't have all the tools to fix them right now because it's a lot of work to go back and retrofit some of these older systems. That at least makes sense. They were old and designed poorly, and so it's complicated to go back in time to design them better so they weren't designed poorly. I like that. That makes sense. But then it's like, we now have a modern game company with a modern design going, yeah, we designed something like we would have designed it in the year 2000 and didn't think about it for 1 second. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'd rather just take the actual spell focus enchantment, and the reason I'd rather do that is because spell focus enchantment actually increases my enchanting DCs and also lets me take other feats as well. So yeah, so we'll see. Well, that's what I was just thinking, right?
You have found
Like, Path of Exile has tons and tons of stash space. It's a big deal.
Vile place.
Yeah, I don't plan on taking Bard Past Life. I will likely be taking Enchantment and Spell Focus Enchantment, and hopefully also Spell Penetration, but we'll see how that works. Because I do have some Wizard Past Lives, so maybe I don't need it as much. But where is my Spell Pen right now? Spell Pen bonus is 4. It's like a Wizard and 2 Favorite Soul, I think. So I have 1 Wizard Past Life. Should probably have more than 1 Wizard Past Life. But, you know, it is what it is. Recovering from failed teleport. Bro, I can't get into any of these quests. I should be fine in this quest. I don't know.
A skittering sound beneath the floor
Okay.
sets your nerves on edge.
I think I am the leader of this group now. Oh no, it's Latrini. Well, they'll figure it out. Or they won't. Use help on this one? Oh yeah, for sure. Sounds good. I'd love to do a build review. I need more offensive damage. That's my current problem, is I just need more physical time to kill these monsters. Please, die. I need shorter cooldowns on my abilities so I can cast spells. It's like not even mana is a problem, it's just getting my spells out. Being a low-level wizard is rough. I will say that. I don't think there's a solve for this problem of being a low-level wizard.
For the final spasm, the last
Okay.
scorpion collapses.
I am now party leader. And a big two-hander. I mean, that could work. I would get intelligence to hit. I don't have intelligence to damage yet, but I could do that. I could. Weapon started, but it just didn't want to let you in. Yep. Oh, yeah. I mean, my guy failed to teleport. It's okay. Sometimes it happens. So, let's do 2 to 4. Harbor, R1s. Oh, nice. We get this money. Ooh. Combustive of Necromancy and Harbor. Info is key. Info is key. Next. Let's get him with the info is key. Let's go. And then I got Kobold Ringleader and the other ones to do. I'm hopeful I can hit level 4 before I do Waterworks, because that would be really nice, because I get an extra cash level for all my spells, and I can also get access to Reaper points. Eldritch Knight to whack thing? Well, yeah, I can do that, but I just don't want to. I'm an enchanter, you guys. I'm trying to enchant. Enchantment. If I'm out here just not enchanting stuff, am I really an enchanter? And then you could say, but Shrimtom, I haven't seen you cast any enchantment spells. Well, I'm a fraud. Also, the game is lagging, which is good. Gives me time to get my music started at least. All right.
Across the room, you see an iron defender.
Oh, did that do anything? Okay, it did. There's just lag going on.
The creature may cause it to leap to action.
I didn't play DDO this weekend. Has it been this laggy
Descending into
all
the
weekend?
basement, you hear another sound of whirring gears.
Just
on the
business?
guttural
Is everywhere else
floor.
in the computer just not DDO? Oh, weird. Oh, it has been? That's good. Yeah, I spent this weekend playing a few other games and doing a lot of writing. I'm running a new D&D campaign, and in that campaign, I will be, or in the new campaign, I'm going to be doing custom character classes for all of my players, where they describe who their character is in the world and a general description of what their character can do in their mind. And then I write a character class for it, and then that character class grows. And so it's pretty cool so far. I wasn't sure how it was going to go. The reason why I wanted to do that is I feel like when you have the design of character classes in the game, you focus in on how your character fits into that class and that role, because it makes it a lot more limited in terms of the roleplay aspect. So like an easy example is like a wizard, right? So wizards are scholars, they have, and researchers, they have high intelligence because they need intelligence to fuel all of their abilities. And so the idea, let's say you want to play like a stupid wizard, like a character who doesn't know a whole lot of things. If you actually want to use your wizard abilities, your character has like a reasonable intelligence. So the roleplay element doesn't match up with the character. And you say, well, then just don't play a wizard. Yeah, but what if those are like the abilities you want your character to have? You think it would be interesting if your character had those different types of abilities. So the solution to that problem, from my end, is to instead have people focus on who their character is, and then I just write the class that fits around that thing. And so it's gone pretty far, pretty interesting so far. I think my, so far all the feedback I've gotten has been pretty good, where everyone's like, damn, cool, and wow. But it also could be entirely fake, but we'll see. At some point, I plan to post a lot of that stuff because I think it's interesting. It's interesting to me anyway. Talking about character creation, I'm talking about I've been writing some custom character classes for my new D&D campaign. Yeah, it's fun. They also didn't want to see the whole classes right away, so the way they told me they wanted it done is they just wanted to see one level at a time.
You hear the grind in the
So
black.
I wrote the whole
You hear
thing
the
1 to
grind
20,
and clatter
but
of
they can only
machinery
see level
from
1.
below and to the west.
So then that way, when they
Like
level
something
up,
heavy is
their
being
characters
erected
are
in
going to
place.
change as per, you know, they're leveling up, but they don't know what it is. So there's no metagaming about, like, I can't wait till I get to level 5 or whatever, because it's just, you know, their character's level 1. That's what they can do, and they focus in the moment. And then as their level increases, they gain new powers and new abilities, and they have to decide how they do it. I also made it really, really broad, so it'll be something along the lines of, like, your character has the option to choose between 15 different things, but you only get, like, 4 of them, so you get a lot of options to be exactly the way your character wants to go. Seemed to make more sense. It took a lot of work, though. Bringing the light. Trying your druid spells. Is it Night Revels? It could be Night Revels, but I feel like it was happening before Night Revels too. That's the other problem. Wasn't great for obvious reasons. Yeah. Well, because you just end up having this thing where it's like you have to do study, which means the game has to stop. And also, if there's any sense of urgency on any of the adventures that you have, you can't stop and study. And so that's the issue I have with like downtime activities. Is I've played in a campaign before with like where the dungeon master was like, "Yo, here's activities you can do in downtime." But we didn't have any downtime because we went from investigating a stolen goods operation to basically doing like an Ocean's 11 style heist to then finding out that the person we're doing the heist for is under attack in their house where they got poisoned and they're going to die in a couple days. And so all of a sudden there was like, and he's like, yeah, what do you guys want to do in your downtime? And we're like, well, we don't have downtime. We can't take a day off because if we take a day off, then this guy dies. And if we take a day off, then this guy dies. So it didn't really feel, it didn't fit right. That makes sense. Blades in the dark. Blades. But yeah, so I find a lot of times, because there always is going to be some sense of urgency. Hypnotism? Fuck. Wait, I got him? Wait, what? He just stopped moving because of my hypnotism. Alright. I don't know why that exactly was the case, but it is what it is. It works well. But yeah, so at some point I'll probably post the classes that I have written up so far and like how they go. Should be interesting. Unfortunately, I would never be able to post the whole list because the people that are playing in my campaign, some of them are actually in my Discord, so I can't share the whole thing, because then they would see it. But I can probably post it like bit by bit as I go, which is kind of cool. Because I basically have it separated. It's all in Google Docs, and I have two of them. I have the full class Google Doc and then the level by level Google Doc. It's a little bit more work than I wanted to do, but it is cool.
A large, ugly fellow approaches with Ramsay Morcourt falls to his knees and then...
Ooh, get not stunned, bastard. Smuggler's Warehouse. Yeah, he saved from the effect. He just stopped moving for no real reason. I can tell you guys the names at the very least, because I think the names are kind of cool and the theming. So I'm very excited about it. Where is it? So I have it set up. Smuggler's Warehouse. There we go. I have it set up. So one of them. Oh, an important thing about the D&D campaign that I'm running. At one point on stream, I offhandedly mentioned, like, what would a D&D world where, like, resurrection magic was incredibly common look like, and how would that change the world? Well, it took me a long time, but that is the campaign that I am, in fact, running currently, or that I'm going to be starting to run soon, where resurrection magic is the easiest magic in the world. To raise dead, it is a cantrip. So, if you can cast magic, knowing how to raise dead is really easy. It's one of the most basic things you can learn how to do. Which is interesting to me, because it changes up how you have to interact with the world in many different parts of the world. In the sense that, like, you know, if your character can just resurrect with somebody with almost no consequences, then do you really care about, you know, different levels of violence, or how does that affect society as a whole? And so there's a lot of interesting ramifications. So I took a lot of time to, like, write up a whole world and draft out all this stuff and kings and kingdoms and all of this other nonsense, which took me some time. Which is another reason why the custom classes kind of need to fit in, because it kind of turns traditional magic around a little bit. So yeah. Cremation is now a legal issue? Yeah. Well, there's limitations. It's basically like you need to resurrect somebody within 5 days, or you have major problems if you try to resurrect them. Also, dying is not easy because, you know, dying still sucks. You still have to deal with, like, the psychological trauma of experiencing death. And so people that have died more than once have, like, psychological complications.
The
Yeah, if the body is destroyed, you can't be revived. You also need the body. Also, if you don't have the whole body, you can't revive the whole person. So if you, like, are missing a leg, then when you revive them, they're not going to have... They're going to be missing a leg. Like, that's just how it's going to be. I had to write a whole, like, text document about the process of resurrection and how it works, and you know how your character ends up getting like if you get resurrected from the dead, then you know this happens, or based on like you know whatever part of it. Kill him and sew the leg back on. Yeah, it's fine. If you have the leg, it's fine. You just need to have the leg. Magic fixes everything, unless you don't have the leg. Then it won't fix anything. So like, let's say you know, a buddy of yours gets like eaten by a shark, and you pull him out of the shark's mouth, and the shark got the leg. Well, unless you get the leg out of the shark, they don't get it. Where do you find the leg later? That's a great question.
You flinch as an unseen web clings to your face. Below, chittering voices rise.
I mean, it depends on the context as to why you don't have it. Yeah, those are things I don't need to deal with right away, because that can be like a case-by-case basis where I can figure it out as we go along. It's kind of like I left a lot of things open to interpretation in terms of like the specifics of certain things. Because one, it means I don't have to come up with all the answers right away. And two, it leaves like a little bit of mystery into the world, having everything like fully fleshed out in terms of exactly how everything works. I have a separate document that I did not share with my players about how several mechanics work, like how, like what the afterlife is and how the universe is structured and stuff like that, that they don't have access to that information. What they have access to is what people believe is true. What people believe happens after you die, and what people believe about all this stuff. Because of fairy fire? No. I just thought being a drow enchanter would be cool. It gets intelligence, and it also gets bonus to enchantment DCs from enchantment lore. Is there a Lotro equivalent to UI layout load? It's literally the same command system. Yeah. So you just type in the same thing. Oh yeah, I have fairy fire. I'm not a drow because I can get fairy fire as a drow, but yes, I am a drow with fairy fire. Ring a leader. But yeah, it's exactly the same structure. Include death from old age? No. Death from old age is final. So if your character dies from old age, you can't be brought back. Eventually, everybody expires.
It's likely you will encounter several of them in the next.
Why did I come into this room? Also, to make it easier on myself, I have it set up so that it's also a system where there's like a bunch of different races that exist, and also in the world. And I set it up so that the beginning of like modern society happened with an event called the Awakening, where all of a sudden a bunch of people or a bunch of creatures had the ability to think and act and, you know, express themselves and what have you. And they were also able to be resurrected through this resurrection magic. And so as a result, you know, you'll have your elves and your dwarves and other stuff, but they all live this about the same time. So every person lives for, like I said, around 80 years-ish. And then when they die of old age, they can't be brought back for reasons that are currently, as of yet, unknown. So yeah. Just because they can't be brought back after that because of the curse? I mean, that could be the case. I don't know. I mean, I do know why people only last about 80 years, but I can't tell you that. It's a secret. But you can think about it. And then, yeah, I also expanded out some of the races. So I grabbed a couple of ones from Pathfinder that I liked and included them that didn't have stat profiles. So I included, Dampiers, Ratfolk, and then the 4 elemental races, the Ifrits, the Undines, the Oreads, and the Sylphs, because I thought they were kind of interesting as, like, you know, the elementals that were brought to life through the Awakening. But yeah, only things that have been awakened can be resurrected. So, for example, if you, like, kill an ogre, which was not a part of this event, then when you kill it, that ogre's dead. It can't be resurrected at all. It's immune to resurrection. Traditional liches in your world? Necromancy is crazy illegal. Or not because, or like, you know, people hate necromancers because if you resurrect, or if somebody dies and then you use their body for necromancy, you can't resurrect them from the dead anymore. So people don't like that. It's basically like giving somebody a final death. So it's not good. So yeah. What is the setting of my new campaign? I'm describing it to you. The name of it, I call it The Gray. Because when you die and your character is dead, your soul floats in a space called the layers. And the universe is a stack of layers. So there's like, you have like the gray, which is the middle layer, and then you have the white layers up here, and you have the black layers down here, and there's the gray, which is firmly in the middle. And so when you die, your spirit either drifts towards the white layers or the black layers, which is why every time you pass through a layer, parts of your soul stays there, which is one of the reasons why you can't resurrect someone too late, because if you wait too long, then when you pull them back, too much of their soul has already been lost to some of these layers, and they don't come back as themselves. Or there are issues, among other things. All right. Taking 4 and then Waterworks. Heal and all this other stuff. And I have 2 more points to spend. I guess I take swim now, so I can swim fast. Seems good to me. And I'm level 4, so I can spend points in Reaper thing, which seems good to me. Oh, I'm going to get Reaper Wings this life. That's cool. You know, I'm going to put my PRR here. That seems good. Get some more spells. Class lives to go. Nice, you can do it. But yeah, so the idea is that, as I said, resurrection is a complicated process. It's not just something that you can just like do. Yeah, you can't resurrect everybody all the time. You can, like, it's easy in the sense that anybody can do it, but it's not like it lasts forever. And the higher level resurrection, so like resurrection and true resurrection, those things don't exist. At least not right now. In the world. And again, that's one of the reasons why I kind of had to have people have their custom characters and ideas and what have you.
The strong smell of sewage
3 and 5 and I don't think Waterworks will work, but I think Harbor still counts. Yeah, Clan Nashtooth, there it is.
You hear human voices.
How was Thanksgiving? Not great. I was sick, unfortunately for me, so I couldn't really do a lot of the family events and stuff. So that's a bit of the harder part. So I had to be at a distance from everybody. But I do have half of a Costco pie, which is awesome. Starting a little early? Oh, no. So American Thanksgiving is a copy of Canadian Thanksgiving. So you guys just kind of run Thanksgiving a little late. Is you feeling a bit better? A little bit, yeah. Again, the main issue is that it's just like the contagious part of the coughing and the sneezing, so I just had to stay away from everybody. So I did stay away from everybody, which is good. So I didn't get anybody sick, but yeah, it's kind of the harder part. The worst part is not being able to do as many things. I did have to go do some things yesterday, and so during that time, I just made sure I like wore a mask and stay away from everybody. I don't have a deadly disease. I just don't want people to get sick. That's all. Because being sick sucks. And especially around the holiday season, people getting sick is like no fun because it's just you spread it around to everybody. So yeah. It's fine. I spent a lot of time writing for like my campaign I've just been talking about nonstop since I started streaming. So, yeah, I'm very excited. It's okay. There's always a way to manage your expectations. Manage the old brain. Okay, so I'm going to take damage from this, which is fine. Ow. Yeah, exactly. The reason why I didn't stream, if you're like, well, if you were home alone, why were you streaming? I had like stuff coming on my lungs and my nose, and it's just really gross. I just didn't want to do that. And I was just like feeling gross. You know what I mean? Sometimes when you're feeling gross, you just don't want to be on camera. I know that might seem weird, but maybe I'm just weird. Maybe I'm just a weird man. Okay, this goes here. Nice. Oh, is this a... Oh, this guy can do traps and stuff. Sick. Nice. And a key. Nice. But anyway, so I had to take some time to like cut them up with custom character classes for each of my different players. And yeah, I'm excited about it. I think they're so far very excited about all of them. Let's see. Like, what did I write about? So one of the characters that I came up with, speaking of ideas, is a psionic character. I don't know how psionics work in 5. I didn't really do any research on it, or if they even have psionics in 5, or how they function. But one of my characters wanted to play a character who was psychic, but he didn't want to be psychic. He wanted to play... Again, this is why it was really weird. This is why I had people focus on the character design first and then a class later. Is he wanted to play his character as a fish who had been experimented on and been granted psychic powers. And then, because the fish has psychic powers, the fish can mind control people. And mind controls, like, basically some farmer dude. And the farmer carries the fish around. And then people don't know that it's actually just the fish talking through the farmer, and so he's mind controlling the body. That was his character idea, which is very cool, but like you can't do that in D&D. And so again, this is one of the reasons why I'm happy with, like, it was like, oh yeah, there's your, like, you focused very much on the character idea as opposed to the, like, figuring out what the class was. And then I just took it and I was like, okay, cool, psychic fish, got it. So I had to give him the super clear moment, which was also like, hey, by the way, you know how everybody can be resurrected and resurrection's super easy? He's like, yeah. I'm like, cool. You know that your character can't be resurrected because you're a fish, right? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you know, it's very clear that only some people can be resurrected. And the people that can be resurrected are the people that, you know, were part of the awakening. And your fish wasn't, so therefore you are immune to resurrection. So if you die, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I've been streaming on Mondays for the past several weeks. Also, I died. RIP. I could get back up, actually. I don't think I can kill this, but I might be able to kill it. Yeah, I get nice. No, it is not Klaus. He has no is not a reference to American Dad. I don't think he watches American Dad. Yo, my damage is bad, dude. It sucks. Okay, go. I gotta make it to the shrine, or I'm gonna die. Go. Oh, shit. Nice. Okay, good. Anyway, so yeah, so I designed it as like a scion. So, like, or a psionic character. So he gets, like, he has a whole list of psychic powers in which he can interact with people's minds, but he only gets to pick from some semblance of the list. Does it acknowledge that mind control is kind of evil? No, because his character doesn't have a concept of good and evil because he's a fish. What is this? Is that a blobfish emote? Amazing. But yeah, so you can mind control and do all sorts of stuff. So we can, like, you know, cause someone's hand to cramp up if they're, like, firing a bow, so it makes it harder to fire the bow. Or you can, like, make it more difficult to cast spells, like giving somebody a brain freeze. Or you can use, like, telekinesis and stuff.
Completed.
Anyway, it's a lot of interesting things.
Something clever comment here.
Yo, Trax, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. It's been a fantastic day. Glad to have you here for friggin' 35 months. That's almost 3 years. That's 1 month away from 3 years, my guy. That's crazy. Thank you for the support. That's very kind. But yeah, or you can push stuff away from him. What else can he do? He can make himself resistant to psychic damage. He can make himself look terrifying, so monsters have to, like, make a save if they want to be able to attack him. He can just turn people off, basically turn their brain off so they fall asleep. A whole bunch of stuff. Play a fish in a bowl. Yeah. I said do whatever you want, and I'll work around it. I wrote a whole class. How big is it? It's a goldfish. It's cool. It's a cool idea. I also said that because there's two of them, because there's the guy and the fish, and they basically share the body, that because there is in fact two of them, that he also has advantage when trying to concentrate on things, because one of the two minds can always be concentrating. Yo, what's up, Erasmus? How are you? How's it hanging? I have to deal with the chef. I didn't hit him. Nice. Is the mobs getting 10 levels of magic missiles slightly unbalanced? They don't all get 10 levels. The Reapers do, but that's because they're Reapers. Now we can get resurrected? Yeah, maybe. Has anyone smashed the fishbowl? We haven't started. Also, it's meant to be a secret. So my campaign's going to be starting in probably like a month. This is just the pre-work. So yeah, it'll take some time. So this is the problem with, like, Anonymous, is somebody was loading through a door, so they didn't get to join my party, and I can't add them to the group because they're anonymous, so I don't know who they are. Oh well, I hope they click rejoin.
Clan Nashtooth's main prison.
Because that happens sometimes, where, like, somebody will try to join your party, and then you would click accept, but they're, like, traveling through, like, a doorway or like a loading screen. And when you're in loading screen, you can actually join the party, and so as a result, it just nothing happens. But you can, like, right click on the name to be like invite, but if they're anonymous, you can't do that. So you just kind of hope that it's like, I hope that you know how DDO works, and so you'll hit the LFM again, please. It's not that I was, and you don't get any notification. So if you get in, like, if somebody accepts your invitation or accepts your request to join, if the game is supposed to put you in, it just can't, and so it doesn't give you any notification being like, oh, the game tried and failed or anything like that. You just don't get in. Get him out of here. Go, my hypnotism. Go. Well, yeah, so that's just like one character. That was kind of cool. They are, anyway, so that's like kind of like the basics, and I had to write like a whole list. And stuff he doesn't have yet that he gets later on, like at level 2, he can get Synaptic Misfire, which allows him to, it's basically like Counterspell, but it's not magic. He just reaches into your brain and causes your nerves to misfire, so you actually don't cast your spell, like you just screw up the process. So it's like a counterspell, but it only works on low-level spells. Or Inspired Recklessness, where you reach into the brain of one of your allies, like a willing creature, and you basically inspire them to be more reckless than usual, which is the recklessness from Barbarian that exists in 5e, where you have disadvantage on all attacks, but then you get disadvantage on all attacks against you. But instead of that person doing it, it's his reaction. So he has to choose to do that onto that person, and then they have to be willing to accept it. Oh, did we get Arlos? We already found him. Nice.
Thanks you for freeing him and runs off to safety.
Yeah, because it's not magic, it means that like you can't counter his effect because it's not magical. Also, a lot of the abilities that he has, they are not spells. They simulate spells, but they're not spells. So you can't counter spell what he does because he's not casting any spells. He's just like using psychic energy or whatever. I don't know how you describe that. Or like self-loathing, cause a creature to become less confident and have disadvantage on personality-based saving throws. So your intelligence, dex, and charisma, or sorry, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. So it's like a thing. It takes a turn, and you have to do a thing. But then it's like, but now they have this disadvantage, and it's like, ooh, because you got to go into their brain. All right, part 3 and 4. Self-loathing, yeah, it lasts your whole life. That was a tough one. Another one I put together is for another one of my players who really wanted to play as a necromancer. He was like, yeah, I want to play as a necromancer. And I'm like, oh yeah, I got you. I know what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And so, because he's like, necromancy is super illegal, right? Like, you're totally not allowed to do necromancy. I'm like, yeah. He's like, cool. I want to do necromancy. And so the idea behind his character is that his character, like, died as a kid when he was, like, really young. And you're only supposed to, like, you don't resurrect anybody if they've been dead for more than 5 days because it causes, like, you lose part of their spirit. But his parents were, like, desperate. And so when he was a kid, they brought him back at, like, 7 days. Dead because they like lost the body or whatever. He's like writing the story as to why they couldn't do it right away. And so he came back, but his personality was a little off. Like he's missing a few pieces. And so it gave him like an intense fascination with death. And so that's why he does the necromancy. Being a secret vampire? No. I actually do have Dampiers in my game, so you can play as a Dampier. Oddly enough, he is not a Dampier. He is a dwarf. Just a regular old dwarf. And he has, like, necromancy spells. So, he's like a custom spell list or whatever. But he doesn't get to cast a ton of spells, where the main kind of focus of the character power is in a mechanic that I describe as soul, which is going to be very reminiscent to what I was just railing against in like Diablo 4, where the way the mechanic works is that when he causes damage, he has a mechanic called soul weaving. So whenever he causes damage with a damaging spell or with soul weaving, which is like a cantrip based mechanic that he has, then he acquires a stat called soul, and he gets that based on the damage that he dealt. So half the damage he deals turns into that. So like, let's say he does like 12 damage with an inflict wounds, then he gets half of that as soul rounded down. So he'd get like 6 soul, and then he has a series of abilities that he can use to spend the soul on. And so a lot of them are like, and again, it's all choice. So there's like a list of 20 abilities, but he only gets to pick like 6 of them. So he has to pick and choose which ones he thinks fit the character better and fit the role better. It also allows me to not really worry about how much I put into it. And so, like, yeah, he's got stuff like, he can, as a reaction, use the soul that he has to reduce damage that he takes. But it takes that 2-to-1 ratio. So, like, if he has, like, 12 soul and he uses to raise it, it takes double damage. So if he gets hit for 6, it takes all the soul away. Or like lifelink, where he can use his soul to connect his spirit to another person's, and then they split damage. Because he's linking his soul to like someone else's. So any of the damage they take is split between the two. Or one of them, which is called Necrotic Wave, where he basically like lets out a loud scream and then like a wave of necrotic magic comes out, which like saps all color from the air and starts to drain the life of everybody nearby him. And so it just does necrotic damage in a radius. However, it doesn't discriminate between ally and friend. Not ally, friend, ally and enemy. So as a result, it can be bad to use. However, it actually can discriminate, because he can choose to, instead of hitting his allies, to include himself and to also take the damage, but then his friends don't take the damage. So, you know, if he's only enemies nearby, sure. But if he has like 3 people with him, say they're like, you're surrounded by, or like, you know, a bunch of swarms are on top of the party, he can then include himself in the damage and then not include his allies if he wants. Stuff like that. So stuff like that. I thought that was a neat idea, because I asked him what type of necromancer he was thinking, because there's a lot of ways you can go about necromancy. You know, defining the dead, rituals, study, research, summoning an army, all this other stuff. And he's like, no. He's like, I like the idea of, you know, or even like being like a harbinger of death or something. And he's like, no, I like the idea of somebody who just like has an obsession with death and then crafts their magic around this and uses like the power of death as like a tool, not so much like raising an army. And I was like, you got it, no problem. His ultimate goal for his character is to figure out how to cheat death by turning himself undead, but still while retaining control of his body like a lich, so that way he can live forever and not die like everybody else. That's because one of the features he gets later on is he gets a homunculus, which will be a creature that, like an animal corpse, that he can then regraft and change and start experimenting with his necrotic experiments. Because it has to start slow. You know, they're level 1. I can't give him like a million abilities and a million different things. So it's just to get the idea that his character has the influence over death. And then, yeah, he'll get the ability to rearrange body parts on like this homunculus to do different tasks, and then eventually get the ability to rearrange his own body parts to perform different tasks. And become like a fleshomancer.
You hear loud footsteps.
But that's like way down the road. It's like way down the road. Because again, level 1 characters, so I gotta make sure it fits. Oh, lever. What else do I have? I wrote them all. One, I couldn't think of a better name, so it felt better. Also, because I asked one of the questions I asked my players was very pointed and very specific. After asking them, like, who are you? You know, how old are you? Where did you grow up? Do you have a connection with your family? Have you died? All these other things about your character. Because I gave them this huge, like, 30-page Google Doc about the world, so they could read into it and understand it a little bit better. And then I was like, okay, have you done all that stuff? And then they were like, yeah, gave me all the information. And my last question was like, okay, so now you're at the bar, okay? And you have a few beers, and this thing just wrecked my shit. Don't notice I'm here. Don't notice. I'm probably gonna die the second I get up, but I might be able to kill this. I'm just gonna mash until I get it. But one of the questions I asked specifically was, oh, nice. Go alchemist, nice. I'm alive, nice. Was okay. So you got out of the bar, you had a couple beers, and you're stumbling home, and you turn into like an alley, and then in the alley, boom, dude jumps out in front of you with a knife, and it's like, yo, give me all your money. And so you think to yourself, oh, I don't want to deal with this. So you turn around, but oh no, the alleyway has been blocked off by another dude with another knife, going, yeah, man, give us all your money. And so I was like, so how do you handle that situation? You know, you got to fight this. Imagine, like, close your eyes and imagine you're like an anime character right now. What does your character do to fight? And the first three of my players that I talked to about their characters, all were like, yeah, I would use like my magic and I would do this. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm like, so would your character like pull a knife on them or like have a weapon of some kind or whatever? And they were like, no. My character like is not really a weapon user, like a melee combatant. They probably would, like, if they didn't have to, they would like never hold a weapon in their hand. And the first person saying that, I was like, oh, okay, cool. Sounds good. Like, full magic. I love that. The second person was like, yeah, I would do that. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Full magic. That sounds good. And the third person was like, yeah, I would never use a weapon. It's like, okay, full magic. That's good. I'm so dead. I'm bleeding. I live. And so that was interesting. And then, so I talked to then my fourth player, and they were like, oh yeah, I want to be like a master swords person and just like have like and go sword fight people. So I would chop them up, and I'm like, oh, thank God. It's like I don't know what I would have to do if all of a sudden that was like I wanted to make treasure and I wanted to put a weapon and none of my players use weapons. I was like, oh no, what do I do? But no, I'm not undead, not yet. Oh, nice. We've got him. Nice. Okay. Cerulean Hills. Ugh. But yeah, so I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, so the idea is it's basically like Necromancer, so you have like a whole like spell list and necromancy stuff, and then later on he gets more focused on like the rearranging and restitching of body parts and turning things undead and what have you. But the big element is like souls, and like how if you only people that can be resurrected, or the only people that can be resurrected are people who have like a quote unquote like a soul, and so his character focuses on that element of it, of like, you know, the idea that they using the fact that people have souls to gather their own like power and to power their abilities and what have you, and basically steal the souls from others and use it for their own game, which is very Necromancer in my opinion, but you may disagree. The cap for this group is 5. If you go above level 5, please leave the party. I don't know what level people are at, but I just don't want that to happen. All right. I'm going to quickly jump up and go to the washroom, and then I want to talk about my other 2 characters, because I had a lot of fun writing this stuff, and I'm excited to share it, and it's cool. And as I said, I'll probably just post this stuff in the Discord when I get the chance, because I think it's cool and interesting.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Let's go.
Let's go. What's up, Sumikamaru? How are you doing? Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate this work. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Big question that I'm going to answer now. Next is where there's smoke. Yeah, I just jumped back into the seat because I was so I'm gonna go 3s and we go smoke. I should probably use the auto thing, so I'll do that after this. What's up, Kentos? How you doing? Question for the room. I'm trying to get back to the game after 8 years away. Is Stream's Alchemist build a good place to learn the game and catch up what you missed? The Alchemist that I posted like a couple weeks ago is great. And also, they just buffed it in the last patch. So it's way stronger. So, like, that's cool. Alchemist, one of the best classes in the game. What's that? They buffed it? Awesome. Yeah. So I'm doing pretty good. Kentos, how are you? Freaking cold. Ooh, yeah, it gets cold here. I'm not gonna lie, I slept in this sweater because I was cold at night. And it was really cozy.
To the west.
It was a good decision. Okay, so the other two classes I wrote. So I'll talk about the sword character because I think that's kind of more interesting because all the other characters were like magic users. So the person who wanted to play like a sword user, a melee, if you will, they like the idea of using a sword, but after talking to everybody else, so the person that's playing the sword character, it's their first time ever playing any type of Dungeons and Dragons ever, and so it's a little bit of an advanced game for them to get started with because you know it's like custom character classes and all this other stuff. So I work with them a lot to make sure I got an idea that they wanted. So in my game, one of the races that you can choose to play as are rat folk. So like basically were-rats, but they're just rats all the time. And so I thought, because I don't know, it's just part of it. It's part of the world. I don't really need to explain it, but yeah, you can play as one. And so they said they wanted to make a character that was based around, or like had some similarities to this like sword fighting mouse or something from the Chronicles of Narnia series of book and film. Now, I don't know anything about this because I don't read no books and I did not watch the movies when they came out. But I was like, okay, that sounds kind of cool. And so they're like a rat Reaper-Cheap, that's the one. Yeah. And so they're like a rat swords person. Which is cool. It's fine. Like I'm excited. I was excited about the person. But I wanted them to like have a, based on the descriptions of everyone else's characters, of like, you know, there's like, I'm like sitting there and I'm like, okay, there's like psychic fish, there's like super necromancer, there's all this other stuff, and I'm like, sword fighter might be just a little tame for the general gist of what, I just didn't want them to sit down at the table and like their turn is attack and everyone else's turn is like mind crush, you know what I mean? So I'm like, I want to make sure it feels comparable. So we talked it over, and they decided that they would be like from a house, or like a well-trained like sword fighting family or whatever. And so they have 3 brothers and sisters that all have swords based around, or like they all have combat skills based around the elements of like day and night. And so they're like the idea of like rising with the sun and fire and stuff. And so their class is the Dawnblade, which I'm aware is the name of a class in Destiny 2, but it fit because then they have a brother who is a Nightblade and a sister who is a Twilight Blade, which is like the space in between. And it fits, so they're like a whole family. Anyway, the way it works, the way the character works, so the psionic character has power points. So they get power points, and then at the beginning of the day, and then as they cast their psychic abilities, they spend their points. It's just like a mana system. The necromancer has the soul system, where as they deal damage with their spells and abilities, they then acquire the stat soul, or they gain soul based on how much damage they dealt, and then you can spend that. So it's like a builder-spender system. The other character that I haven't mentioned also has a sort of builder-spender adjacent system, but it's a little bit different. And so I wanted this character to have no resource management in terms of that, because it's just easier. I want it to be easier to understand. And so her character is, as I said, it's the it's like this Dawnblade thing. And the way it works is that the character has two modes. They have basically a hot and a cold.
Other PowerPoints to put enemies to sleep after looking at 10 slides.
They made exactly the same joke.
A dusty caravan blocks the road to the
Yeah,
west.
they made the same joke. So I'm glad you picked up on that joke. After I mentioned PowerPoint, they were like, "Oh, I get PowerPoints? Okay, so like I bore people to death." It's like, yeah, that's exactly it. Yep. Anyway, so the idea is that there's like a hot and cold mechanic, where the character is normally cold, or they are as they normally are, and then they can also basically heat up and let loose their inner fire and let that power up all of their attacks and their abilities. And so the way that you do that is basically there's like an attack. So if you are, by default, your character is cold and you just attack things and you have your weapons, you do whatever. But if they use one of their, they can basically use an attack where they make themselves, they like heat up, and then by being heated, all of their attacks change that they have. So like as a basic example, they have an ability called parry, where whenever they get attacked, they can use their reaction to reduce the damage they take from a physical attack. So like a weapon attack, you know, like a sword hit, by an amount of damage. So they can parry the sword hit and take less damage. But if they're hot, if they've already heated up by using one of their other abilities, then instead they can't parry sword hits anymore. Parry becomes Flame Shield, which instead reduces the amount of magic damage they take from a magical hit, where basically they raise a wall of flame that blocks magical damage. And changing between these two states has no cost other than the action cost of changing between the two states, but the action cost is an attack. So it just depends on where you want to be in any given moment. And so all of their abilities basically have two forms, the hot version and the cold version. And they have to decide, you know, whether they are going to be hot or cold in that moment. Additionally, while they're cold, all their weapons function normally. And what I mean by that is, like, if they have like a sword in their hand, then they do like sword damage or whatever. But while they're hot, their sword turns literally to fire and does fire damage. So if they had a different type of sword, or let's say they had a sword that did cold damage, when they become hot or they heat up, their sword then turns all to fire damage. So the cold becomes fire, the slashing becomes fire, it's all fire between the two. And so it's like a list of, so there's like a separation between the two things based on the decision you want to make in the moment. And I thought it was like a really neat idea. So, yeah.
Ahead is a small fountain.
And sometimes it's like passive effects as well. So one of them is like,
for you, these particular
there's like one of them which is a bonus action. So if they're cold, it's called Watchful Escape, where you can use your bonus action to leave in a combat without provoking an attack of opportunity. So basically you can disengage as a bonus action. But if they're heated up, then instead, that bonus action is now Burning Rush, where they can use their bonus action to move an extra 50% more movement during their turn. So it's like, but you have to be in the right state to do that as that bonus action. So you got to choose it ahead of time and be prepared for it. I don't know. I thought it was really cool. Oh, the home of memory. Or another one is like, yeah, there's like a passive where if you take it while you're cold, you just take less damage from, or 1 point less damage from every attack. But if you're hot, instead, you just have resistance to fire damage because you're already ablaze, as an example. Do I need a shrine for the final boss fight? Maybe. So stuff like that. I don't know. I thought it was a really cool mechanic. Cap T5 Greater Ruin, probably casting Greater Command, Santa Fe Wild worth considering.
When I am gone, go get the axe. There's a flea in Lizzie's ear, and a boy's best friend is his mother. Peeping through the knothole of Grandpa's wooden leg. Why do they build the shore so near the ocean? Who cut the sleeves out of dear old daddy's vest and dug up Fido's bones to build the sewer? A horsey stood around with his feet up on the ground. Who'll wind the clock when I am gone? Go get the axe, there's.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
What's
Thanks.
Giga good gamers? Punch, Giga.
Thanks for the resub, Canicus. That I learned a lot today. Also, what's up, Cruiser? Welcome both of you back to the stream team. I appreciate it. Canicus for 26 months. It's very, very kind. Cruiser for 38. Over 3 years, dude. Over 3 years. Never ending. It's crazy. Canicus, 26 months. Over 2 years. You guys really like this Stream Tom guy with this old Dungeons and Dragons stuff, eh? Oh. Bugs Bunny sings that song? Yeah, I'm a little old for Bugs Bunny. We didn't have that when I was a kid. That's a joke.
You've found what the initiate was sent to retrieve. The skull of an orc elder. Yet who was it that sent the
My two favorite abilities from the whole cold hot thing.
And why?
Is one is so some of the abilities can only just be used once per long rest. And one of them is while you're cold, it's called Steel Wall, where you raise your sword up in the air as an action and you protect your allies, increasing their armor class, which basically gives everyone within 30 feet of you the Shield of Faith spell for 1 minute. So for 1 minute, you and everyone around you gets access to the Shield of Faith spell for a minute. You have to concentrate
Maybe
on
it's
it.
time for a new 3-year badge so Cruiser can show off even more.
Oh, true. I actually wanted to make newer badges, but the art I put together, and Horse can attest to this because I was doing it with him, and the art I put together sucked, and I literally just deleted all of it. So there's that. Welcome back to Stream for 31 months. Appreciate the support. Having a fantastic day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Glad to have you here.
Is forbidden due to collapsed floor, dangerous terrain, and hostile creatures.
But yeah, so what was I talking about? Oh, I got distracted. But yeah, so the Steel Wall, you can like enchant yourself for a minute, which is cool. But the thing is, it has a different effect if you're hot than versus if you're cold. And so I had this set up in mind so that if you are cold, and you activate this Steel Wall, and then your character becomes hot, the ability just changes into the opposite, which is Radiant Blessing, which blesses everybody in the area, which increases their offense. And they interchangeable, so they swap back and forth. It keeps the duration, but it just changes the effect and what it does. You have to concentrate on it, so if you get hit and you lose concentration, you lose the whole thing. But I just thought it was like a neat idea where it's a buff that lasts for a duration, but depending on whether you're hot or cold, which you can change in your turn as an action that has no cost to it, it changes up how your character feels, and I thought that was kind of cool. Welcome. We're in heart of the problem. So there's that. So that one's pretty cool. And the other one, we don't have a fighter, and this is the most fighter-adjacent thing. And so one of them is, if you're cold, as a bonus action, you can use Action Boost, which lets you take another action. Or if you're hot, you get Reborn in Flame, where you heal for half your life. But you can only use once. Which is kind of sick. We're getting a patch to the game today? Damn. Or again? Tomorrow? Weird. Outside in the cold side cold. Like the Mick DLT. I don't know what a Mick DLT is, but yeah. Anyway, I thought it was kind of neato. So it's all about going between the two spaces and then choosing how you want to do it. Also, it looks cool. That's also an important part of it, where it's like the character just like gets more intense. Where like, yeah, they're like a cool sword fighter, but then they can also be like really intimidating because then all of a sudden like they just like burst into flames, and like, you want to fight? You want to go? I thought that was kind of cool. Thanks, which house? Your mom's house.
A nearby Caneth crystal hums with magical energy.
Which is in house
to a barrier
D.
that blocks the path forward. The barrier fades, and a wave of searing heat buffets your face.
I'll wait for you to get in.
Ancient magma brute lumbers about in the
we have
large
patch note?
chamber ahead.
Patch Newt? Well, I have to wait for people to get into this quest anyway. Here we go. Expired keys and ingredients are no longer auctionable. Wow. What a crazy idea. Belly of the Beast. The acid has been toned down. Yeah, the acid kills you. It is really bad on Reaper. This got fixed. This got fixed. Accolade of the Skin, tier 5 lower, now correctly grants necromancy. It didn't? Interesting. These actually have DCs. This was bad because Holy Command used to have no save. Now it has a save. So it's actually a nerf to Exalted Angel. Fixed Nikon and Tainted Scholar Tree. Okay. Range version of Artificer's Racking Shot now scales its damage. Buff for Growing Storm Tempest no longer mentions erroneously that you lose armor class. Oh, I thought it did that. Whirlwind attack actually says what it does. Monk attacks now deal damage. Fixed issue is Y typo for legendary Dreadkeeper tooltip. Arcane Drops was presented as a multi-selector by mistake. Interesting. Some minor bugs fixes, I guess. Oh yeah, you guys are getting murdered. I did not go that way. Actually, I'm getting murdered. Because I can't deal enough damage. Oh! Colors of the Queen! As 600 damage comes out. So good. So good. That was awesome. We're going to find that image of the DDO monk that I've been looking for a while. I don't know what the image of the DDO monk you've been looking for a while is, so I don't have an answer for you. I don't know how to answer that question. What image are you talking about? I'm trying not to sound obtuse. I can't reach into your mind and just like pull the image out of it. So I am confused. What he's been looking for? Oh, that image. Oh yeah. You guys know that drink I was thinking about? Is it that image? Oh yeah, that one you can't find anymore. I think unless somebody else has a copy, I think I might be the only person that has a copy. I could probably post it in the Discord if you wanted.
In search of something bright and loud. All you see when you enter is an old woman sitting alone.
Yeah, they do. Well, they had the golden hype train for a bit. Yeah, so if that's something you want, I can probably post that in the Discord.
The garden. The garden.
She gasps.
Anyway, so that's all I got there. So that's the sword fighter. Like I said, it's like it's a melee character, so it's all melee abilities. But then, like I said, the abilities change based on whether you're hot or cold. You're heating up, or I called it the two phases, heated up or cold steel, as the two different phases. And you can go between them with attacks. And yeah, it's like if you're cold steel, you can use slicing blow, which does less damage, but then the monster gets a save, and if they fail, they start bleeding, allowing you to deal more damage to them on successive hits. Versus Scorch, where you hit them to deal less damage, but if you succeed, they are now ablaze, and they they start taking fire damage at the beginning of each of their turns. As an example. So like, I just thought it was kind of cool to have like those selections and options and other stuff. And then the last character that I have, that I put together, the character class, was the Frozen Soul, which is a ice-based character, because they said they wanted to use magic, they wanted their character to be more supportive on the battlefield, and they said that if they wanted to hurt somebody, they didn't want to use a weapon at all. So I was like, well, okay, yeah, we could probably come up with something like that that fits into that idea. So
Lily's family turns
the Frozen Soul
to see their estranged daughter.
Casts spells, but they're like basic ice spells, and they don't get a lot of them. There's like basic spells, mostly all the ice and cold related ones and stuff like that. But the bigger deal is their ice powers, so you get to pick ice powers. Again, there's like 12 of them, and you only get like 5, so you don't get to have them all. You get to choose it based on the way your character is. And the way this character works is it also has a builder-spender sort of mechanic, but it's a lot simpler and easier to, or it's a little bit different. The way this one works is that every time you cast any of your frost abilities, or like your cold power, your ice powers, you generate frost, where your body becomes covered in frost. So like as you, if I use an ability, so like the basic one is Chilling Touch. It's basically just a cantrip, touch a foe and deal cold damage to them. So it's just a melee cantrip that deals damage. So if you use that, you generate frost, and as you get frost, it physically forms in your body. Like ice starts to form all over your hands and become more icy in nature, or in general. And then you have other abilities that cost your frost, so you can then spend it. Sort of like the power points, where it has like a certain cost to it. So one of them is like Howling Gale, where you breathe out cold air, and it does damage to people in a cone, but it requires you to have the frost. Right? But that's not all there is, because then you have not just things that cost frost, but just things that require frost. So you can have something that instead just requires you to be at a certain level of frost before you can get access to the ability, even though it doesn't necessarily have a cost. So which is to say, now your character is effectively like powered up. So you get a more powerful version of your Chilling Touch that does more damage when you have more frost, but you can only have that if you're not using the resource. So you got to actually think about both ways, whether you use it or you don't.
This otherwise tranquil chamber
and then the frost, like the character has like a bunch of different abilities. It can basically cast like mage armor for free, but ice. It's like ice armor. It can convert weapons to frost, so basically changing the entire weapon into ice, dealing cold damage instead of its regular damage type. Walking on water by making ice under their feet, but for themselves only. They can take the frost that they've accumulated and throw it at an ally, covering them in ice and being like temporary hit points that absorb damage. Stuff like that. Can they have a snowman pet? Not currently. So it's like a ice magic user sort of character. So it's all ice adjacent and ice oriented. And it'll get more complicated as it gets further. There'll be like a bit of like ice mixed in with some like cold necrotic, like ice and death. Also ice and probably like ice shards, ice spikes, other things. I don't know. I'm excited about it. It's been something that I just love the idea of taking concepts that exist and reworking them into a new fashion. And yeah. And it's just stuff that you can't really do. Also, all the character classes that I wrote all don't have a main stat, if that makes sense. So they kind of take the approach of the Epic Destinies, where it's a range of main stats that fit the character. And the reason why I did that is because I wanted my players to think about the roleplay opportunity first. Also, they can't multi-class, so it's not like it's going to be overpowered or anything, because they are playing their custom classes. So it's not like, oh, this thing works off of, you know, whatever it is. So, like, for example, this ice character, you can use either your wisdom or your charisma for the stat, because it's either you're looking within yourself and you're pulling the power from within, or you're imposing your power over cold. You're imposing your force of will over cold, which is why it would be one of the two. And then that can determine the role-playing element of the character. So if the person wants to play somebody who is more wise, they can do that. If they want to play somebody who's more charismatic, they can do that, and it can still fit in with the mesh of what the thing is. So I thought that was like a neat idea. But you can't do that in regular D&D because the min-maxing gets too good when multi-classing is involved. Also, it's called Chilling Touch. Chill Touch is that's an ability that exists. It's Chilling Touch. If I said Chill Touch, it's probably because I was just speaking quickly. Hello and welcome. I think I forgot to update the LFM, but we're on the captives.
Territory controlled by hostile
For the captives. Hello. We're on the captives. DDO as well. They're roughly the same. Yeah, because they are both using the cosmetics from Elden Ring. It's just the Carrion Knight set. Which is a good set. I'm not upset about it. I'm not like, oh, Carrion Knight bad. Go away. Hypnotism. There we go. Yeah. And then my last player, we're going to be meeting tomorrow to talk about it. To talk about what like they want to do with their character and what ideas they have, which I'm very excited about because I want to get that sorted. And then once I have all the information for everybody's characters, I understand their motivations, who they are, where they came from, what their goals are, what they're trying to do with their lives. Then I'm going to, you know, write together the intro, like the connective tissue, the story of like, well, this is how everything got started, and this is where we're going, and the beginning adventure. Because one of the things I find is the hardest in any D&D campaign is explaining why the players should hang out and go on adventures together. I find that part's always the hardest, because in a lot of cases, the players will play together because they know each other in real life, and so they're all sitting at the table, so they want to do that. But in some cases, it can be like, well, why would my character be hanging around with these jokers? You know what I mean? And so, wolves! Just out of nowhere. Why? Okay. Anyway, character's like, why would I be hanging around with these jokers? Especially if they're not, like, motivated to kind of work together, if that makes sense. Oh, heals? Why, thank you. What song am I listening to? I have no idea. That's a great question. Oh, my song is changing over in 2 seconds. I am currently listening to Wreck This Place by Hardheads. This is spelled with a Z, and Hardheads is also spelled with a Z. I've been listening to a lot of house music from the early to mid 2000s recently. I don't have a particularly good reason for it, other than the fact that I really love the sound of noise, and it's very satisfying. Wait, did you die? Oh no. How did this guy die? Oh, that's sad. His way into the group, which involved us having to wait in the tavern room to show up and then stealing from you. Amazing. Yeah, so I want to make sure everyone is on the same page. What I'm thinking of doing for the start is having a situation in which they get hired to do a job. And so, like, basically there's a posting, and they all take the posting separately, so they end up getting the chance to meet. And I'm going to do a Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, where they're going to go meet to do this job, whatever it is. I'm still not sure yet. But it turns out that they were actually being lied to, and the guy just has, like, a big monster that he has caged up, and he needs to feed it adventurers, because it needs to eat, like, I don't know, intelligent creep people or whatever. Something like that. I don't know. And so what happens, or what I'm thinking is going to happen, they get invited, and then this guy is like, oh, excuse me, I'm just going to... he's like, let me go get this thing. My assistant's going to help you out. And then the guy walks away, and it turns out the assistant was an illusion. And then, like, he's like, ha, 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 you fell for my trap, my devious trap. And then the big monster is going to come out and try to eat them. But it's going to, like, rampage around. And the floor is going to break because the building is, like, built on top of, like, an older structure or something. And the entire place is going to collapse in on itself into a cavern system. At which point, you know, the monster is going to die. It's going to hit the ground first and explode. And, you know, everyone else is going to land on top of the creature. So it, you know, crushed, or, what do you call that? Like, softens the fall. And also the other guy, the guy who owns the place, is also going to be dead. And so now they're just stuck in this cave system. And they have to basically just, like, fight their way out, effectively. So they'll be stuck for, like, you know, maybe like 2 or 3 days in this cave system, trying to work their way out of it. Housekeeping. Also, take care. Thanks for coming. But yeah, they're going to be like working their way through it, and they have to get out of the cave system, which is where they'll bond and get to know each other. And then after everybody gets to know each other, they'll be like, you know what? You guys, we make a good team. Let's take on another job, and hopefully it'll go better. and then they'll like have a reason to stay together. That's what I'm hoping will work. But I don't know if that is a good strategy. Alright. Housekeeping. Housekeeping. I can't do this quest. Also, I wasn't reading chat. What are we doing? Because you guys are just telling each other. What? My friends, we would probably end up killing each other in the cave. I mean, that's also possible. They could end up killing each other in the cave. But yeah, I don't know.
Which way is down again?
Oh, I'm also not doing alignment in my campaign either, because alignment serves no purpose in 5e, and I don't even know why it's in the game. At first, I was like, huh, why is there no alignment in Baldur's Gate 3? Because you can't choose one? And I was like, oh yeah, because there's nothing to do. Like, they didn't, it's not a mechanic. Other than the fact that you can choose it, it's not really a mechanic. So I'm like, yeah, you don't have to pick an alignment. Just do whatever you want. I don't care.
Just what we needed. What luck?
Because alignment doesn't mean anything in 5.
Agnes.
Says another.
Luck had nothing to do with
Do you have the new Revels cosmetics by accident? No, I don't.
One set for us, another for our patron.
Oh, silver roll? Sure, I can put up a silver roll if you want.
Says Beatrice.
Not a problem with me.
We get to eat them this time.
I don't actually have a conceptual issue with them wanting to not have the alignment, because alignment can be pretty restriction in terms of like character building, because also the problem with alignment is the same thing that happens everywhere, is that one person can do something that is seen as evil by another person, but they believe they are good, so are they good or evil? That's a great question, the relativism of it.
Oh, look, more flies stuck in the jam.
And so you can run into a lot of those problems.
There
we go, let's go to T.
Bad.
I'm okay with it in terms of like trying to define a specific character trait, or basically as a restriction for multi-classing. That's one of the reasons why I'm okay with alignment generally. If it's used as a restriction for multi-classing, then that's fine. It's saying like you can't mix this and this because they're too juxtaposed or something like that. But in 5 they just didn't do any of that, so it doesn't really matter.
How could I?
Lily demands, obviously upset.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, a lot of people don't like alignment that much.
I don't know what your problem is, but I'd appreciate it if you didn't turn my nice little dream into a nightmare.
How's Lily?
And please stop
I don't do any
beating up my
damage.
family members.
But yeah, so that is an issue I have, or a personal gripe with like alignment system in 5e. But like, it's fine. It's not like the game is worse because they don't have a robust concept of alignment in the game. Because a lot of people have issues with alignment in D&D, so it is what it is. So yeah. Are they being useless? Yeah. Make a video about the new raid circuits? I heard it was solved, no idea. Oh, there's an NPC. It's really straightforward. There's just an NPC in Moorgrave you talk to, like in town, and you just have to talk to him on 14 separate days without reincarnating. You can do it on any character you want, and then you get a pair of goggles that's bound to account, and then that's it. And then you use the goggles to see a secret chest and a couple adventures to get some items. Yeah. I don't know the name of the NPC or where it is, but I'm sure you can find that information somewhere.
Enough!
Lily cries out in a harsh voice.
I will not.
I still haven't started doing it.
Destroy the remains of Lily's
I might eventually. I don't know.
You will die here. It's for the best.
To upgrade, I have to do it to upgrade my weapon, so I should do it eventually, but I don't care. So yeah. Steps Oblis, the weapon trader. There you go. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't want to do a mechanic that makes me work 14 days. I find it boring. I literally just get bored. I don't care.
Why do you feel more real than the rest of us?
If gatekeepers are supposed
It does not need to be consecutive. It just has to be 14 different days. You get spike growth at level 5. So at level 5, you get the 2 spike growth upgrades, and then you cast spike growth, and you blow everything up.
Don't worry. This ritual will protect us from gatekeepers.
Yeah, spike growth good.
For some time. You'll get your fill when it's done.
Yeah, spike growth is amazing. Yeah, you also get that one, which I forgot about. The spike blast burst thing, but yeah. Actually, that is a great question. I'm going to farm this out to you guys. If you've played in a D&D campaign before, where you had to have a reason for all of your party members to stick together and work together, what convoluted reason did your dungeon master come up with to make it so everyone's going to work together? You guys are going to be on the same page.
Cries Beatrice.
I've got you, sister.
Replies Cadence.
Alas, I am undone.
Is only my or their increase amount of Reaper in quest? No, this is the same amount of
Cadence
Reapers.
bemoans her own demise as she flops to
It's
the
just
ground
probability.
and turns to dust. Agnes collapses, groaning.
You got me.
Then she poofs into a cloud of
Get to
dust.
backstories? Yeah.
Will you hurry up? We're on a schedule.
Cadence
Then
reappears
me forcing
on,
on
the
them.
tree stump, then disappears just as suddenly.
Okay, taking 5, and then taking a minute to
Beatrice announces
re-gear.
with a distinct lack of
There's
enthusiasm.
right intertwining
as she falls
backstories.
over and scatters into dust.
Yeah, it's all just probability. I haven't noticed an increase in Reapers. It's been about the same. Cook dinner every session. Amazing. Okay, so I'm 5, so I get Empower, I guess, because I'm going to get another spell-like ability later. I don't really get another spell-like ability for a while. So I could take Enchantment, but I'll take Empower for now. Oh, I need Extend. That's what I need. I probably need Empower and Extend, now that I think about it. So we'll figure that out. Zidane, I just said they don't need that, except there could always be one person that could be introduced to the group. That could also work. Try to weave their story together. Okay. And they're all marked by magic. You need to understand why they were marked and they had a bounty on their heads. I'm trying to avoid the whole, like, either they need to save the world or they have some, like, conjoined problem at the base, at the outset. I'm trying to make it as not contrived as possible, but where it's like, yes, now Kith, you are together. But I've done that before, Teleforce. I have done that one. Be nice coming up with backstories to get people working together. Okay, good. I will do that. Can you epic reincarnate? Is also clears a secret thing? I have no clue. Just do it on an alt. Just pick another character. Use creatures from other base shrine gear wherever is level 29. Is it 30? It should be 29. Did you put an augment in it that is level 30? It's a level 29 item, so you probably put an augment into it. That would be my best guess. You're welcome. I can get kinetic lore, I guess. Dragon scale bracers, it saves me mana. That's cool. Leaf mail, I can't use yet, but I would like to. Okay, Cloak of Spring, Cloak of Winter. Direbear Belt is good because it gives me a bunch of stats, so I like that. Robe of Autumn Winds is good because it gives me a bunch of damage. Dead Ringers is good because it gives me a bunch of stats. Winter Court Necklace, I have 2 of these, and they are the same, so one of these is getting deleted. Congratulations, you're gone! The other one's going into hand. The Prince's Scepter and the Queen's Scepter. Honestly, I'm just dual wielding these because there's nothing better than this, so we're just going to dual wield these. Thank you, because I don't need this orb anymore. Ring of Summer's Heat is pretty good. I do like that. So I just need spell damage. I have Fire, Cold, Light, Force. That's good. I have another pair of Dead Ringers. So I don't need 2 pairs, so I can delete this. I think I will take that cold cloak. The Cloak of Winter. It's pretty good. And I don't have a negative item, eh? I don't have a negative item. Crown of Fireflies, Crown of Leaves. I guess I can wear this. It's not terrible. And stuff I'm waiting for is like the Steel Weave Shin Guards for 6 are pretty good. Memories of Kindness for 6 are also very good. Yeah, and then a bunch of stuff at 7. I don't think I have anything else crazy here. Let's go 2. Okay, I think that's everything I got. Actually, this Halloween I'm running a Stride mini shot where one session I'm actually running invitation dinner where I cook 3-course meal. That's Barovia themed. That's great. I love this idea. Fate, I'm going to put this on my other monitor. Thank you. Where whoever shows up responded to a random poster they saw. Adventurers need jobs. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's like guards for a city. Okay. Yeah, difficulty 4 is good. I think difficulty 4 is the proper difficulty to play on. If you've played the game before, you should play on difficulty 4. Shared traumatic experience to form bonds out of. Well, that's what I was thinking of, putting them in the shared traumatic experience. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell them that the way that their story is going to start is that their story will be something along the lines of, you know, they've all been down in the luck for like the past month or so, where they've been trying to do things or, you know, maybe trying to do things on their own. And they've decided that maybe it's time to like try relying on someone else or become part of a team. So they take a job where they know they're going to be working with other people. And then the job goes awry, causing them to be locked in a cave for 2 days. But they all make it out together and they go, you know what? This is actually way better. I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do, but we'll see. Sorry, characters didn't know each other, but banded together to stop the wizard responsible. Excellent. That's the storyline of Baldur's Gate 2. That's literally word for word the story of Baldur's Gate 2. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Horse, for your insight. Okay, I think we're good. I think I got everything I need. Constitution item. Do I need Constitution in the video game? I don't think so. Constitution seems unimportant. Also, I think I have the Dire Bear belt. That says Constitution, doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't? Oh, shit. I don't know. Everything seems fine. I'm not worried. Okay. So we're good. So that's done. So let's do some STK and Shag's Helm. So Sacred Helm first. So let's go do the Sacred Helm. Sacred Helm. Let's do that. You guys act like I don't notice the absolute desire for the silver roll. Trust me, I'm aware that it's there. I'm just like intentionally ignoring you because it's really fun. You know what's even more fun than that? Time for the silver roll, everybody. Holy guacamole, we got points in, we got points out. Who's gonna win? It's gonna be you, it's not gonna be me because I roll poorly. Let's go silver roll. Ooh, 63. 63. 63. Well, that's a coast of the 1 to 69 crowd, eh? Good old gambling. Good for you, you know? I mean, I do love the gambling. It is the fun, so I like it. We'll throw jump in here. We'll get fireball, I think. And acid blast, I guess, because acid blast is pretty good and fireball's pretty good. All right. Mm-hmm. There you go. Get those flasks. Get those flasks. Welcome. Oh, yo, we got a robot in our party? I can heal robots. Sick. I have repair. I took not only repair, but also, like, the spells. So I can heal this guy. I have 127 repair magic. Let's go. And I can heal me, too. Choose the poor rolling? Yeah, that's because I roll poorly almost every single time. I am pinged. Aha, perfect. Thank you. What is this Fate character creation? I'm going to quickly browse over this. When creating your character aspects, come up with your character's high concept and trouble aspects. Name your character. Describe your character's first adventure. Describe how you've crossed paths with 2 other characters. Write down one aspect of each of these experiences. Pick and rate your skills. Pick or invent 3 to 5 stunts. Fate points. Determine how much of a beating your character can take. Check. That's an interesting idea. I see where that's kind of going. I like the way you can choose how you've interacted with other players before. What overlay am I using? Oh, on Twitch here? I actually don't know the name of the thing. It was from a pack that I bought a while ago. Unless you're talking about, like, what do you mean? What does overlay mean? Well, actually, I'll just ask this, because I'm not sure what you mean by overlay for DDO. Do you mean my user interface here? You can type in !UI and you'll get access to it. It is a UI mod by Tormented Gothic Princess. Yeah, the UI mod. Yeah, I gotcha. Sorry, sometimes I do the thing where, like, I'm used to something being called something, so when I hear somebody call it something else, I'm like, what are you talking about? So the overlay really threw me for a loop, as it were. So never have to bank levels? Yes. This is a bit better as describing how to do the story part. Ah, okay, perfect. Yo, this guy's not fighting any of the monsters. Like, literally, I am in no capacity joking. It has occurred to me that I can kind of just use, like, maximized fireball. It's going to be pretty good. No fortification. Time to delete this character and start over. Well, I get the fortification when I change over, and I'm using just Fox's cunning potions for intelligence. I actually don't know what gives you intelligence anyway. See, it's stuff like this where, like, I don't even know why this, like, the person in my group, why they're even playing DDO right now. I, like, just don't get it. Like, what's the point of even playing the game if you're literally just going to walk past every single monster in the entire game? Run by mobs? Yeah, I don't understand. Anyway. Gotcha. Anyway, where are you at? Where's Cruiser Zero? I'm going to show you how to do this skip. Check this out. Where are you going? Well, okay, I can't help you. Good luck. I'm doing the skip. See ya. You just jump over this wall, by the way. You need the jump spell, but you're good. I hope you took the jump spell, which you should have it. If you got it, you're set, and you can get right over that wall. What happens if he tries to kill them? Yeah, but, like, I can cure, I can heal, and do all sorts of stuff. You don't have the jump spell? Yeah, it's probably the best level 1 spell you get on Druid. That and Thorn Strike. Make an all skips where you just showcase how to skip things. Yeah, the problem with making an all skip video is that it would take fucking 100 million years to do. Yeah, it literally saves you like a couple minutes on this quest. That's okay, I'm almost done the adventure.
This foul altar reeks
Woo.
with the smell of rancid.
Yeah, that's good. Let's just get rid of this. Still learn things every time? Yeah. Like, so the issue is, like, I'm an idiot, and I have no memory for anything. So making a big skips video means I have to remember all the skips, then put them together in a video, which means basically going all over DDO. And there's like minor optimizations you can make in basically every single quest. So it's the type of content that if I had an editor, I'd be like, hey, editor, take all these skips together and put it together and do a thing. But I'm too stupid to think of all the things I need to do. What the hell is the quest called? I don't even know. I can't remember the name of the quest. No, fuck, I'm in the water. Fuck. I just want to put up the LFM. I just want to put up the LFM. Why there's so many threes? What is this? Who did this? God, I can't remember the name of the quest. It's my fault, but Jesus Christ. Why is there so many? So yeah. Yeah, the other thing is also I don't know what people don't know. That's also the harder part. Where it's like, yo, check out this cool skip. But like, I'll just do something or I'll play in a certain way. And then someone will be like, oh, how'd you do that? And I can't even describe it because I just do it. It's just inherent. It's just a part of the experience.
Wayfinder Dale's simple directional marking on the wall. Dale's markings issue the warning. Kobolds ahead.
Remind you to clip it? Yeah, assuming that I do that. Dodge and light armor doesn't raise to 23 with the thing that raises dodge cap. So dodge cap is separate. It's a separate statistic. So go to the plus tab, go to avoidance defenses. Oh, and you can see your bonus to maximum dodge. The dodge cap is 25. So you can't go higher than 25. To get higher than 25, you need to increase the dodge cap. Yeah, spike growth is amazing. Might be better than a smash? I don't know. Fantastic sounding build. I mean, to be fair, I did write that build. So if you're like, I don't want to play the cringe stream build, I don't know what to tell you, man. You're gonna be cringing a lot. He perfected it. Yeah, I could. Yeah, yeah, okay, we could say that. It was Cruiser's idea to start. He was the one who said, yeah, I want to be a fighter who casts. And it's not necessarily terrible. Yoink. See ya.
As the rune hums to life, you hear the grinding of several large gears.
Yeah, whereas current caster fighter, hey man, you can run it in Reaper mode in Hardcore League, which is kind of safe.
Chill passes through your body.
It works. But yeah, so the thing you have to remember, Dewitchy, is that maximum dodge and maximum dex are two separate stats, but they're related to each other. So your maximum dexterity bonus is the total amount of dodge and dex you can have based on your armor. Your maximum dodge is the amount of dodge you can have if you're wearing nothing. And you take whichever number is lower. So what I mean by that is that if you have a maximum dexterity bonus of 20 and a maximum dodge of 25, max dex is 20, which is lower than 25. So therefore, by using your armor... hey, can I join? Yeah, of course you can join. No, because you are in a party. I tried to invite, and it said you are in a party. So it's the game goes off of whichever is lower. Also, this says Kobold's Den Clan Gnashtooth, which is completely wrong, and also not what I chose. Welcome on SDK1. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, Alchemist good. welcome. On SDK1. Get it? Yeah, don't worry. DDO's mechanics and layering is not helped by the fact that a lot of the description is missing, where there's like nowhere in the game that really explains to you those differences. You kind of just have to like look at the numbers and notice that your dex is, or your dodge is capped out by your max dex, and be like, oh. I don't think anywhere in game it actually tells you that max dodge is 25. Does it tell you that anywhere? Because that is what it is. I just kind of take that knowledge for granted that I already have it. I don't know if it tells you that anywhere. Is it in the plus tab? No, it's the bonus to max dodge is in the plus tab.
There's a flooded section of cave up ahead.
Which is part of the equation.
You hear the sound of heavy footsteps rushing toward you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're all in. Let's go. Because you need to use the heal stuff? Yeah. Well, low levels versus undead, it can be. It depends on the undead. Like, skeletons, yes. But for, like, zombies and stuff, you just, like, hit them anyway. Because they just take full damage. Same with, like, whites and what have you. They take full amount. Oh, does it? No, it doesn't. It says max dodge chance 27. But that's because I'm not wearing armor. I feel like, yeah, you can infer it if you don't wear armor, and then you look at your max dodge chance.
Whites? Like laundry?
Yeah, white like laundry. Exactly. Oh no, it's the spike growth! Yeah, spike growth is so good. I think would be good in the game. So I'm not much of a barbarian player. That's the hard part. So like, you know, if I had to think of a barbarian archetype, thinking of like pen and paper, you know, the Pathfinder Blood Rager is kind of cool, where the idea that it's like half sorcerer, half barbarian is interesting. So that's kind of a neato concept. Then, of course, you have your more, like, shaman-adjacent barbarian sort of thing, where you have, like, barbarian who focuses more on the primal aspect, like your 5th edition, what's it, Bestial Heart Barbarian? Something like that could also be kind of interesting, where you take on the traits of an animal of your choosing, or a series of animals of your choosing. So that could also be neat. I just don't really think about barbarian. I also like the idea of, like, a barbarian having like a cold burn, being more machine-like. So like having a barbarian who is like less emotional and more focused on like, I don't know, the task at hand. So as opposed to it being like a rage where you get incredibly angry, it's more of like a seething burn. Yeah, like Terminator, exactly. But barbarian. Pick a starting class in every level. Choose to train one time in each. You can only multi-class 3 characters in 3 classes in this game. So you will stop being able to do that pretty quick. I don't know what a Dex Barb looks like. Wild Magic Barbarian? So what does that mean? What does Wild Magic Barbarian mean? Maybe I'm like confused, but I don't know what that is. Throw Barb? Is it Dex? Isn't it Strength? Isn't it throwing things as hard as you can? I thought that's what Throw Barb was. That's Tavern Brawler? Wait, do you have more dexterity than strength in D2? Wild Magic Barbarian. Path of Wild Magic. Wild Surge. Enter your rage roll in the table to determine an effect. Interesting. The problem I have with a wild magic is that RNG isn't fun for the majority of players. Like, every single time you die or lose in a raid because your wild magic went off and it did something bad, you're going to want to uninstall the game. And it's all these people who want, like, the crazy RNG. We're like, I want the crazy RNG. I want my character to kill itself for fun. It's like, I don't know, dude. Or even if you're like, oh, no, it wouldn't have any negative effects. It would be just different type of positive effects. It's like, oh, okay, no problem. Perfect. Sounds good. There's just a, 1 in 4 chance that the effect that I get is useless. It doesn't do anything for my character. Yeah, now we're talking. Right, it's the same reason why Scion of Limbo. Scion of Limbo is just bad. Because you can't... It's not that the effects are bad. Each effect on Scion of Limbo is actually really powerful. The problem is you just can't choose when you want it. So, like, if it's DPS phase on the boss, let's say, the Forge Wraith boss comes back up, and it's DPS phase, it's time to go through and kill the Forge Wraith as fast as you can. Well, sorry, your Scion of Limbo gave you plus determination bonus to all saving throws. It could have given you 40 melee power, but it didn't. Oh, and now you're dying and getting killed? Oh, sorry, now you don't have the saving throws. Whoopsie. So you kind of have to gear around the idea that all of the effects are not happening because of the RNG and go from there, which is just, again, not like the best design. And then you might be like, and as you said, well, then don't take it if you don't find that idea interesting. Well, I just don't want the developers to waste dev time on making something that's inherently bad for the purpose of being bad and not fun for the majority of the player base. Like, the idea of making something that happens to be bad because of the other tools in the sandbox or because of something like that, sure, that's fine. That's going to happen. They're not always going to hit the mark. Something that could be buffed is whatever. But again, something that has to mathematically be awful, I don't really like the idea of having in the game. Or, like, wasting dev time on it. I don't like the idea of SSG devs wasting dev time on a game or mechanic that has to be bad. It can't be good. It can't be good. And you might be like, well, why can't it be good? Just make the effects really powerful. Because if it's good and it's the best thing... Oh. Percy is too low level. So we can't enter next part. So I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. But like, if it's too good, but it's RNG, so you have the good effect, which is really, really good, and then you have the second effect after that, which is not that, so like, the second effect, which isn't as good, now it's RNG, so you're either going to have the good effect and feel really happy about it, or you're not going to have the good effect and feel very bad about it. As somebody who played the Warden in the Lord of the Rings Online, it was very frustrating to have the experience where you would do a dungeon rotation or damage rotation, and your variance was up to 40% based on whether you got good RNG or bad RNG based on your attacks. And that was, like, infuriating. Because sometimes you just didn't do any damage because you just got bad RNG, and it was, like, really, really bad. And that's basically what you're asking for, is you're like, oh, just make this thing that... And you might be like, oh, well, then why did you play it? Because it was when you got good RNG, it was the best thing. And so it's just really annoying, where you'd sometimes parse, and or not even parse, you're, like, fighting the boss, and you can't get through a phase because your damage is too low. Whereas other times, it's, like, really easy. The good RNG and avoid the bad RNG? Yeah. Crush double strikes also RNG? Yeah, of course they do. Of course they're RNG. I'm not saying you can't have any RNG. I'm saying having the more layers of RNG you get, the worse it gets, because you can't predict your outcomes. So what I mean is, like, double strike is kind of RNG, except at endgame where you have nearly 100%. And crit chance is kind of RNG, but, like, you know, you're not attacking slowly where you hit a monster 3 times and you're hoping to get the good proc. You attack 4-ish times per second on most characters. So in 5 seconds, you're attacking somewhere around 20 times. You're good. Your RNG is going to average out really quick. But having a thing where you activate your rage and it gives you an effect, so you have to activate rage, deactivate, activate, deactivate, activate, deactivate, activate, deactivate until you get the good one, and then once you get the good one, it only has a limited duration. What do you do when you run out of rages and you didn't get the good one? Like, that's just kind of disappointing. There ain't nothing you can do about that. Again, I am not saying that you can't have any... Oh, he's dead. I can't help. Again, it's not saying you can't have RNG in video games. I just don't like it when there's RNG layers of RNG. Where you have a random chance to get a random chance to get a random chance. Right? Let's imagine that, like, one of the things is when you rage, you get extra double strike. Well, the problem is you're going to have close to 100% double strike anyway. So you don't really want that. So if that's one of the options, you don't want to have... if you get that, it basically doesn't do anything. And then you go, well, no. Because just have less double strikes. You can use it when you have it. Okay, well, you rage and you don't get the double strike option. So now your character is just doing way less damage. Because now you didn't get the double strike option, you got some other option, so you're just missing 20% or 30% double strike or whatever it is for no reason. And has, you know, you're stuck. We are in part 3. Alright, a bunch left. Oh, God. Oh, God. Updating LFMs. Anyway, I hope I've made my ideas clear. This also doesn't mean I think that SSG should always just straight up listen to me. If they want to add in just RNG on 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 RNG and make it not fun, then they can do that. That's entirely up to them. I just think it's not fun. Again, as someone who has played character classes and the game where there's been like lots of RNG... Run in on boss. Like I just don't like it. I don't like a lot of RNG in my characters. I like a little bit. I like a little bit of variance. Sometimes you get the big crits. Sometimes you get the big hits. Other things like that. But if my damage can sway by 40% between 2 different parses because of RNG, then that's unhealthy for the video game. And I don't know how you make a character that's based around RNG without having huge major swings that are impactful in your game. Because if you don't have major swings that are impactful in your game, you don't have a character that's even RNG related. You don't have this character that's wild magic, where it has like a bunch of different mechanics and different things that work. It has to be noticeable. Because if the effects aren't noticeable, then what's the point of even having them in the game? So I will rally against having this type of RNG. TP to a random place, you gain D6 on hit, D4 guard damage. Right. So again, here's like issues, right? So we'll just take it right here. We'll just take it word for word. Each creature you can see take a save or take necrotic damage and you gain temporary hit points. This is a one-time effect, and even if it was like huge bursts of damage, are you going to rage in combat to get this burst at the beginning of a fight? And for temp HP? Maybe, you already have that. Would you ever plan around this? No, probably not. You teleport. That doesn't work in DDO. An intangible spirit floats around you, and at the end of the turn, the spirit explodes in the creature, and you can move the thing. To your rage ends, you can use the effect again. This is just too complicated for DDO. Magic infuses a weapon of your choice until you're raging. Range 20 feet long in force. Sure, while raging, you get a magic weapon. Let's hope that you can use that magic weapon, because if you can't, it changes your attack pattern. Whenever a creature hits you with an attack before your rage ends, creature takes force damage. The magic lashes out. Again, this could be fine unless, oops, I'm a damage character and I'm doing any hard content. Effect useless. Completely useless. No value. Until your rage ends, you're surrounded by multicolored lights. You gain +1 armor class, and your allies gain the same bonus. Kind of cool. You could do a protective bonus. This is not a terrible idea. It wouldn't have to be armor classes to be a bad idea, but you can get a bonus. Flowers and vines go around you, and they cause difficult terrain. Again, in a lot of content, totally useless, because crowd control exists. You can just crowd control monsters. So slowing monsters nearby you doesn't serve any purpose, especially because if you're doing anything hard, that would be like it would actually have. If you're doing anything in low-level content, then monsters a little slower. I can see that maybe mattering more, but this would have no value in anything above like Reaper 1, basically. A bolt of light shoots in your chest and hits monsters and makes them take damage. You wouldn't be able to target this because you have to use it when you rage, and the radiant damage here, and it blinds monsters until the start of your next turn. It's just like a weak effect. Now, obviously, I'm looking at this from the context of a 5e effect and not like an actual endgame effect, but the problem is, like, 7 of these 8 abilities are completely... You can't convert them into DDO. It just doesn't work. On 3s. Swiped. Signet. But, like, they just don't function at all. Like, literally, they don't work. You can change numbers to 100 billion, and they're still bad. And that's the problem. It's not even, like, scaling. It's just function in-game. Right? Like guard damage, right? Even let's just say you add one of those as guard damage. Awful. Awful mechanic. Because if you're a tank, then if you get the guard damage, it's great. If you don't get the guard damage, you re-roll until you get the guard damage. And if you're not a tank, then you get guard damage, and you go, wow, this is useless. And you're upset that you got something that wasn't helpful for your character. So, like, the problem is you're going to always have a situation where you're going to get something that makes somebody angry. There's always a situation where you're going to get something that sucks. The inherent nature of wild magic is there's a chance you get something that is useless for your character. And that's why I don't like it. What if Scion of Limbo swapped every swing? It would be more RNG at least. Again, in a game like tabletop pen and paper, the wide variety of abilities you can get makes a little bit more sense because of the pace of the game. The game is just slower. So all of a sudden, if your game plan changes where you can now shoot out a laser beam every turn, well, now you can actually make a meaningful decision about how you want that to change your gameplay, because it's going to affect how you interact with the battlefield, because on your turn, you can plan to don't think about it with your allies. But this is a live action game. If all of us, like, now you have a button where you can select a zone and cast a spell for free, and you have this free spell cast, well, did you gear for it? What if it has a saving throw? What if it requires a certain stat? What if you don't have that stat? Does it not have a save? Does it stun without a save? Like, what does your effect do? Does it do blasting damage? In most cases, magical abilities that stack onto existing damage is kind of not usually very good. It's the reason why the tier 5 War Priest attack is useful, because it's a plus 30% damage cleave, and not because it adds light and fire damage. So light and fire damage, even with high scaling, is basically 0. Yeah. Sucks with the enhancement since you lose evasion for no real gain. No, it isn't. It's not saying it's the one core effect. Also, we're not talking about Dark Hunter. We're talking about wild magic. L-take. L-take. Just, I gotta throw this one out there. I think that huge false equivalency to say that compare Wild Surge to medium armor proficiency. That's insane to me. If your character doesn't have Wild Surge and RNG, we're not playing a wild magic barbarian. But if they decided that Dark Hunter wasn't going to have medium armor, it's not like it loses its identity. It can still be Dark Hunter. Dark Hunter has nothing to do with medium armor. They just decided it was going to have medium armor. The rage effects could be upgraded through enhancement. Again, I'm not disagreeing that, like, they could have a magical based barbarian. They could do, like, you know, magic surge or something. But the term wild surge is inherently based around complete and utter RNG. And complete and utter RNG is bad for the game. That's basically my problem with it, is that full RNG is usually bad. Like, yeah, if you're saying you want the idea of a barbarian who has, like, cool, unique magical effects that you can upgrade by level up or upgrade by enhancement tree, I'm with you. I think that sounds awesome. That sounds great. But we started this conversation with wild magic barbarian, and wild magic equals total RNG shitfest. That's what it is. That's what it is in pen and paper, too. That's the reason why wild magic characters are the things that people play for one-shot campaigns and not for their actual D&D characters. Again, it's not that it can't have a place and it can't do anything, but there's a heavy limitation. And I also apologize. I'm trying not to be antagonistic. I got really triggered by comparing Dark Hunter medium armor to wild magic. That just blows my mind. Yeah. But yeah, that was too much of a false equivalency for me, my man.
When the Quickfoot cries, "Tremble before the might
But yeah.
of Quinn."
Now, I will also say this again, as I said before. While my opinion is that I don't think SSG should waste their time on developing content like RNG garbage Barbarian, I also don't really care about Barbarian, so I'm not even mad about it either. If this SSG decided that they wanted to make a wild magic barbarian archetype and made it all RNG and it was no fun to play, I don't play barbarian anyway, so it doesn't matter to me. Other than the fact that they made an archetype that isn't for a class that I would want them to make an archetype for. Again, there's not me saying barbarian is bad either. Wait, what happened to Caster? Caster. I'll get you to the shrine in just a sec here. Caster. The magic user. He got you with the lightning. Again, I know that might be like controversial take where I'm like, I don't like wild magic, but again, I don't mind it in a pen and paper game where you can roleplay around the wild magic and it can give you that experience. But Dungeons & Dragons Online is a video game with numbers. And really number crunchy video games and game experiences, I just, you know, having experience with it, the RNG feels kind of bad. Thinking it's time for Catacomb. Like, imagine for a moment you had a wild magic barbarian. So let me do this scenario, right? Imagine you had the idea of a wild magic barbarian, and the idea behind it is that the character itself, it was sort of like you built a deck of effects. And then whenever you cast or use your rage, it would pull from the deck of effects that you wanted. So let's say there's 50 different effects you can get when you begin your rage, and you can narrow it down to as few as 5. So you're always going to get one of the effects that you want. You just don't know which one of the effects that you're going to get. Something like that. I could see something like that having some amount of value in the game in terms of being fun to play, because you have a lot more control over the RNG. So something like that could be a way that they could do it. Because let's say you were like, oh, you know, you've got like percentage damage increase, add damage to melee attack, something else, like a bunch of other effects. And you could be like, oh, I don't need the double strike one because I'm already capped on double strike. You could take that out of the pool as an example. So you couldn't get that. Wild Magic? I don't think Wild Magic Barbarian had that. I didn't read it. I didn't read that far. I only read Wild Surge, the first thing. Is that how it works in 5e? 5e Wild Magic Barbarian. Let me see here. Is Wild Surge bolstering magic? When you're impaled during a rage, magic your legend.
The markings near this lever, the rattle of a portcullis echoes from the passage behind you.
They do not have that effect. Just occur? You are very wrong. That is not an effect.
There are more signs of bloodshed in the north wing, along with something else. The
Oh,
fruit,
never mind.
the smell of
Oh yeah,
corruption
it can
grows
use the wild
strong.
magic table.
The dead here are days old.
Oh, never mind. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
Souls so isolated that
Oh,
their
never mind. No,
deaths
okay,
went
never mind. Actually,
unnoticed
Kirthlos, you are in
so
fact correct. Yeah.
long.
Sorry, I was wrong. I misread the section that Dorak just linked, where you can use the whole wild magic table when you take damage, and then if you roll on it, you can kill yourself. So yeah, I was wrong. Yeah. You're facing an enemy, the spike growth fails to cast? Yep. I gotcha. So just fighting many guys in the Eye of Sauron? Yeah. The Eye of Sauron, it gets complicated. Fortunately, you get corruption removal pretty early, but until you get your corruption removal, it's a rough one. You need time to get the corruption removal. But yeah. For me, personally, it will be very difficult to convince me that high RNG is good. Again, just because of experience playing MMORPGs where they have character classes that have really high RNG. If they're viable, it's the worst experience to play. Because you either win immediately or lose immediately, and it's very dissatisfying. This harkens me back to, I used to play this card game called the Hearthstone. And there were two cards I remember being in the game that were very, very, very staggeringly unfun. Because you either drew them in your opening hand or you didn't and lost the game. But they were so powerful that it had a huge impact on the game. One of them was a card called Prince Keleseth, where it was a 2-cost card. And the way it worked is if it was the only 2-cost card in your entire deck, then when you drew it and played it, it made all the cards in your entire deck more powerful. So if you had a deck that wanted to use that and you didn't draw it in your opening hand, your deck was just like really weak by comparison. And you would lose a lot of games. But if you drew it in your opening hand, you probably won, which is very not satisfying. And then another experience was also this card called Barnes. And what Barnes did is when you would play it, it would then summon a creature from your deck. So it would automatically basically draw a card and play it, sort of. It would make a copy of it, of a monster in your deck that had 1/1 stats, but it would have the effect of the card. So it would have like the minimum stats, but it would have the effect of whatever the card was. And so what you would do is you would hope that you drew Barnes by turn 4 when you could play it. And then if you did draw Barnes by turn 4, you also had to hope that you didn't draw the giant cards in your deck. And then you would play Barnes on 4, and it would make a copy of one of the cards, and one of the cards in your deck would play one of the other cards in your deck, because you would make a copy of Yasharaj, who would pull another card out of your deck and pull another giant card out, and you either won or lost on the spot. And the thing is, the odds of you both pulling the card and getting the right drop and not having, or like getting the right card off of like drawing Barnes and playing it and not having the right or getting the right monster from the Barnes and then getting the Yasharaj to pull out a second Yasharaj or another huge creature was low. That was not, you did not have high odds. So all of that added together was complicated, was like low odds. But if it happened, you won the game. And it was really dissatisfying to play against, because if somebody dropped the Barnes on the table and they got the 1 in 12, they just won the game on the spot. And so you're like, well, why did I even waste my time doing this thing? And so the game has fewer of those cards because they stopped designing around that, because having stuff that's really early that has a dramatic impact on the game that is not counterable is not as fun, especially when there's so much RNG involved. When you have a really, really high degree of randomness, and then it also is really, really powerful, or not powerful, it's just unsatisfying. I personally don't like it. I get why people can like it, and I totally understand that. So that's why I'm not saying you shouldn't tell SSG that that's what you want. If you like the idea of having that type of randomness, where sometimes you log in and you can't play the game because of how much RNG you're getting shafted by, but other times you play the game and it's really easy and you're blowing everything up because of the contrast in the RNG, then I would you know, everyone's in their rights. Advocate for yourself. Let SSG know that's what you want. I hate that. Having so much RNG that you effectively get locked out of the game state is not my preferred way of playing.
To meet you. Guillaume barely has time to scream.
The lag is enough RNG. It's a good way to think about it, yeah.
The symbol of the secret flame is engraved on the arch overhead. You must be near one of the secret compartments. A faint breeze ruffles the pages of the books.
Kind of bad RNG? Yeah. Oh yeah, spike growth. You have to get used to casting on people because you can't ground target spike growth for some reason. So the way that you use spike growth is you just run into monsters and then just cast spike growth without a target. That's how you use it. You just run in and cast without a target. So you're basically on top of the monsters when you spike growth them. So like this, I would go like boom and spike growth them as I jump over.
A new contest. Shadow comes to escape the light. It whispers.
Enough ways to be a whale in this game? Yeah. Trust me, I don't like that either.
Is scrawled in blood on the book spines here.
Now this is also, and again, all like in full fairness, I am looking at the perspective of adding like a RNG class, like a wild magic barbarian as an archetype, from the perspective as number one, somebody who's very biased and doesn't like high RNG in my games. So I don't like that, and I also assume that there would be high RNG or high variance with something like that. So that is something I'm assuming would be the case if they were to add that or were to incorporate that you would have something that would be very high RNG. And so that's on me for, you know, I don't have the imagination to imagine what a low stakes RNG version would look like that would be interesting enough for me to want to play. Like, I can't even imagine what that would be like. Don't like RNG? I didn't say I didn't like RNG.
Unearthly cries fill the tomb.
I don't like when games have too many layers of RNG that have too big of an impact on what happens. Having randomness as an element of your game is important so that each playthrough feels, you know, similar, so that it's not, you don't deviate too much from the general experience.
You hear scratching sounds from the central crypt.
From staking mode, it was removed by Cruiser for being too low quality.
The Emerald Gate is shut. You will have to find a plaque upon the floor. Read Ugare Dryden.
But yeah.
You hear a clatter from the hallway. The Emerald Gate is open.
Again, I don't think all forms of RNG are the same. I think there are different amounts of RNG. Again, to use something like Path of Exile as an example, you'll have RNG with like critical hits in Path of Exile because your critical hit chance will be different, but you can mitigate a lot of that RNG by like increasing your attack speed. You can choose to mitigate the RNG by saying like, oh, my character crits for a lot of damage and I only crit 1 out of 3 times. Well, if I increase my attack speed, I'm reducing the effect of RNG on my character because I get to attack more times per second, so therefore I have more instances of attacking, which means I have, you know, I get closer to the average faster. And stuff like that where you can mitigate the RNG feels better. Also, you can change your odds as well. Loot is 100% RNG. Well, yeah. It is RNG. Yeah, it is.
Gate is shut. You will have to find a way to raise it.
But you can also mitigate that. And also, again, talking about loot is not talking about character design. So, yes, something else that is unrelated to what I'm talking about is also based off of a random number generator. But it's not related to the conversation, so I don't think about it.
Shrill cries erupt from the still-sealed tomb of Gerard Dryden.
Anyway, I didn't realize I was so passionate about this.
You're here.
But, yeah, RNG, don't like it. Don't like it as much. It's why, before the Mariner released, I thought it would be really cool. So Mariner's the new class in Lord of the Rings Online. They have a skill called Rummage. And what it does is when you press the skill Rummage, your character goes through a bag and then pulls out a item. And then it's available for 10 seconds. And you can either use it or not. If you use it, so let's just say if you use Rummage and you get the throwing knife, then you can throw the knife to deal a bleed, and it will cause the damage over time, and then it'll put your Rummage on a long cooldown. Or you can choose not to use the knife and wait, and then eventually it'll go away, and you can press Rummage again right away. So you get to choose what you want to use. However, there's a lot of RNG. And I thought it was at first I thought it was feeling kind of bad, because I'm like, well, if you can't choose what you get, a lot of times you're just going to get something bad and you're not going to use it. But then I started to play around with it. And I had a small amount of fun, because I could press Rummage, and sometimes it would come up in a pinch, and I'd be like, ooh, I got the heal, and I could heal myself, and it would be kind of cool. And I thought that was interesting. And so while leveling and playing on the landscape, I was like, oh, this is a cool mechanic. But then I got to the level cap, and I went into a dungeon, and Rummage is useless. Because if you don't get what you want, you just wasted time pressing this button, activating this button to then get an effect that you can't use, and that took up one use of your skill. So if I get, one skill every 10 seconds, and I use one of those skills, on Rummage, I'm giving up on like 10% of my damage so I can press this Rummage ability that might not even do anything. Unless I hit the jackpot. And I realized, ooh, that doesn't feel very fun. So I stopped pressing Rummage entirely.
Upon the floor reads, herein lie with a shriek of rusty metal, the sunstone gates enclosing
So yeah,
Gerard's
again, I just don't like things that are really high RNG that impact gameplay directly. In the moment-to-moment gameplay. Again, things that are RNG focused are based around RNG. I don't mind as a general concept. It's not that I hate randomness in games, but on my I don't want my moment-to-moment gameplay being drowned by the RNG of the experience.
mounted above the gates to Gerard Dryden's tomb.
I want my moment-to-moment gameplay to feature some amounts of RNG, but that I can either mitigate it or I can enjoy around the RNG, or it changes my experience in a small way. Does that make sense? I don't know. I explained myself. I don't want to have this conversation anymore, so I'm moving on. I think we're all done. Do with your brother. We don't group ever. We use hirelings. He will play DPS. Play something a bit of tips. Can be tip of the spear and tank a bit. I don't know what tip of the spear means.
Signs show that a battle took place here recently.
This would be first life character. Oh, if you want to have like a pair of characters, a good option would be Enlightened Spirit Warlock combined with basically anything. That sounds interesting to your brother. Where you play Enlightened Spirit Warlock, which is a warlock that focuses on like defensive magic and area of effect and stuff. And can fully tank, but also deals a little bit damage in its own right, and has some crowd control and stuff. And then your brother can kind of play whatever you want, or whatever he wants, whatever sounds interesting. So if he wants to play like a fire character, like a fire sorcerer, or something else, he could do that. Or he could play like a Blightcaster druid, or he could play like a barbarian, or really kind of whatever. I think Enlightened Spirit is a good introductory sort of tank character, because you kind of just have to take the Intimidate skill and also put points in the Enlightened Spirit tree and then attack stuff, and it works really, really well. I don't remember the last time I did an Enlightened Spirit tank was, though. So I probably have a build. But yeah. Enlightened Spirit, tank Warlock. Very good. Oh, this has already been done. Whoa! Yeah, I think... So I have some old character builds. I think Voodoo Spices might be up to date. He's another DDO content creator. And his thing is Warlock tank, which is kind of cool. I don't know if his build is designed for First Life characters, though. So I'm not 100% sure. Let's do 0. I have no idea, Kentos. Literally no clue. We didn't do the Avenging Maiden. Oh, the lighting is really weird in here. Which one didn't we do? Was it mine? Did I not do mine? Oh, it might not have been mine. Whoops. Yeah, I've often complained about that. That heal spells can't actually be used to damage undead, basically, because they're too weak. Yeah, it was probably mine. Me smort.
You have vanquished the last of the undead. The way is now open. As you ignite the last shrine, a sense of warmth and welcome sweeps over you. You can now proceed.
Well, I think I pissed off Mr. Dorak, so he left. Oh no, he's still here. I got a little animated. I got heated. Yeah. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I just don't want RNG. Unless it's always good RNG. That makes sense. I got... No, that's not that type of animated. Not that type of animated.
Before you stands the sarcophagus.
Not to have the best thing? Is it?
Patriarch of Storm.
Yeah. Like I said, again, in terms of pen and paper, I do think it's really fun. I just also don't know how you would implement it in like a video game. I think it also kind of comes off as like I don't role play when I play video games. I role play when I play tabletop. And so it's kind of the same thing. Like when I play tabletop, I don't min-max my D&D characters because I'm like I try to make people. So I try to make somebody that like is like a person that has like a stats that a person would have and have a job or a class that a person would have. And so I enjoy that. But then when I play like video games, I like to have the, you know, I like to feel like I have some control over what my character does, and I try to be more specific to it. When games used to be played for fun, I still play video games for fun.
Something terrible stirs ahead near the sarcophagus of God.
I just don't find losing at the casino fun. I like losing because I suck at the game. Not because the game told me to get lost.
The temple wards have been restored. Marguerite snaps out of her stupor. Listen, she commands.
He's angry now.
Like the best way I can describe it is like a 1 in DDO, where like when you roll a 1 and you die to a spell effect, it just doesn't feel good. There might be moments where you're like, haha, and you like laugh at yourself over it, but it just still doesn't feel good. One that makes a character select actually have the item you need. Yeah, that would be a good one.
Succor is at hand.
But yeah, like I said, I play lots of games that have RNG that are fun. Like I said, it's sort of like I would need somebody who is smarter than me and has a bigger desire to like do a mock-up of like what it would be, if that makes sense. So I can get an idea of like how it would be fun and not frustrating. What do you need? A mock-up of an idea of a wild magic barbarian that would be fun and not frustrating. Because I can't imagine that. So that's what's too hard for me. Need to level. It's true, he does need to level. You gotta go up fast. Current season critical role. What type of rage options while raging? Rolls a d4, no real negatives I know of yet. Well, again, it's not that you can't have a wild magic barbarian that doesn't have negatives. In fact, I think the wild magic barbarian in 5 is really cool. Looking over it, a lot of the effects are really good in tabletop. One of 3 options. Quick time event, eh? Okay. That's the best idea I've heard all day. That's actually kind of interesting. I really like that. Where when you get your surges and when a surge comes up, it activates some abilities, some subset. Yeah, I kind of like that. I like that more. Assuming that you don't get trapped into a situation where the subset of abilities are bad, where all of the options are bad, then I think that sounds good. But only if the like I said, if there are bad options, I won't like it. I just don't like bad options. Again, evolving gameplay, your character changing as you play, that sounds interesting. Character changing as you play to one of those changes being your character sucks, and you might as well just rip the cable out of your computer and it's effectively the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to take the cable out of my computer. I want my computer to be nice and plugged into the old internets. You know? I don't unplug no computer. Old Bessie. Master's Blitz? No. No, not Master's Blitz. Need to balance good with bad? No. No, I don't. Because the other characters don't have to balance good with bad. The other characters just get good. And I beated Elden Ring and Dark Souls and all that Bloodborne. I already got it good. I don't want to do it again. We have Astral Shards, no extra effect. See, now we're talking. That's like that that person who made that phone app, which is like the $1,000 app where you buy it for $1,000. That was the whole point of the app. Great idea. See, that one I like. Okay. I will say, I'm going to be honest, as the Enchanter Wizard, I don't cast any enchantment spells. Like, I haven't cast, like, any enchantment spells the entire time I've been leveling. Because it's like undead or scorpions or things I can't enchant, and my only enchantment spell that I have is hypnotism, which is not terribly useful most of the time. That and also my enchantment DCs are my lowest DC as well. So what? Enchantment is 8 and transmutation's 11. Halt Undead's necromancy.
Archbishop Dryden stares down at you.
Look, man, I'm gonna enchant things. I promise. The only upside is that this scales off of my highest DC, which is not enchantment. It's transmutation, but whatever. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do.
Gerard Dryden. The skull of Gerard
Monster.
Dryden
Let's get him out of here. Get out of here, monsters.
The man whose demon
Bunch of reapers.
brought so much evil to this place.
Okay. I think I am done with these quests. I think I'm ready to like level up.
The skull as it
I think I'm ready to take 6. A 1,000 row surge table? Oh man. Yeah, I did a one-shot campaign with somebody which had a wild surge where their character for their one shot, instead of getting Wild Surge like every once in a while, or like roll on the Wild Magic table, it was every time they cast a spell they rolled on the Wild Magic table. It was fun. The character aged 40 years before we finished the one shot. To take level 6 and do 4s. Oh, 100%. But I can choose to use things that are more reliable than Colors of the Queen. It's not my class identity. This is the problem I have. I'm not saying you can't have RNG. I'm saying that Colors of the Queen is not the identity of my character. Wizard is the identity of my character. So Wild Surge Barbarian means that the RNG has to be the identity of the character. Dang, so many stats. Okay, I think this is when I take Insightful Reflexes, because that seems good. Gonna do depths, but first I use the bathroom. Oh, hold person SLA. Let's go. I don't know if I'm ever using this, but I have it now. Yeah. Reduce cost of Quicken. Yeah. Take care. Thank you for coming. Okay, well, there we go. Couldn't hit them with the take care because they left. Please don't spam chat. You can't tell me what to do, Mage. Means that you pull multiple effects. Give yourself advantage on Wild Rage. Wild Rage. More like Wild Mage. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom and I gotta get some water. And those things are gonna happen at different times. So I will return in just a moment. Oh, hold person. Okay, what do I do with hold person, eh? It's kind of cool. So now I can hold people. Hold them still. Any Fade Arc, and I'm using Conjuration and Transmutation. Oh, okay. So what you want to do, Cruiser? So here's how you play Blightcaster. Pretend this is Blightcaster and this is Fade Arc Illusionist.
Hold person is used to give someone a hug.
Yeah, it is. You go Blightcaster. You want to get this spell-like ability here for Thorn Strike, and you want to get this spell-like ability for Splinter Bolt, and you want to get the Spike Growth thing and the other Spike Growth thing. So that's what you want. And you also want Death Eater. You want Death Eater as well. Once you have those things, then Fade Arc Illusionist for Greater Color Spray. That shit's da bomb. And then once you have Greater Color Spray, then fill the tree with whatever the hell you want. It doesn't matter. That's all you cast. All you do is go Greater Color Spray into Spike Growth and walk away, and it's done. Maximize Empower Quicken, and then Conjuration DCs, mana. I don't know, Shield Mastery and use a shield. Oh, man. No, not the bomb beyond insanity. I don't want to eat that ever again. I'm so glad I don't have that in my house so I don't have to eat it anymore. Because you'd invite a friend over, and they'd look in your fridge and they'd be like, whoa, you have the bomb. I saw that on Hot Ones. Dude, you want to do some? And I'd be like, oh, fine. And then you eat it, and then you just feel physical pain for 30 minutes. Worst hot sauce ever. Anyway, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And get some water. I shall return in a minute. Hello. What's up? Ooh. Pause champ. Yeah, no, I walked into the living room and my roommate, she ordered some like Vietnamese, and they gave her some spring rolls, and she had too many and she didn't want them. So I did the only right thing to do, which is I ate them, which was very, very satisfying. That's why I stepped away for a little bit longer. Anyway, what did I miss while I was gone? Did he try Lies of P? No. Because Lies of P is a new video game, which means it costs like $100, and I'm not going to go buy a $100 video game when I still haven't finished what's that game called? Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. Which is like pretty good, I heard. So it's a good game. So I got to do that. Can I get a link to the Caster Fighter? I want to see this meme. Caster the Giga Fighter, that is correct. Hardcore Season 9, it's going to be sometime in December. That's all I got. Time for your long-awaited build review. Do you have a build review in queue? Build review. Do you? I don't have a review of yours in queue. I didn't get the quest from these guys. We gotta get the quests. I gotta get the quests. Yeah, it should be over the holiday season. It works well for DDO because they can do it over the holidays. And then, oh, yo, dude, thank you for sharing this stuff. Get out of my party. Come back into my party. I had to reset the levels or else the game was gonna bug out. Cheap ones were taken. I think I may have refunded that to you. If it's been over 30 days since somebody submitted a build review and I didn't do it, I just refund the review. So I'm pretty sure you have gotten your points back. Can you repeat the entire 3 change to get the mantle again, or just the last 3? You have to complete... if I recall correctly, you have to complete all of it. Yeah, you should have your points back. It's because I don't want to forget about it, and if it's over a month in the past, I can't remember, and so I just refund the points, so then you can, like, do it again. Release notes already talked about? Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot in the release notes. They're pretty bare bones this time. Dude, there's nothing to enchant. I'm an enchanter, but I can't enchant anything. I'm in sadness.
One room left to explore.
And he made his save against my hold? What's the DC? 33? Screw you, troglodyte shaman. Ugh, why am I being an enchanter? This is so much worse than just using evocation. Ugh. Yeah, there's not a lot of things changing in the patch. I mean, that's kind of cool. Being able to hold monster on whatever I want, or hold person for 6, it's not terrible. When it works. Hold is definitely a spell that I like, because I really like the visuals in DDO of how hold looks. Who the hell is Angliana? Oh. Was that in the patch note? Was the dev that posted the notes? Maybe they have new devs.
Save for a few flickering torches that might provide enough light to fight properly.
Hold monster works on everything. So hold monster works on everything, including things that hold people work on. Hold person just only works on humanoids. So because this is a humanoid, basically if they can speak it in English, hold works, hold person, and if they don't, then you need hold monster. But if you can hold it with hold person, you can hold it with hold monster. But I've also never heard of them, so I don't know. Also, what's up, Sukai? How are you? Yeah, these rings floating around, this to me is like one of the coolest spell effects in the whole game. I know it's really basic, but like this guy is hell. Isn't that cool? He's got these binding rings. So when I describe hold monster in my campaign, I like, you know, 3 magic rings materialize around you, and then all of a sudden you're locked in space-time. And this guy's like, oh, I'm locked in space-time, I can't do anything.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Isn't that neat? Also, Horse gift out a sub to Chris the Miss. It's very kind of you, dude. Thank you so much for the support. Chris, I hope you're having a fantastic day. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Yeah. But anyways, that Lies of P game does look pretty interesting. I did see it on the computer, and I saw other content creators streaming the game and playing it. I myself just didn't do it, mostly because, again, I've just got a lot of other things on the docket. You know, streaming like Souls-likes and what have you is more of like an afterthought and not kind of one of the main parts of the channel. But it is something that I do enjoy doing when I get the opportunity. I still have to beat Baldur's Gate 3, so that's just still a thing I gotta do. I haven't done that yet. Will I beat Baldur's Gate 3? I don't know. Maybe. It's a really long video game. This is my problem with a lot of these games, like the CRPGs, is that I kind of just, like, get bored. Like, I kind of don't really want to play the game anymore. Not because it isn't good. It's really good. But, like, dude, I'm 100 and something hours into the game. It's not over. And it's, like, I have to, like, convince myself to be like, yeah, let's turn the game on again. And so that's a problem that I have. Again, it's not that the game isn't good. The game is really, really, really good, and I would recommend other people get it and play it. But yeah, just play Remnant. I don't like having unfinished games because the longer I go, the harder it'll be to actually finish the game. Like, when am I gonna finish Baldur's Gate 3 if I don't actually just like finish it? I do like the idea of playing Remnant from the Ashes because I have Remnant 2. And I'll just have to watch a YouTube video that's like, here's what happened in the first Remnant game. And then I'll be like, yeah, nice. So I'm caught up on the lore. You know, so when Colonel Sanders walks up and is like, hell yeah, Kentucky Fried Chicken, I'm not like confused as to what's going on. Oh, and I'm totally down. I do plan to do that. I still got to do Sekiro and yeah, Remnant 2. And Bloodborne on PC? Maybe. Dark and Darker, what an interesting way. Dark and Darker is great. My only problem with Dark and Darker is that it's available on a website that's not really well verified in terms of keeping people's information safe and secure. And I don't want to put any payment information into a website or even any personal information into that website. Like I said, if Dark and Darker comes back onto the computer program known as Steam, I'm down. That sounds like it would be cool. Or like Epic or like any reputable store, then maybe. Improved build? Yeah, probably Barbarian. You can't go wrong with Barbarian. I don't even want to take the chance. You know what I mean? Because I played Dark and Darker when they had it first on Steam, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, I thought the initial setup was pretty, you know, I played it the first time. In fact, I played it a lot with Cruiser Zero, or Caster the Gigafighter right here. Because this guy was a Dark and Darker fiend. He was so good at the game. That's off cooldown already? Man, I already stood up for an hour and a half. Alright. Alrighty. Alright, fine. I'll get up because it's a thing I put that you can pay for. Well, the issue is that they ran into legal trouble where they got accused of from their previous employer for stealing assets. So it's not like, you know, it got shut down for no reason. They're still in a protracted legal battle. What's actually happening? I don't know. I'm a video gamer. I'm not a litigation expert. I don't care. Give me my video game. Yep. Yep. He would make, like, the riskiest moves, but then... And you'd be like, damn, this looks risky, but then he would always come out on top. Is huge and gets away with that sort of stuff. Oh, again, I'm not even saying that isn't possible. I'm saying that, like, my opinion doesn't matter because it's all court of law. So I'm just gonna wait for the news to come out. I mean, they might legally own words such as wizard. That's how Microsoft OneDrive became Sky. Or Microsoft SkyDrive became Microsoft OneDrive because the company Sky owned the word Sky and Microsoft had to change the name of their product. So it's not crazy to me to think that a company might have overreach in terms of their naming. Game is not on Steam? Oh, exactly. Again, I don't want to use a third-party platform, payment platform, that I don't know what's going to happen to my personal information. Xbox Sky? No. But apparently they tried to sue No Man's Sky to get them to be No Man's 1. Could you imagine if it was actually supposed to be Xbox Sky and they lost the lawsuit and they're like, damn it, we can't do this again? Where's our Skybox? Firestone. Have it on their own website. Again, last I heard it was some sketchy third-party website. Any game with the phrase "with friends" in the title, so no more games can use that. Amazing. I love that. Do you consider DDO a non-MMO lobby game? No, because I don't even understand that definition. Can you explain what that definition means? Yeah, because that was where they initially had it. They didn't have it. They went off of Steam, and they hosted it on that, like, third party it is. Yeah. Turn-based MMO? It definitely can be. Let me see. Dark and darker. Get game now. How do I get the game? I googled it and I can't even get it. Game. Oh, you can go directly to the website itself? He wants to know my location? No, you cannot have my location. You can buy the game. And you can play it. There you go. I guess they just don't have the matchmaking services of, like, larger distributors.
The gruff voices of hobgoblins.
Although I actually don't know how that works. If you have a game on Steam, does Steam do the hosting?
These camps appear well organized, as if the crew expects to stay for a
Things I don't know about the video game industry. Any players you're not grouped with? Oh. Well, I mean, this game is an MMORPG. I mean, let me think about it. I'll just say this. I don't like the term lobby game. I think the naming sucks. I think if somebody said, yo, do you want to play this lobby game? I'd probably tell them to fuck off. Like, you want me to go, what? You want me to go to, like, the source and, like, wait in line? Or, like, get into an elevator? What are you talking about? Lobby game. So I probably wouldn't use that terminology to describe it, because that sounds very, very bad marketing. It just sounds like the most boring game ever. But the idea of it's, like, segmented off, yeah, I could see that. A lot of games are more like that. I think the problem is MMORPG is too broad, where, like, people use MMO to describe what it is. Like, people use MMO to describe a online game you play with other people. That usually has a fantasy setting. Or like RPG elements. Because it's MMORPG, I guess, kind of goes in the thing. But also, this was, you know, the phrase first came around in the 2000s when we had so many fewer video games that could describe this whole thing. So yeah, I think that DDO could use a better. Personally, I think of Dungeons and Dragons Online as an action RPG, more akin to games like Diablo and Path of Exile than like World of Warcraft and Lord of the Rings. The game is full action. It's about like these little instance dungeons. It has a physics engine. So yeah, I think of DDO as more of an action RPG than anything else. That being said, I think I just don't like the title lobby game. I feel like that title sounds really bad. But I do know exactly what you're talking about. Because another game that fits in that is like Destiny. Destiny is also a lobby type game. Action multiplayer dungeon crawling game. Also, like an RPG, what is an RPG anymore? Like, am I really playing a role in DDO? Am I role-playing in this game? I'm not. Personally, I'm not role-playing when I play DDO. So am I doing role-play in a role-playing game? Or does RPG just stand for, you know, game with character builder customizer thing? At which point, does World of Warcraft count as an RPG since you don't make character decisions? So it's like weird. No, I don't like that RPG. We're playing a horrible murderer. Oh yeah, me too. That's why my character has killed 317,600 humans. 600 and something. The numbers goes off.
Draft of Yar-Yar's flagship must be too deep to anchor in such shallow waters.
Yep. See, I don't know. There could be better definitions. I think that there definitely could be better definitions here. I just think lobby game sounds boring. This is the worst pitch ever. Like, I agree. There's like, you wait in the lobby and you queue into something and then you appear with other people. Like in the Call of Duty lobby or whatever. But, yeah, I don't like the way that's worded. There's got to be a better name than that. Like I said, I would think of it more of like instanced RPG. Instanced online RPG. Or IORPG. Lobby game, not an MMO that has raids, unlike some MMOs. Well, yeah, but again, that's why we're talking. I think that the issue is calling it a lobby game. It's instanced, which again, you could. I just find that the term lobby just sounds bad. Technology standards. Could be the MMORPG? No. If they want to make it the MMORPG, they need to strip out most of the decision making. Yeah, also Dungeons & Dragons Online doesn't have a traditional lobby. So, yeah. It has like a hub, like a central location, but a lobby implies like a menu. Or like a place where you're waiting for something to happen. DDO, you have to go do things. Like, you can't queue into a dungeon. Like, that's not a thing you can do in this game. Like, what you can, and I would imagine someone else's definition of lobby RPG. Everyone's favorite activity, arguing about definitions on the internet. Fireball. Just run in circles whenever the current capital city is. Yeah, I still do that in DDO. I do that in every MMORPG, actually. Also, I'll say this. Maybe contrary opinion, but like as a certified card-carrying open-world hater, then I think that the open world, the MMORPGs, the massive multiplayer online games, those games are just worse because they basically just waste your time with filler content, so you have to like wait to get to the good stuff, whereas DDO doesn't make you wait. You just go from here into the good stuff, which is right here. No filler content. The ultimate lobby game. You play it while sitting in a lobby for another game. There you go. I never played Matrix Online. Alright, let's do Pirate Place with Pirates. Pirates! Movement speed boots. Memories of kindness. I feel tanky. There you go. But yeah. I'm not exactly sure. Again, this is why the definitions get complicated. But yeah, lobby game definitely does sound bad. If I had a friend who described a game to me as a lobby type game, I'd probably be like, what? Go away, dude. I don't want to play your lobby game. If I want to read old magazines and watch the movie The Good Dinosaur on mute, I'd go to my local doctor's office. I'm not going to do that in a video game. Fire caves. There you go. See if that works.
You're awoken suddenly by a large crash and the sound of splintering wood.
Tracker's making me feel it because level 11 and Fearless +1 is showing as fractions of a percent of 1000 DPS.
Screams
Yeah,
and calls to arms
it's going to do
rise
that.
from the above decks.
Like Atlas are great? I don't know, Atlas.
A sudden crash sounds loudly in the adjoining room, followed by us. Before you lie the charred remains of the ship's second mate.
Well, yeah, so
He
I will
is visible in
say,
his outstretched hand.
oh, I forgot I can blow stuff up with this fairy fire. Just for me? Perfect. I can't wait to read it. Oh, I gotta watch that new Fade God video. We'll watch or Fade of the Wild Hunt. We'll probably watch that video later. It's good. I gotta take a gander. Take a geese at it. I haven't watched it yet. I was gonna watch it on stream, but then I was streaming Lord of the Rings Online and it didn't feel appropriate. So I didn't watch it on stream. And before some of you get uppity, I did ask for permission if I was able to stream the content, to stream viewing it. So I have asked for permission. That could always change, but yeah. Yeah, Fairy Fire is great. Take it on Druid because it breaks everything. It's fantastic. It's just a little hard to aim because it like arcs. Now we wait. And we wait. Whatever. Oh, it's great. Oh, just watching it instantly explode. Oh, it's fantastic. Get him, dude. I don't have to do anything. What do you guys think is the most fun caster cleric? I like Sun Domain. I've tried Magic Domain on hardcore. And I have never made it to camp. But I like Sun Domain. Sun Domain's my preferred. Blightcaster Druid. Fire Domain the best? Yeah, like I said, I like Sun. Yeah, the problem is you don't get... I guess you have to take the elemental crit thing on Cleric, which you can do. Dude, I don't even have to do anything. This is great. I'm a spellcaster, and I got nothing to do, because they just spawn and die, and spawn and die, and spawn and die, and spawn and die. It's beautiful. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, he lives. Not anymore. Yeah, Death Domain with Destruction is pretty good. I mean, the last Cleric I did was a Dark Apostate using War Domain. By the way, if you're wondering why I don't have the video out for that, it's because I'm refining it. I'm going to be redoing it another time. So a second time I will be doing it again. To get the real news. The real feeling for it. Like, I could post the video now, but I'm still working on some stuff. I don't have anything to do. I mean, like, I can just, like, hang out, I guess. As it turns out, this is good. Yeah, I can tell. I mean, that does happen. You know what? That does happen. Everybody gets one. Look, I'll say this. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If in Baldur's Gate 3, you're allowed to kill an innocent person for free, and it doesn't break your Paladin Oath, you can make a mistake here, too. It's all good. Everybody gets one.
Out of a side hatch, a lumbering ogre emerges. Ruled
Yo, same for research. You guys can probably Google it, but yeah. Oh, you're done already? Okay, good. Glad to know it was over quick. Paladin salt detected? Yeah, dude. Maybe that's why I haven't finished it. I'm just bitter and angry. And salty. Salty. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, you gotta have, like, all that stuff stored away. Yeah, I just realized I can just make an extra channel in Discord in one of the Discords that I own, and then be like, oh, I can just store stuff here. And then just, like, throw out whatever I need. It's very convenient. But no, I don't have any salt about the whole Paladin thing. It's fine. I think that maybe it's just earlier at the beginning I had some things that caused me to lose my Paladin Oath, but it's fine.
In and out of Three Barrel Cove.
Oh yeah, I don't mind people blasting ASCII art into the chat as long as it's not always happening. If there's good spacing, it's fine. I don't mind that.
Ancient three-barrel legend.
Yeah, I own a bunch of Discords. I think I have like 6 Discords that I manage, which I do not like. Paying attention to that stuff in Act 2 and 3? Yeah. Like for me, I haven't even noticed any issues in Act 3 whatsoever. Yeah, so many Discord servers for so many different things. Admittedly, 2 of them I barely use because they are just like very specific.
Body of water to explore.
Like, for example, one of the servers that I own is an old Discord server that I set up for the video game Asheron's Call 2 that I don't use anymore because the game doesn't exist. But someday, who knows? Maybe it'll get it'll get re-uploaded again, and then I have this server with helpful links and YouTube videos and all sorts of stuff. I'm just saying, it could happen. How about you hate fruit? No, I like fruit. Fruit's delicious. Who hates fruit? On my fruit tier list, I had so many fruits that were high tier. I had a lot of fruits unranked because I just don't know enough about them. That's also true.
Pushes against you. I've put in a formal request to have you manage your 7th Discord. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, dude. I'm glad you had faith in me. I'm glad you had faith that I would be able to, that I would not only have the desire to do that, but the power to do that. So that's very kind of you. I've done Tomb of the Tormented. I gotta say it's growing on you. Tomb of the Tormented is growing on you? I don't know about that one. That one's not good. I like Skeleton. Okay, that's very fun. Growing like a fungus? I don't know. More, probably like a mole. Tomb of the Blighted, I'll do every once in a while. Tomb of the Tormented, I don't really want to do. The thing is, it's not necessarily a bad quest, and you get a lot of XP for doing it. It's just a very slow quest. And if you have multiple people, it's one person doing the quest and a bunch of people standing around. Which is kind of something I don't like. If there's a way to incorporate multiple people into the rat maze, it'd be different. More of a vegetable fan? No way. No. That's madness. There are vegetables that I like. I like broccoli. Okay? Broccoli is delicious. I've been coming around to cauliflower. I don't like cauliflower that much, but I've been coming around to it. Other vegetables. Like spinach is pretty good. Do like me some spinach. I don't really like kale. And I will avoid it when given the opportunity. Because I just don't really like kale. Kale's fine. It exists. You're allowed to eat it. But that's as far as I would go on that one. I will say, so carrots are pretty good. Although I don't really like unprocessed carrot. So like a raw carrot, you know? So give me a steamed carrot or a boiled carrot. Give me a carrot mash. You know, so like shredding the carrot, something like that. I can get behind. Carrot cake. Oh, carrot muffins. Oh. All of that's fantastic. But like raw carrot sticks. I remember I was a kid. You know, you'd have like carrot sticks as like a snack. Carrot sticks are all right. But man, that's just not what I want as a grown-up. It just doesn't hit that same itch. Again, I would take broccoli over carrot as a snack any day of the week.
A ship's mast rises up from a chasm in the cave floor.
What the heck? Yeah, roasted carrots? Ooh, roasted carrots are good. For not liking them? Oh, no. It's not that I dislike vegetables. I just like fruits more than vegetables. Fruits are sweet. And a lot of them taste like candy. Carrot cake sounds disgusting. Kick someone. I don't know how to tell you this, but it's so good. It's so good. Carrot cake is unbelievably good.
Through your body as you see a frozen river below.
I love carrot cake.
The source
broccoli sucks? No, broccoli doesn't suck. Broccoli is fantastic. I eat broccoli almost every day now. Which is causes problems for my digestion tract, but whatever. Oh, and cream cheese frosting on top? Oh. Yeah, if you're like, oh, carrot cake, that sounds gross. Is it really healthy? No. No. Carrot is very high in sugar. It's really good. Yep. Cheese sauce on the broccoli? No, I don't do that. I just eat the broccoli. I just like steam it.
The second valve triggers another chain
I just steam it up.
reaction, which opens the
Well, I
door
don't steam it
to the
actually. I throw it in the air
rest of
fryer.
dungeon.
I get the frozen broccoli, and then I just take the frozen broccoli, and I throw like a very small amount of like olive oil and some pepper, and then I throw it in the air fryer for like 5 minutes, and then pull it out, and it has like a couple crisped edges, and for the most part, it's just good. Update 65. Oh, maybe they were cheating. Or 62. Yeah, cream cheese frosting is very good. Yeah, cream cheese frosting. Oh yeah, yeah. Good stuff. Maybe they just misremember how many they had.
Levers appear on
Like they thought
opposite
they had
sides
more than
of the
that,
room.
and then Nelson Mandela came up and just like screwed up time and changed up how many they had. I don't know, dude.
As the lever flips back, the floor opens.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm still getting over a cold. Gotta cough it out.
The door before you opens.
This stuff
as
used to be
if
not
you
nearly
were
as good.
expected.
Oh, absolutely. I still don't like Brussels sprouts, if I'm being honest.
The supposed urban legend
Like, I don't have a
speaks
reason to eat Brussels sprouts. They're not necessarily better than other vegetables that I already eat, and they just have, the centers of them just have this bitterness I just don't like. Now, I've been told by many people that you can cook Brussels sprouts in specific ways to remove a lot of the bitterness, but I just, that's more work. That's more work. There's other things I can eat that I don't have to do that, and it saves me time. Ooh, the old wand. Nice. Prove your worth.
The weeping cold
Fruit
is
and veggie list, yeah.
rumored to be a resting place
Again, that's why I buy the
toads
frozen
of
vegetables all the
ice,
time.
an
Then I just
ancient
rotate them, because I can just shove them in the freezer and buy them on sale. Yep. It's an appetizer? Oh, yeah, I can see that. Oh, is it interesting? You know, you can tell that guy's got some good taste, that Gordon Ramsay. Same taste as me. Doesn't like Brussels sprout? Yeah, obviously. He's got a palate just like mine. Just like mine. Just like mine. Yeah. Right. And are you frying? You do it to other vegetables? I mean, yeah, but I already like broccoli. Why do I have to try something new? Just for the sake of doing it? Also, I don't know if I can buy frozen Brussels sprouts. That's a great question. Because the reason why I buy frozen vegetables is because it's way more convenient than buying fresh vegetables. And even though fresh vegetables might have like a better flavor or something else like that, they're not better for you than the frozen vegetables. They're just like possibly more appetizing or better in a meal. So my thought process is like, I already like it as it is, so I don't need to add some weird improvement. I'm trying to get away from buying frozen vegetable. Frozen vegetable good. I'm a huge fan. Yep. You don't like? Well, I think it's fair to say that there might be a possibility that you could have missed out. You could have done something wrong. And I will say this. I am more than willing to try something again. I am more than willing to try something again. At someone else's expense. That's right. If somebody invites me over to their house and they're cooking dinner and they make Brussels sprouts, like, oh yeah, I air fried these Brussels sprouts. Yeah, I'm going to give that a try. I don't have to pay any money for this. They're giving it to me. That's awesome. But you want me to go to the store and then get a recipe and then try to put together some new Brussels sprout recipe for something that might be good? Maybe, but there's no guarantee? I don't know about this. Frozen more appealing? Yeah. Square on time because of these damn bushes? Yeah, this squares you gotta be careful of. You gotta be... Just, if you see that you have the Eye of Sauron, you gotta be careful about that. That's how you do it. You just watch the corner of the screen for the eye. Or like under your buff bar. You can also, if you have buff bars, set it just so that you have one thing that just displays the Eye of Sauron exclusively.
An intricate system of ladders leads
That one
up
can also
the
help.
shaft. Agility and
then that way you
physical
can kind of get away from
endurance
some of
will
those
be
effects.
paramount in overcoming this challenge.
It's funny. I'm at the level cap, so my Mariner is 140, and I was doing some of like the intro quests with some of the different areas to unlock like a lot of the passives and the teleporting and all these other things, and I completely spaced the fact that I still had the difficulty on, and I was like, man, this stuff is really hard. This is crazy. And I was like, oh right, I left the difficulty on. Antioxidant value? That's fine. I get vitamin C. I don't need extra antioxidants. Plenty of C. We're all good. Gotta capture all those free radicals. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the alternative, right? Like, if I wasn't supplanting some portion of my diet with vegetables, then what would I be eating instead? Garbage? Trash? Probably. That's probably what I would be eating instead. But no, I'm eating vegetable. Like, you guys, a lot of people have different diets that they follow, different programs. A lot of people have things that work for different things. And so, you know, people have a lot of different ideas about what makes you healthy and what makes you do better. And some things work for people, some things don't. I would never argue against the efficacy of a diet because I'm not a nutritionist. I don't know anything about diets. But I do have the patented Shrimp Tom diet, which you can try if you want. The way the Shrimp Tom diet works is kind of just like eat whatever, but then replace some percentage of the food you eat during the week with vegetables. So if you're gonna eat like a bunch of food and then be like, you know what, this meal and this meal and this meal, replace them with vegetables. It works well.
Return to their initial state. This appears to be a reset mechanism.
The protected room you can be one if you want. Yeah, but I don't want to be a nutritionist.
The portcullis rumbles open.
Do controversial? Well, I don't think that diet is really controversial. I think that there isn't like a lot of really good information that is good for every single person. And also, I think that there is a complicated element where some people don't want to talk about dietary habits. Or a lot of dietary things will be too complicated that just don't warrant your like level of attention that you'd want to put into it. Right? Where it's like, oh, you have to eat specifically these foods at these specific times a day. Like something like, you know, the idea of doing like there's like that keto diet or whatever where you eat like just protein and fat, and like I'm sure people like that and they want to do it, but like, dude, that's so hard. Like, you have to think about what you eat all the time. You have to be like very careful about what you eat, and so you have to like always manage stuff, and like you have to go to somebody's house and like, hey, do you want this? And you have to be like, no, I'm on the keto diet. I got like, you have rules and you have to follow stuff. You have to think about how you're eating, like in like a manage what it is. Again, not saying whether it's good or bad, but there's just like extra mental gymnastics that you have to do. And it's like, that's too hard for me. Like I said, that's why I do the Shrimp Tom diet, which is, I just try to get more vegetables into my diet. And that's about it. Just eat more vegetables, because vegetables be good for you. Eat a lot of cake and candy. Yeah, I really love carbs. Carbs are really good. And it's like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, but you know, carbs are bad for you. Yeah, but they're really tasty. So what's better? Living a longer life without carbs or living a shorter life with carbs? And I know the answer to that one as I shove an Oreo cookie into my mouth. I know the answer. I know what I want.
Building stands curiously alone in the center of the cove.
Yeah, this is it. That's like the way I try to think about diet, is that if you're not sure about your diet, visit a practicing physician, or like if you have a family doctor or something like that, and get recommendations. Those are great ways to help you out and get on the path, because they can give you recommendations or suggestions or people to visit or resources. And if you're just unsure, but you just don't feel as good about your diet, eat like a couple more vegetables. Replace some of the food you eat with vegetables. Also, try going outside. Both of those things help out tremendously. And if that doesn't work, then I don't know. I ain't no doctor.
In the rock, just large enough to wiggle
Take a shot of olive oil multiple times a day? Oh, God.
A thick fog rises up from the water.
Doing keto, but staying in keto is super difficult to actually do. Well, again, here's my thing, right? The reason why diets do work for some people is because you're it's like in a lot of cases, you know, it's all just about eating on routine, eating on a regimen. You eat X, Y, and Z, and there's good food in your diet, and then problem solved. Like, it's just being able to have like a level of structure that helps people stay on a thing. Because structure is great. Having like structured eating behaviors, so it makes it easier for you to like stay in that diet. That's good for you, man.
Akwi will finally be moved in by Friday. I'm tired and haven't been able to gain more height in days. Being an adult sucks.
It does suck, Kalari. It does suck. You know what doesn't suck? Being subscribed for 32 months. Appreciate the support. Glad to have you here. I hope you're doing very well. Thank you so much for resubbing for 32 months. Again, very, very generous. Glad to have you. Sorry to hear that you're not having the energy you need. But hopefully you'll be able to rise above, get that energy, and just like and just pump out all of that writing you want to get done. I actually had the opposite feeling. So on Friday, I ended my stream a little bit early. BRB ordering food while Doric is calling me a loser for ordering food. Nice. So I was going to say, on Friday night, I ended my live stream a little bit earlier, specifically because I wanted to, or I was going out with some of my friends to get some food. So we went out to a restaurant, had some food, had a couple beers, and then I came home. And then, at around 3 in the morning, I woke up, and I was very awake, and my stomach was upset. And I was like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Because I know that feeling. You know what happens when you wake up at around 3 in the morning and your stomach is upset? It's not good. And all of a sudden, I was like, no, this isn't happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. And then, nope, it's happening. And I head over to the bathroom, and I was very sick for about 3 hours. I had food poisoning from the food I got at the restaurant. That's unfortunate and not good. And not something you like to have happen, but it did happen. So I spent the next 3 hours awake doing a lot of dry heaving. Not pleasant. And it's the worst kind, because like if you like get the flu, you get sick and then it's out of you and you're like, okay, I can recover. Maybe it's a couple times, but it usually isn't going to last like all day. You might have the nausea, but you're not going to last like all day, you know, in the bathroom. If you get if you're drinking, you feel like $1,000,000, where you're like, oh, I feel bad, and then you know, head over to the bathroom, and then when you're done, you're like, oh, I feel so good. You feel like so much better. It's like the poison is out of your body. But the food poisoning, it just lasts for hours. So afterwards, like it was like 6:30 in the morning, and I couldn't go back to sleep because I was just tired, like really tired, but restless and uncomfortable. And so I eventually just sat down at my computer. Dude, I was so productive on Saturday. Oh my God, I was so productive. I felt great. I did so many things. I just kept working all day. It was the best. I ended up going to bed at midnight because I just kept working. I was just on fire. And then Sunday was a train wreck because I felt like garbage and I was sick. What are you going to do? But yeah. Aggravated Proctologist asks, when you have a moment, what are some good things to burn platinum on the auction house? Nothing. I hope that answers your question. That's the problem with platinum.
You have freed Farrier Warley from the...
Because you go, oh, if you're plat capped and you don't have anything to spend it on, well then who's going to be selling stuff on the auction house for platinum if they don't need platinum? It's a cyclical problem. People don't sell things expensively on the auction house because they don't need platinum. Yeah, maybe Night Revel's keys, dragon scales, maybe. Some people will sell dragon scales. Filigrees sometimes. You can look up the word rare, or you can put in a slash. See if it'll come up.
The current is drawn into an opening in the rock just large enough to wiggle through.
Maybe Philly sell for money. I don't know. By replacing potato crisps with vegetables, you can lose it to 90% of joy of life. You can make like vegetable crisps and stuff. I guess they're all like starchy potatoes, but yeah. Cut solo from your diet, you live in a desert? Yeah, exactly. Was the last person I was asking about your diet? I don't know. I think it's good. I think it's good to discuss your habits that you have with like your family doctor. Because if you don't discuss the habits you have with your family doctor, they're not going to be able to give you good recommendations about your health if you hide information from them. Because even if they don't have the information, they should hopefully be able to provide you with somebody or a good resource. Because usually people have connections. Cauliflower would be a replacement for potato. Yep. Yeah, actually, my cousin, him and his wife are vegan, so instead of doing like hot wings, they'll do hot cauliflower. So they'll like put some breading on some cauliflower and fry it up, and then throw hot sauce on it. Oh, these take so long to kill. Why does Fargo have a laggy mess every time? Because it's a raid in DDO that I don't do. I mentioned this before. There's reasons why I don't raid in this game.
Chanting voices and a disturbing feeling like something stirring deep within the earth.
Oh no, it's really good. Yeah, trust me. The cauliflower wings or nuggets or whatever, it's good stuff. No complaints here. You bug bombed your old apartment during the cleaning process while moving out? Wait, what's bug bombed? I don't know this familiar thing. Oh, do you mean like you went in and just sprayed like a bunch of dangerous bug slaying chemicals?
Magma, you sense something unholy and foul.
Did you red stuff without eggs? I don't know. That's a great question.
The dragon below lies ahead.
I don't know, magic?
Evil as the first altar crumbles. A dark presence seems to gather just beyond the edges of your vision. The dragon below.
You probably just need some type of binding agent. Maybe you can use just cornstarch, something like that. Something like to add like cornstarch and a little bit of water or something, so as like a thickener, so you can coat the edge of the cauliflower and then roll that in the breading. No idea. Insect killing fogger. Did you wear a mask when you were doing that, like a respirator or anything, or did you just spray the fogger while you were inside the building?
A second altar rests at the end of
this mayonnaise is definitely not vegan.
Its power makes bile rise in your throat.
Crawling insects control bombs. It's like a smoke bomb. You just whip it on the ground and it shatters. All the bugs disappear.
The second altar
There's
breaks.
vegan mayonnaise.
You feel a
Oh yeah.
tremor
There's
below
lots of
your
vegan stuff you can buy.
The dragon stirs.
And left again. Okay, but you're saying you didn't wear protective equipment. I'm just double checking. I'm not judging you. I'm just like trying to understand. Because like I'm always cautious around like chemicals and stuff like this, because I used to work in chemicals, and the number of times where like I just didn't think about it, and I would do something and then feel sick afterwards, and then like learn my lesson and be like, oh right, masks, gloves. Like one time where I managed to change
Just
the color
one
of my
more
hands
for max level for now.
because I got too much
The air
liquid
grows more stifling. The
metal
sulphurous stench more
in my skin.
nauseating. The heart
I was like, well,
ahead.
I probably can't have kids now, but whatever, it's fine. I didn't want them. Grimace at it menacingly. There you go. Also, Hydra, woo! Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. It's 31 months. It's crazy long. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My God. Why have you subscribed all this time? I don't know, but I'm grateful. Thanks. Yeah, but isn't there like egg in the batter? In like an onion ring batter? I don't make onion rings at home. I go to A&W or Harvey's. That's where I get my onion rings. Like, I don't really like Harvey's. I'm not a big Harvey's guy, but they are one of the few fast food places that serves onion rings, which is a small W for them. That is a small W. They do get that. So yeah. The eggs are better. They just make it better. Yeah, but they're not. It's not the same thing as somebody who, you know.
Steam rise from the cave entrance before
I've tried out a fair number of different vegan foods and what have you. Because a friend of mine is vegan. It's just not. It doesn't have the same feel. You know what I mean? It's not the same. Where I'm like, I would rather just try a new recipe than an imitation of something else. I'd rather like a new recipe. New melee update working. People are doing like ungodly quantities of damage that they couldn't do before. It's such a huge buff. I don't even know what SSG is going to do about it. There's like screenshots floating around of like melee is now hitting like 150, 200,000. It's like, I don't even know.
Heat and steam rise from the cave entrance before you.
No. I mean like the regular people are doing that. You know what I mean?
The air itself seems on the verge of catching fire.
Like that wasn't a common thing. Some people could do that because they'd have their build set up and were doing things for sure. But you have like people who are like just taking their characters into places and smashing stuff for a billion zillion damage.
But now there is something even more ominous. An old and mighty anger you can feel through the door.
Trying to be meat? Are you trying to be meat? Like I said, yeah, like there are a ton of like Indian vegetarian dishes, which is obvious because of the culture. So yeah, there's like a lot of good Indian vegetarian stuff. Hey, video game, can you register my spell casts? Huh? Can you do that for me? Can you do me a solid and hit the monsters with the spells? Thanks. Jesus Christ. Anyway, what we're talking about? Forums say it was all nerfs. The game is hemorrhaging players. The nerfs are so bad the game has been losing players for years and years because of the melee nerfs. Did they retroactively go back in time and cause people to like quit the game? Damn, that's a big nerf. It's totally dead? True.
The grinding of stones and the crackle of flame fill the air.
Also true.
In the haze, things seem to move that have no right to.
Every 0.8 seconds. Oh, no. So, it's not like a loss in damage, Ludicrous, because that's just the new attacks are doing more damage. So in between, you're still doing the same amount. You just have bigger spikes now. I have definitely never been to China, so I don't know. I don't currently have any plans to go. Perform with some rando. It's a classic move. It's like complicated, I think, because again, like the number literacy in terms of understanding some of the changes is hard. And like, there's also people that are sure that they're so sure that they are right that they don't, or rather they're sure that you are wrong. Like I've had more than one person tell me that
another elemental lurks ahead,
you know,
watching you with
that my video about the topic where I said it's a huge buff is in fact incorrect. That's fine. They can think that. I don't know what to tell them, you know. There was also that like guy that was trolling people on the forums by going over it and being like, There was like, yeah, it's not about the numbers. And people are like, no, it's literally about the numbers. We're arguing about buffs and nerfs. And they're like, yeah, but it has nothing to do with the numbers. And it's like, and then people are arguing with this person. It's like, you guys, you're getting, this person's trolling you. You gotta chill. You gotta chill. Yeah, exactly. I'm allowed. I think it's okay for people to like be incorrect about stuff. I'm wrong about things all the time. I make tons of mistakes. I am not perfect. That's why I'm very fortunate I have this platform where you guys can inform me about how wrong I am. I make mistakes all the time. Well, the problem is I only have one spell, which is Hold Person. Oh, I have two spells, Hold Person and Hypnotism. And Hypnotism, I guess, kind of works. Hold Person doesn't work. So I can't really enchant anything, but I am, in fact, an enchanter. Just so you know that I am in a... See, look. Boom! Enchanted, baby! Yeah, enchantment's not great during the leveling process. I should have just gone evocation. Well, they made Archmage good, which is kind of cool. And then also, they made it so that the spell-like abilities scale off the highest of your DCs. So I was like, well, if it scales off the highest of my DCs, then I don't have to be an evocation wizard. So I had people vote in chat this morning about which build I should play. Do I play an Evoker Warforged, evocation, a Enchanter Drow, or a Gnome Illusionist? Well, they voted. It was 50-50 split for Enchanter Drow and Evocation Warforged. And I was like, well, I haven't tried to play an Enchanter before. That could be fun. So why not? Let's play Enchanter. The problem is you don't get any good enchantment spells until, like... $17. So it takes a little while for me to get to the enchantment part, but you know, we're working at it. But the thing that's cool is that the Arcane Bolt and Arcane Blast spell-like abilities scale off of the highest of your spell schools, which means even though I'm focused on enchantment, I still have this powerful spell. Because as you can see right here, as an enchanter focusing on enchantment, Transmutation's my highest because there's no past life for enchantment. So I'm using my transmutation DCs to scale my spell. Because I'm a transmutist.
From the cave entrance before you.
Patch after patch, we feel like that melees get nerfed by 15% but casters get nerfed by 30%. I will quit the game because that 15% more than melee and 30% more than range. Strime Tom, stop nerfing casters and melees.
If you guys don't settle down, okay, and behave, I'm gonna fucking nerf Sonic Blast again. Don't make me do it. I will nerf Sonic Blast again. I'll snap my fingers. I'll say, Mater D, a la DDO. Sonic Blast nerf, please. And it's gonna happen. Nerf Sonic Blast? Yes. I am responsible. What will it cost? Everything. But it'll be worth it. Nice. I stopped leveling Use Magic Device? I mean, nobody's perfect. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect.
Something strange has been sighted off the coast of Stormreach.
Nobody's perfect. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Nobody's perfect.
Speak to Wolf, the gatekeeper in Stormreach Harbor, to learn more about this land of dinosaurs and danger.
I want to enchantment DCs, and I get +2 enchantment DCs right here, and I get negative amp right here. So then we go here. +2 enchantment DCs is somewhere in this list. Necromancy? Enchantment. Yes. Is that WoW in an Undead Shroud? Okay. So now, my enchantment DCs have just gone up by 2. Oh, other magic device. True. To your allies, if only. Dude, if there was a way to see time played this week, that'd be sick. If the forums tracked time played this week when people posted, that'd be amazing. You'd see people with like 1,000 posts that haven't played in like 2 years. Alright, time to look at the items in my inventory in the bank and see what we got here. What we got? Leopard's chill, eh? Signet of the earth, eh? I don't. Green pine gauntlet. Blue raptor feather. Shelter, resistance, good luck, hamp. You know what? Yeah, that's good stuff. Walking ancestor shroud. Ooh, I like it. Seaweed woven belt. Spell save, spell resist, spell sheltering, potency. That's a fantastic item right there. Why do you get out of component in the exact quest where you face mobs immune to your main element? Because I nerfed Sonic Blast. Sorry, dude. Okay, so now I use Shroud of the Lich. And then I gotta go get some level 4 spells, and I gotta equip stuff, and whoa. Have they made changes to Archmage already? Yeah. Archmage is now pretty good for leveling. It's not as good as Sorcerer, Druid, and Alchemist for endgaming, but overall, it's like fairly good. What they did is they reduced the cost of the tree by 17, and then they made it so that Arcane Bolt and Arcane Blast are properly scaling abilities. It's pretty good. Yeah, I also do the same. Usually I will do the same thing where I'll take an action bar and just put all my spell components on it so I can see the exact quantities so you never worry about accidentally running out in the last moment. Okay, so we're going to go with extend here. I'm going to go with extend. The door is good. And I get another one. I will take swim now. Okay, so I don't need firebolt. I never cast this. So I'm going to take swim. Merfolk. And featherfall. Yes. And I can have these just in case. I can put these here in case I need them. This looks good.
This is the plan.
This is the plan. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Horse wanted me to do something. What's the word? Oh. There we go. Sorry, I just need to do some stuff. Gotta sell some crap. But yeah, I will be. It's time to fireball everything. That's pretty much how this character works. I'm an enchanter. What do? Fireball. Anything else? Nope. That's all we got. It's just fireball. I don't have any other abilities or anything else I can do. I'd like to be able to do other things, but I really can't. Yep. Well, again, the enchantment spells are not like... I'm just going to defend myself here. I'm going to defend myself. Let's just go spells. Let's go to Sorcerer Wizard. Enchantment. 3, 3, 5. Let's see. Let's see here. We got all the schools. So enchantment. Charm, hypnotism, sleep. And charm you could use. I just like, eh. I guess suggestion is one of the enchantment spells. Oh, suggestion isn't on here. As it's higher level, touch of idiocy and daze monster. Hilarious. Enchantment. We've got rage, suggestion, hold person, heroism, deep slumber. I guess I could use deep slumber. I've never cast this spell before. That's just true. Level 4, enchantment, charm, or crushing despair. Crushing despair, actually good. So that's cool. Enchantment. Hold monster, actually good. So this is a good spell. 6. So I guess suggestion mass, if you don't need to kill them. I guess I could just cast suggestion mass. And hold person mass is where it starts to get good. Oh, God. Anyway, look. Have you ever realized that you make bad decisions because you're stupid? Because I have that realization almost every day. You know, I ask myself, how did I get stuck in this cycle? And I realize, oh, it's my fault because I'm stupid. Oh. Enchantment magic? No, I just want to play as an enchanter, so I am genuinely trying my hardest to cast enchantment spells while I mostly just run around casting fireball. What do you even do? What 5s are there? What do I even do? Oh my god. Have you tried not making bad decisions? No. Could do Feywild 5s, but I don't love Feywild 5s. I don't hate it either. Yeah, Feywild 5s is fine. Let's do Feywild 5s. It's fine. Have you ever had a dreams that you could want them to do so much you could do anything? A video for Alchemist? I think so.
Have you ever had a dream that you had, you could, you'll do, you once, you could do so, you'll do, you could, you want them to do you so much you could do anything?
I definitely don't like to do Necro 1. I'll say that much. I hate those quests. Yeah, of course the robot did it better. The kid was basically a robot. He was programmed. That kid was a plant. Okay? That kid was a plant. They specifically put him there to screw up everything. To screw other people. Oh, sorry, I forgot to do this thing. I'm done. A federal psyop, that's what it is. Basically, oh no, this is not an enchantment only challenge. If I went enchantment only challenge, it'd still be like level 4. The problem with doing like a challenge, but also playing with other people, is you pretty much just subject yourself to the other people having to stand around and experience, you know, you. Not ideal. Would it be funny? I wish there were like better enchantment spells with a wider variety of things. The problem is a lot of the effects that you would see in a lot of other MMORPGs just aren't as valuable in DDO. And also they just don't exist in the base game, as an example. Okay, let me just do this here. So like a simple slow on a spell is not a simple task in DDO. For Sorcerer and Wizard, it's literally the slow spell and nothing else.
The kid was part of the FBI, I bet he hadn't even really been far even as decided to use, even though want to look more like. Call 985-655-2500 inside the details for. Go further, and even more decided to use. You can really be far as decided twice as much to using go wish for it. When you decide far even wants to use it and go want, then get really far even as decided to use, and look more like, and go after. It's just common sense. Apply today.
Honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, horse. Can I hold person on any of this stuff? Well, that doesn't count. That was a Colors of the Queen, but yeah, that worked.
Lord Arden's true name? Of course I know it. But it's for me to know and for you to never get. Now, be a good adventurer and die to monsters in the
like FBI from Wish. Yeah. I will say, the copy passes as you get on Twitch, so there's some pretty good ones. I do like the ones that basically try to melt your brain and get it to fall out of your skull. That's entertaining.
Then you notice that things seem
Why is
This isn't the
Spotify
Feywild.
recommending me Rock
You are trapped
2007?
inside a dream. You approach a shadowy form.
Not mad,
that
just
appears to be
confused.
Lord Arden, reading a note.
I guess I have
with
been listening to a
worried
lot of
expression on
mid-2000s
his
music.
face. The figure doesn't notice your presence. You spot movement underneath the bridge.
No, 2007 doesn't make me a boomer. No, guys, no. 2007, I'm not booming it up. That's very young, you know. That's full of culture, full of life. No, 2007 was not that long ago. Okay.
You recovered Hearsom's loot for the ritual.
I was a teenager when I was in 2007. I know. You feel like an old guy. Talking to young people is like one of the worst experiences. I don't know how people older than me did it. It's like so hard. You talk to somebody who's younger than you, and they like, either you describe something like Y2K and they just stare at you like blank, like with a blank stare. They're like, they have no idea what that is. Or they'll be like, oh man, that thing's so old. Or like, yeah, I heard about that. It's retro. Or they'll use some word like that, and you're like, oh. Or like, that's classic. Like, when I hear people describe, unironically, like, Nintendo Wii games as classic, like, you know, the Mario classics, like Super Mario Galaxy, I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, no. That wasn't that long ago.
You notice a pellet of magical energy streaming from a distant portal.
That was...
That contains the
Uh-oh.
Scene girls, what a classic.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so I try to like be careful about that stuff. I don't like to think about the future or the past or the present. I just try to live in like this delightful illusion where nothing changes and everything stays the same. To quote Principal Seymour Skinner, am I out of touch? No. It is the children who are wrong.
A portal opens as the pixie collapses.
You'll know when you get older.
What's up, you old out of touch boomer?
I'm not that old. Oh my god. I just realized when they Monty Python and the Holy Grail, when the guy's like, old man, whatever, and he's like, what? It's like, you know, old man? He's like, I'm not old. Well, how old are you? 37. Oh. We couldn't just call you man then. That whole joke. Dude, I'm getting close to 37. I'm gonna be old man. It's happening.
I should have seen that you can't trust a pixie to do a hag's work.
Yeah, dude. Because I remember hearing that joke and thinking that was really funny. It's not so funny anymore, is it? As my bones all start shattering about as I'm rattling. I got that arthritis. I got... Oh, sorry guys, I gotta shift up. My sciatica's acting up. Oh.
Weakened and battered, Cadence tries to surrender.
Posture check? No, I don't want to sit up straight. Oh my god, oh, fine. Sit up straight. Get rid of that gamer hunch. Yo, look at the glow on the cloak. I forgot how cool this cloak looks. Man. Damn, that looks good.
Cadence to live in exchange for Lord Arden's true name. You lay out the ingredients for the ritual and repeat the steps to reverse the curse. First, play the lute. Then, grind up the flower's roots.
Let us do the adventure make believe.
You play a brief melody.
Is Wizard the New Sorc? Honestly, that's a great title for a YouTube video. Is Wizard the New Sorcerer? And then I start the video and be like, hey guys, what's up? Stream Tom here. The answer to that question is no. Before you turn off the video, here's something else. If I went Evocation, this would be a little bit faster, because then I'd have like a couple more damage spells. Realistically, I should have gone Illusion and gone Fey Dark Illusionist or Gnome and done that route, but I didn't do that because I didn't feel like it.
A motley group of redcaps guards the
Okay, I can do this, right?
It's strange
Attempt
that a
social skill.
noble of the summer court
Bluff.
would retain those violent,
Shit.
unpredictable
Okay, I can
creatures
hold
as
person on
servants.
this. Nope. Ugh. No, I can't even use my enchantment spells because they're not people. No.
A curious tree
I'm mad.
stands here by itself. A single, brilliantly red apple hangs from one of its branches. The tree
Life is pain.
itself seems to sigh as you finish your song. Its branches
40s
quiver,
will all get better.
and the apple drops at your feet.
Oh, is that how that works? It just gets better at
For a
40?
number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors,
Which is important.
but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal grameters. Such an instrument is the turbo encabulator. Cheer
This
100.
storehouse is occupied by a very energetic
Now basically
chest.
the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive diractance.
Hey, don't
The
you hate
original
that?
machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite
Prefamulated
surmounted by a
amulite.
malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two
Spurving
spurving
bear.
bearings were in a direct line with the panometric fan. The latter consisted simply of
I thought it was
six
a fan, not a
hydrocoptic
fan.
Marsly vanes, so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented.
The problem with
Cheer
side fumbling
100.
is that if you can't prevent it, major issue.
The main winding was of the normal Lotus O delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator, every seventh conductor being connected by a non-reversible tremie pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the grameters.
Yep.
The turbo encabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Novatron ions. Moreover, whenever effervescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration.
I will say this. The funniest thing about everything that was said there is the turbo encabulator has now reached a high level of development. That's just the best business speak ever. It's so
You
good.
can't have my dingle arm.
You have chosen to stay your blow. and
Get your hands off my dingle arm.
at the risk of your own.
Thank you for all the bits. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. And for reminding me about the... Is it the turbo encabulator? I thought it was the retro encabulator by Rockwell Automation. I thought the turbo encabulator was a future product, also produced by Rockwell Automation. But then just an even more nonsense. Yeah. That video, by the way, if you've never seen it, is one of the best videos on the internet. I wish I had the level of just like presence that actor has to be able to say everything in those lines without laughing.
More red caps.
Sorg at home,
These look
Archmage.
like
I
they
mean,
had fresh blood in their
look, the thing about Archmage that makes it better than Sorcerer, in my opinion, okay, is Archmage is free. That's
the
a
missile
big one.
knows where it is because the missile is very tired. He is eepy. The missile has had a very long day of splashing bandits and wants to take just a small sleep. Eepy and Neeby's to sleepy. Mibsile sleepy and need bed by time. The missile is currently experiencing critical levels of being a sleepy little guy and needs to go to bed. He is very tired and needs to sleep. Just a little sleeping time as a treat. Mibsile needs to slack, very tired boyo, just a little guy. Mibsipilibeel needs his beaty sleep. Look at him go. He yawn big cause he skay, needs to falafel asleep. Neeny time. Good night, Mr. the Missile.
Good night. What's funny about prefabulated amulite? It's something that sounds really, really, really close to English, but it's not.
splits into several mirror images. You'll need to watch closely to see which one is the real threat.
That's why it's funny. It's just like it rides the line. Okay?
The hag dies.
That and also,
preaching
honestly,
to the
when people
last.
talk about the capacitive
After a
diractance,
moment,
capacitive diractance of
rises to
prefamulated
his
amulite,
and
you know they're making stuff
By
up.
the 9 divines. What did you just say about us, you little skeever butt? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the College of Winterhold, and I've been known to cast one hell of a fireball, and I have over 300 confirmed summons.
Of course.
I am trained in Daedric warfare and I'm the swords master of the entire Imperial forces.
It is missing
You are
the
nothing to
guerrilla
me but
warfare,
just
but
another target. I will make you beg to Akatosh as I bend you over like a commonwealth. Mark my words, on my oath as the Dovahkiin.
like I gotta say the
You think you can come into my mind though this
it
magic
keeps going.
device
It's
and
too
insult
good.
me? Think again, scum. As we speak I have every assassin and thief across all of Tamriel looking for your initial position, so you better prepare for the Storm Atronach.
I forgot how long that copy pasta
The
is.
Storm Atronach that wipes out the pathetic little husk you call your life.
Oh, that one's so good. I forgot how long that it kept going. That one's also good. Thank you for the bits. Again, thank you very, very much. You guys are too kind. And you're entertaining me. I'm supposed to be the entertaining one, but not today. This is great. Yeah, unfortunately, if you did get into, if you are, you know, trying to fabulate some Amulite, it's difficult because you need to prefabulate, which you can't do anymore because you needed to have done it. So yeah. Also, I am surprised. I have convinced at least 2 people to start playing Lord of the Rings Online again, which is impressive. 'Cause I like that game. It's pretty fun. I'm still working on my Mariner guide video because I don't know how to play Yellow Mariner at all, and it's complicated. But I'm working on it.
Burst from the earth, and the thirsty plants quickly drain the moisture from the surrounding soil.
So I'm gonna get there. Prefabrication is sweeping the nation. It's sweeping something. I don't have the spell. Anyway, did I read anything? If I ever discover a new combat material and calling it Amulite? Well, as long as it's prefabulated.
This large key is labeled Springhouse. It seems someone was trying to...
The strings would be good in a CC focused whiz. Yes. Well, weird isn't crowd control. It's, I mean, I guess it is crowd control in that it controls the crowd by putting them on the floor face down. So it is a good form of crowd control because the crowd becomes controlled by, again, being face down.
Water gushes up from the ground in one corner of the room, forming a large pool.
I keep forgetting my death orders. I don't know how I'm going to remember this. Oh, I'm a very bad necroman. You're like, why are you using necromancy, Shrimp Tom? Because I get +2 enchantment DCs. Actually, +3, because I get 2 intelligence from being in lich form, and then I get 2 enchantment. So it's really good to use. And with all of that, my enchantment is still only 10 versus 11 transmutation. I can get enchantment here from enchantment lore, and then I can get enchantment. But I need so much enchantment. I just need to be enchanting. It's too hard. You can't have weird and cut the strings? Yes, you can.
The careless satyr swings his torch too close to the powder keg, which explodes in a shower of sparks. The partygoers turn to gawk at the spectacle.
What you do is you
The satyrs are still distracted by the recent fire.
beat you? Yeah, I walked. You know what I should have done? I should have cast Dimension Door. Then I really would have beat you here. But anyway, what you do is you go into Shadow Dancer, and then you take the tier 5, so you have it, and then you do an epic reincarnation. When you epic reincarnate, the spell is still in your spell list for whatever reason, and then you can just level up, and again, so it requires an epic reincarnation, but you get to keep the spell. It's very weird. Yeah, you can do it with Artie and Wizard. Can't you? And Alchemist, I believe. I think Alchemist can do it as well. Oh, no, that's a 6. Nope, no.
Have you ever heard the old adage, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade?
Yeah, I have
but
heard that.
life did not give us lemons.
No?
The lemon is not a naturally occurring fruit, but a
It
cross
isn't?
between a sour orange and a citron.
Oh.
And a sour orange is itself a cross between a pomelo and a mandarin.
Oh.
So life doesn't give you lemons. Life
does?
can never give you lemons. You got to make you own lemons. Mr. Lift yourself by your bootstraps.
True.
Cheer 100.
Yo, thanks for the bits, Ludicrous. I'm glad I learned something. I didn't know that Lemon Fact. I didn't subscribe to Lemon Facts today, but I'm glad I have it now.
Time to find the source of the corruption.
A,
Been asked to stop.
as they say.
An ugly red magic berry blocks the way down to the tree's heart.
Okay, so this kind of works.
Red light fills these root tunnels.
What's the DC on my thing? Don't I have Necromancy or whatever? 35? Oh, that's pretty good. 2d4 plus 1 per cast level every 2 seconds. I have no idea.
That sense of unease you felt fades.
Yeah, it was a good beat. Sometimes when you throw out the huge long strings of text like that, the beat's actually pretty good. Not all the time, but sometimes. I should do a little bit more damage with the passive on the AoE, but it's doing its job. It's keeping me alive. That's all that really matters. I don't know if I have any negative spell power on this build yet. A negative is 178. I mean, it's almost as good as everything else, so... Maybe I wouldn't notice if I was on, like, Elite or something. Yeah, something you're also going to notice me doing is called snapshotting. So snapshotting is where you have a buff or an increase in your stats that you don't normally have, and then you cast a spell that will use the effect of the temporary buff for its entire duration. So what I mean is I cast Death Aura. So Death Aura lasts for a minute and a half. But before I actually cast Death Aura, first I use this ability, Memento Reaper's Power, which gives me 45 spell power. If I cast Death Aura while I have that effect active, then my character will get the extra 45 spell power on the Death Aura for the entire duration of it. In essence, it takes a snapshot of your stats as to what they look like when you cast the effect. So that's why they call it snapshotting. If you've ever wondered why you've heard that term but you didn't know where it came from, it's because it takes a snapshot of your stats at the time. And so that's one of the reasons why with this character, I'm going to press Memento Reaper Power for damage. Right? So I'm going to go Memento Reaper Power, but then I'm also going to go 1 and 2. Hit him with both Death Auras. So now, when I go into this room, I'm going to do more damage, but also my auras get 45 more spell power. And you can do that with a lot of different spells. It's the reason why they got rid of the... what do you call it? What was that ability called? Offhand Versatility? Where what it would do is it would make it so that if you ooh, lost soul, please. If you crit with a melee attack, you would get automatic crits on your spells, which was cool because you would think, oh, I could like melee, get the proc, and then use a spell, and it would crit. What you would actually do is melee with it, get the proc, then cast a duration spell, like Death Aura. And then for Death Aura, it always crits the entire time. It's Peepogy. It's what Ludicrous typed.
Hey Strim, Brian here. My son is mad at me because he told me he was cold and I told him to stand in the corner because it is 90 degrees.
Yeah, I know that one.
Fun fact, a school or piranhas can devour a child in under 30 seconds.
Okay.
In other news, I lost my job at the zoo today. My wife gave birth of my son in the car on the way to the hospital. When we arrived, they asked for his name and I replied with Carson.
Wait.
The root tunnel lurches suddenly.
Is that it? Is that how that works? I'm trying to. The Carson one's screwing me up. I don't really get it. Maybe I'm just too stupid. The car. I got it. The car. Yes, of course. So I named him Carson. Oh, because he was born in the car. Oh, sorry, I'm stupid. The 90 degrees one I got, and the piranha one is amazing. That was very funny. Oh, I lost my job today. Yeah, in other news. Could really be related to anything. I don't know. Anyway. So here's what I'm learning. Enchantment, not good for leveling. So I don't recommend you guys do this. Now I know this is a brilliant take from me, Strimtom, genius, that you guys might not have been aware of, but yeah. Don't play an enchanter while leveling. It's not very good. So there's your brilliant deduction of the day that you didn't have. Now you have it. What are you gonna do with it? I don't know. Do whatever you want. Who would have known? Honestly, I don't think there was a way to know. It was new knowledge for me, new knowledge for you, but we're all learning together. Oh, when I get 10 more levels, that's gonna be good. Here you go. Have some more garbage so you can fill up your bank alts. Are you using the eternal wand of cure wounds to heal yourself? Oh, Frosty.
Quest completed. Thank you to you and everybody else in chat that helped me out.
Yo, Deadshot, welcome back to the stream team for 15 months. I really appreciate the resub. I hope you're enjoying your day. I hope me and all the other people in chat can continue to assist you and give you all the information that you need to make better decisions in the future when it comes to Dungeons & Dragons Online. If you need non-Dungeons & Dragons Online assistance and advice, you can still ask for it, but your mileage may vary. You're going to get advice from people that are watching some dude play a video game from 20 years ago on Twitch, so you got to be careful about that. Mass hold person is 7. The problem is hold person is not as good as hold monster. Here's how I know. Hey, wolf, hold person. Ah, shit. Getting bullied in the ossified sector? Oh no, not the ossified sector. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Hey man, it's better than playing Guild Wars 2, am I right? Up top. Yeah.
Home to the Baron and Baroness Bitterspine, and one of
Third
the
person
many
for monster in that code. It's a good idea. Well, yeah, Mass Hold Monster is one of the best spells in the entirety of DDO's history. It's crazy to think about just how good it's been for how long it's been in the game. It's just good. Like, this is going to sound crazy. There was a time where Meteor Swarm was a terrible spell, because it just didn't do any damage. That might kind of blow some of your minds who've been playing the game for a little bit. But yeah, Meteor Swarm used to be a very bad spell. So bad you'd, like, never take it. It's weird, but Mass Hold's just been, like, always good.
A connection in the summer court sent word of the Outlander's arrival.
Bards get Mass Hold at 13? Yeah, it's because they're better.
I assure you,
yeah, they also get more enchantment DCs. Because Bards get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 enchantment DCs from just Spell Singer alone. 100 euros to stream if you think cruisers shouldn't be bullied. Do nothing if you think you should get bullied. There you go.
As you pull this lever, you notice a bizarre painting depicting the Wintertide Ballroom. To your surprise,
no, I lose my death aura every time I go through one of these stupid doors. I forgot about that.
The door to the treasure vault is broken shut.
Hey Strim, can you come into the ossified sector and call Cruiser Cringe then leave? Thanks.
I mean, I was paid $1.
As you pull this lever.
Well, do I, but am I really going to do this? Am I really going to accept $1? So I can
this door leads out to the
let people
Windward
pay
Mountain.
for me to bully someone on the
Dim
internet?
gems on either side. You can
Is
see
that the type
it
of
has been
person I
sealed
am?
to prevent
Is that
guests
who
from
I want to
following
be?
Usher outside.
Someone with $1?
The court advisor stares off into the distance. At the sound of your footsteps, he jolts, turns around, and lets out a dejected sigh. Osha
Being a
hands
paid
you key.
spokesman?
He tells
True.
you that the frosted Spanish flower can be
How
found in
about
the center of the
$2?
Aurora Garden.
All right, I got it.
Warns you not
Here
to
we
let
go.
The true nature of the world become gossip fodder for the other guests.
Cruiser, we're cringe old boomers. I said we because so am I, and they said nothing wrong about also self-bullying.
A peculiar patch of grass grows in its center.
That's why I said we.
Along with a flower that emanates a
Look at that.
magical, chilly
Stand in solidarity with the
flower crumbles away
cyberbullying.
into nothing
And I
in the
got
palm of
$2.
and instantly regrows in the soil. The newly sprouted flower glows blindingly for a moment.
Experiencing the Raptor bug on Windows doesn't happen on Linux. Interesting. Yeah, somebody was saying that they also didn't have it happen to them on the 32-bit client, which is so bizarre to me.
Covered in twisting vines and familiar flowers.
Oh, true. It is a 5th level spell for Bard. Yeah, yeah, true. I mean, you can heighten. Heighten's not terrible. I mean, it's pretty bad on Bard, but it's not terrible in general. I think I actually have heighten on my Bard. Pretty sure I did take it. Yeah.
Lady Lazuli informs you that there were only 2 Eladrin.
Yeah, but it's still useful for a couple things. One of the main ones is glitter dust, which I use for it.
Who can tell you more? Sir Snowdrift, the resident social
Bug does not happen in
butterfly of the
32-bit?
Prince of
Yeah.
Frost's court. Sir Snowdrift tells you that
Entering the
Lord
island?
Beryl was last
Weird.
seen slinking off to the kitchen in search of a fresh bottle of wine. Then he shoos you out of his crowd of
Steam
adoring
Linux mode is not
nobles.
crashing ever. I mean, if that works, it works. Again, I don't know much about Linux or computer program, but yeah. Yeah, the problem with like updates and changes to the game and the engine is that I know people are working on these things. Like people are working on updating the engine, fixing stuff in the store, changing things. Because that does happen. Like things change. It's just like the real life though, where shit just takes forever. It's like, yeah, this project will be done. We'll have this preview back in like a year. Shit. Because there's other stuff that comes up or other priorities.
An Eladrin noble stands at the base
Your
of the
quads
stairs
are
that
weak?
lead to the
Hold on,
Prince
what
of
part of the
Frost's
body is the
quarters.
quad?
This must be Dame Allegra, the mysterious newcomer you're
Is that-
looking for. Dame Allegra
Is that in
saw
the-
a hooded
is that in the
stranger
face?
plant the frosted
Where does
cerise
that
in the
go?
garden. She bids you to follow her there.
I don't know where the
so she
quad
can help you
goes.
Search for clues about the culprit. A frost
Quadriceps,
giant
upper
snows
leg
on the
muscle.
floor of this
Oh, front of your leg. Got
You
it,
didn't think
got it.
anyone would dare to intrude in the Prince of Frost's private quarters.
And why do you need that muscle to be strong? It was like, you know, you go to the gym and they'd have like the things for working out the tricep. And I'm like, why do I need strong triceps? They're at the back of the arm. I don't need those. It's a stupid muscle.
Secret passage slides open beyond the back.
What am I going to do with it?
Hidden away in this room stands a sculpture of a woman. Its plaque reads, "For my
Oh,
love."
Ludacris fixed something. Interesting. That could work.
The Prince of Frost had hidden a journal inside a sphere of ice. The journal details memories of his
Aesthetically, people who skip
long-lost
leg
love,
day look stupid.
died
Big upper body but
thousands
chicken
of
legs.
years ago.
Well, that's
As he
true.
dropped the
Yeah,
journal,
yeah. So when I
Frost
go
giant
to the
bursts into
gym,
room,
I do like.
along with a squad of
Oh,
red
I should have
cat
dedored.
dogs.
Anyway, I do like full body
Frost
workout.
giant
So I'll do
collapses
like
onto the floor.
a little arms and a little legs just to make sure I hit all of it. Or, you know, if I'm going often enough where I can afford to, I'll do upper and then lower body. But yeah, I don't I definitely don't focus on like just arms or just legs or anything when I go to the gym.
Dame Allegra stands in the center of the garden. She lets out a low chuckle.
You know, whole arm, then you aren't committed? Okay, good to know.
My little prank. It was good fun.
Quad bone's connected to the tribone. The tribone's connected to the bibone. The bibone's connected to the unibone. I don't think that's where the bones go. I don't remember the bone song entirely, but I'm pretty sure that there's something fishy about that. Wait, why did none of my spells hit the Shambling Cerise? Just like phase through it. Oh, whatever. That's cool, man. I'm glad to hear that you had your lift. You know, I gotta say, it's always inspiring to hear you talk about how you get out there and you lift all the time and you like committed to that. So that's tough.
With a mad cackle, she
Double squats can help your quads strengthen at all.
In her place.
Oh, goblet squats. I kept reading goblin squats, like squatting but like goblin adjacent. I don't know what that would be, but what is a goblet squat? I'm just gonna Google it. Goblet squat.
The frosted cerise flower from the snow. This time, the bloom stays in the palm.
Oh yeah, I got that
instead
one.
of crumpling away into nothing. Return to the Baroness to tell her what happened.
Head while squatting. Oh, I got it. Witch
the Baroness
hunt.
tells you he is in your debt for thwarting the Night Hag's scheme.
Multi-violent in-game is
Now that
casual
you
mode.
have the
True.
frosted cerise,
With
you're
Greater
one
Ruin
step
recently?
closer
I don't know. Greater Ruin's interesting. I like Greater Ruin. But I don't know if I did one recently. I don't think so. Yeah, step-ups and walking lunges hurt my feet bones. You have osteopenia? I know what that is. I'm just going to quickly Google that one. Osteopenia. Osteopenia. Reduced bone mass of lesser severity than osteoporosis. Oh, less bone density. Bone mass. Okay. I got it. It's common in people older than 50, especially women. I didn't know you were an older 50-year-old woman. Damn, I'm learning so much about you today.
Within the distance,
What does this do?
just a few short steps.
Osteopenia has no signs or symptoms, but a painless screening test can measure bone strength. Certain lifestyle changes can help you preserve bone density and prevent osteoporosis. Can't you just, like, drink milk or get a necromancer to, like, shore up the bones? I'm pretty sure that in Diablo 2, necromancer gets bone armor, and you can probably use bone armor to increase the power of it. You know what? In Neverwinter Nights, I'm very confident that there is a thing you can do with Pale Master that, like, increases the power of your bones. Why don't you do that? In your body so your bones can absorb calcium properly? Yeah, so that's that would solve your problem. I'll join your backup Linux for level 734. There you go.
Pixies have built a village among the boughs of this towering tree. The tiny creatures flit effortlessly from house to
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
house.
that's right. Pale Master, Neverwinter Nights. I'm pretty sure there's like a bone thing in there. Yeah, bone. Oh, it's bone skin. Oh, you get bone skin. That's not in the bones. Oh, the Gomad diet? Yeah. I don't think the Gomad diet's good for bones.
Have you come for the hag?
I mean, it might be good for bones, honestly. I don't really know, but I don't think it is.
The hunters report she Don't let her. Pray use one of the portals. Use these banners to
Get
summon
fat?
my huntsman.
Well, again, if you're like bodybuilding, I can see the point in that, you know.
That doesn't mean though they're invincible. Where will the sport be?
Yeah, you guys know the Gomad diet's a classic diet.
Each of my huntsmen are bound to the hunt, but when you remove their banner, you free them of their service.
Oh, I can cast all the fire spells I want. She's immune to fire. She's a hag. Oh no, where's my DPS guy? He's not here. Oh shit. This strategy in need requires DPS.
Wild beasts out there to gather more lost banners, then use them to corral the hag towards me.
Got lost in Feywild? Oh, that's okay. I've been lost in Feywild before.
True death in my hand.
I might be able to do this without you. We'll see.
I want to start the seafood diet. It's where I slap people with tilapia Joel looking.
Yeah, that's a pretty good diet. It's not the seafood diet I'm used to, but that one's pretty good. All right, she's immune to that. Well, the upside, she doesn't do enough damage to me to kill me. None of these guys do, so I can just stay here. Okay, I'm almost at the point where I can kill her. I'm almost there. There's a lot of red caps here, which is a bit of a problem. There we go, they're gone. Nice. Okay, we're almost through the red caps. We're almost done. See, this is where Spike Growth comes in, because Spike Growth just rips these guys apart. Oh, the Plague Reaper. That sucks. Okay, nice. Done. And all it took was 32 kills. You can play it isn't keto. Yeah, like I said, one of the reasons why I can't do... You're here? Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're here. I feel more comfortable. One of the reasons why I can't do like a lot of diets is because I have no sense of discipline whatsoever, and I just kind of like eating whatever. The only thing I ever did that was like specifically on a diet was I went vegetarian for a year just to see if I could do it. Like if I had the mental fortitude. And the answer is I do. But the rule I had was I'm not going to force other people to feed me vegetarian food. Because like, so like when I went over to like my mom's place or something, she was like, oh, come over for dinner. I wasn't like, yeah, make me vegetarian. Like, she doesn't get it. She doesn't get vegetarian food. It's like not even a concept. I'm like, I'm not going to be like, make 2 meals. Like, it's fine. I'll eat your meatloaf or whatever. Now we come here. Nice. Yo, thanks for the help, man. Appreciate it. Chicken parm waffle diet. Honestly, that would kill you. Again, I'm not too much of like a thinking about health sort of feller. But yeah, that one would kill you. Oh, it's Guzzlord raid hour tomorrow? Oh, snap. I forgot about Guzzlord. I already caught a Guzzlord, but I should probably get some more. Only Python and Bash scripts? Oh man, you guys are talking about scripting. I don't know anything about that. All this computer stuff.
Stands a curious hedge. Though you search for some sort of legible inscription, you cannot find any sign of who built it.
Gotcha. You can run DDO without patching? Yeah, you can run DDO without patching the game. For those that weren't around, I believe it was Sunday, the DDO patching server went down. It did end up coming back, but in the interim, people were unable to log into the game. And so in the Discord, put together by Wrath was a little like imager album that went through the instructions as to how to play DDO even though the patching server is down. And hopefully that helped some of you be able to log in and being able to play. So, but yeah, fortunately not an issue for me because I was just sick and tired and not feeling good and I didn't have a good day at all.
You make your way deep into the Kelpie's underwater
Where did
grotto,
Cruiser
protected
go?
by the Eladrin's magics. Now, where is the lost keepsake you were sent to find?
I thought he was already in the quest. Well, you know, he'll find his way in.
Coming from up ahead.
He took 8. Ugh. Why would he do that? Y'all taunted me into it. You guys really are bullying Cruiser today. My god, man.
A magical light fills this chamber and glints off of something mounted to the back wall.
That's okay. It's just one adventure. Plus, you don't need as much XP. You were probably capped on XP and we're like, oh, I should probably take 8. Didn't hear a single thing.
The first lever is pulled, and a deep rumble.
Is crafting relevant in Guild Wars 2 or is it not relevant? Oh, yeah. Well, that's second life versus 70 life. It is? Okay.
A strange noise.
Oh, you have an XP potion going. Oh, is that on the 50?
Sounds like growling.
For leveling it's relevant? Oh, but for if you're at the level cap of 80, crafting is relevant or not important? For in game it's mandatory. Okay, yeah. I gotcha.
The light filtering
Yeah.
through this
Okay, that
shallow
makes sense.
pool illuminates a
Yeah, because
lever
I know that's
set
one of the
into
problems they
marble.
have in Lord of the Rings Online, where people are like, hey, the crafting sucks at endgame and leveling. And they're like, we got you. And then that was like 3 years ago. Or 4 years ago.
There's an audible pop as the second lever is pulled and the barrier in the main hall dissipates.
Whoops. 50 from the Reaper farming? Nice. Well, you're also getting Reaper XP here. I mean, that's the thing about playing DDO and picking up all that Reaper XP. Like, I can't enchant anything in any of these quests because they're plants. They're all immune to enchantment. I hope I am not as bad to my players in my D&D campaign I'm running with monsters that are immune to garbage that they can do. Because I just realized one of my players is like a psychic, and he'll have the ability to deal with psychic monsters, or like to interact with things in their minds. And one of the first monsters I think I'm going to throw at them is probably like a swarm. At which point he is not very helpful. So we'll see.
Booms an exceptionally large and powerful kelpie as it charges.
Every time we take it, the Advent sends someone to fetch it back. It's an endless supply of fresh fare for us.
Yep. Continue their bonuses were towards psionic. I think it's because they just wanted something that was going to stack, so they called it psionic bonus. That, and also Kensai is like monk adjacent, and monk is pretty close to psionics, which is like power from within. So I think that's why it's related. I don't think it's actually because they're trying to imply that Kensais are psychic, but I think it's more like psionic means, I guess, power from within. What is the dictionary definition? Definition: psionic. Psionic, relating to or denoting the practical use of psychic powers or paranormal phenomena. Never mind. Look, that's why my interpretation of that would be.
You spot the Eladrin's lost keepsake perched atop a nearby chest.
Speaking of, let's see, what about the new hyper encabulator? There's a hyper encabulator video. June 2022. Man. Well, I was playing Backseat Rogue. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like I said, in my campaign, I'm writing. I wrote out all the character classes. So I don't think they have any abilities that would get too annoying. That's a nice thing too, is I can because it's mine. I wrote everything. I made sure none of the character classes do anything that I find frustrating. All right, cool. Well, it's time for me to level up because I don't have any other 5s I want to do. So let's do it. Okay. Wizard Trainer, level 8, Jasmine Maghorn, Intelligence. Ooh, look at me, smarty pants. Jump, search, use measure device, swim. I have to do all the 5s before I'm allowed to level? No, if that was the case, I would die of old age. So intelligence good. Spell pen? So I need that. Oh, I need Skeleton Knight. Uh-huh. VIP bonus on the content in the game. You can just get most of the game to finish it. Yep. If you're a first life, you definitely can. If you have multiple past lives, I still have to do a lot of content. Like I said, I get to level 32 with about half of the favor in the game. I got about 35 to 3,700 favor, which is about half. Displacement, huh? Because that would take less damage. It's either displacement or displacement. Yeah, sounds good. I couldn't justify using anything else, so it sounds good to me. I don't get Epic Destiny stuff yet? What level do I have to wait till to get Epic Destiny things? What the hell? Deep Slumber? No. You want me to cast Deep Slumber? I don't know what I have flagged, but sure. Let me look. So it's gonna be first choice. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm being asked to help with Legendary Shroud, and since I know you guys really like watching Legendary Shroud, I think I'm gonna see if I have anything flagged so I can go help. I'm just checking an item real quick. Ooh, Nullification 70, Necromancy Focus, Insightful Spell Pen, and a board. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna check this out. We'll see how this goes. So, Cruiser, you wait there for half an hour, or do whatever it is you do. I don't know. When to pick Mastermind and use the help action at 30 feet for every action, I just say swing harder or more gooder. What are we talking about here? Mastermind, you said? 5e Mastermind Rogue. Rogue Mastermind. You get a disguise kit and blah blah. You can use the help action as a bonus action. Additionally, when you use the help action to aid an ally attack a creature, the target attacking me within 30 feet of you rather than 5 feet of you, if the target can see or hear you. Damn! That's frustrating. Complete the quest, Meridia.
The dark of eternal night has drawn its
He dinned in anyway. Honestly, good call. Dinner's good. I should probably get something to eat for dinner, but I haven't thought about it yet because I'm busy. I'm busy gaming out. Very cringe build. What, the Mastermind Rogue? Pepperoni Stromboli? Oh, that also sounds good. Oh, yes. I could go for some Stromboli. You know what's busted and annoying? Not even that. The stupid, what do you call it? The Artificer. There's like Stroke of Genius or something like that. And it's the most ridiculous ability I've ever seen in my life. Oh yeah, I gotta get flagged. Which one first? Flash of Inspiration? No, it's not. It's not Bardic Inspiration. Flash of Inspiration Artificer 5e. Dude, this ability is so dumb. Flash of Genius? Okay. Artificer, Flash of Genius. Starting at level 7, you gain the ability to come up with solutions. When you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, you can use your reaction to add your intelligence modifier to the roll. Where's Flash of Genius? You can use the feature a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier. It's so frustrating. When you're the creature, so you can use your action to add the roll. Nope. It just says, starting at level 7, you gain the ability to come up with solutions under pressure. When you or another creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, you can use your reaction to add your intelligence modifier to that roll. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier minimum once. You gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. The thing is, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen all the time where you have to make a really dangerous save or a really dangerous like thing or like a skill check that's really relevant. So the fact that, let's say you have an 18 intelligence, you can use it 4 times a day to add +4. That 4 times is not crazy. You don't have 4 really important saving throws usually a day until you get to like really high level where there's lots of stuff going on. But yeah. Also, after the roll but before the result, correct, is also ignored at every table because people just want to know. Like, the only time it's going to stop you is if you have like a game that's telling you to stop. So like if you're playing online or not online, but playing like a video game, and the video game restricts how often you can do stuff. People don't do like all the individual step checks.
A hum can be heard from the hallway outside. The teleportation sigil has been activated.
So yeah. Yeah, it's shocking how like that effect. So I did I played a campaign, and it was 2 campaigns going on at the same time with 2 different DMs, but they were both playing in the same world at the same time. And so it was interesting because we got to see our the campaigns intersect and do whatever, and it is what it is. It was a neat experience. After it was done, we did like a battle royale between the two groups, and dude, their wizard, or not wizard, the artificer with the flash of genius, it was insane. You literally couldn't even do anything. It'd be like, oh, flash of genius, oh, flash of genius, oh, flash of genius. It's like, it's the equivalent of like counterspell 4 times as a reaction on top of anything else you can already do. It's absolute madness.
The poisonous vapor seems to have dissipated in your abs. The second sigil can be seen on the far side of the drawbridge.
Like a fun stealer from the table? Yeah. I don't like Flash of Genius at all. I think that the ability is powerful, but I just don't really like it.
A fearsome horned devil stands between you and the rune you need to activate.
Like, that's just one of those abilities I find is too strong for what it is and what it does. Similarly, another ability I find is too strong for what it does is
the rune sparks to life as the lever is pulled. The hum of similar runes can be heard. A rune glows beneath the fetid water. Through the murk, you can
this quest, people bug out this quest all the time. So whenever you do this quest, by the way, you can't go ahead of time. You have to, I think we might be bugged. Because we have to, oh, there we go. We discovered the end of the underwater passage.
A strange
okay.
Sound
you have to actually walk towards the rune, because if you don't, the quest bugs out, and then you can't actually complete it. Whoopsie. I've had this happen a few times. I believe we're good. I believe it's fine. You power the sigil by activating the rune and lowering the rune bridge. Oh, we didn't activate the rune. Oh, we have to get across here. Okay, I see. Okay, that's good. That's fine. I thought we were done this already. Oh, shit. I keep falling. Which request creeping death? Like, you're right. It is a reaction, so it can only be done once per round. But as I said, like, it is very uncommon for you to encounter multiple required saves all at the same time.
Magic resonates throughout the complex as the
oh yeah, I could cast Featherfall and make it easier. I'm just saying that like there aren't a lot of comparable abilities to that. It's really crazy.
Garko curses as he strikes the second sigil. A flash of magic teleports him.
It also doesn't feel like it fits Artificer at all. Like, I have no idea what's in that class either. Which is like another thing. The only reason I can think of that it fits in Artificer is because
bar your progress further into the sewer.
Is this Epic Elite? No, it's Heroic Elite. These guys have a lot of hit points. So yeah, it's just not good. And I will stand by that until the day I die. Do I not have Meteor Swarm? No, I don't. Die. And trust me, I'm running a 5e campaign with like custom character classes. I know overpowered characters.
A series of symbols are etched on the ground. They seem to control the drawbridge.
Shoot. Fudge. I wasn't even close! Dude, I wasn't even close! I was not even close. Ridiculous. Not even close. Alright, thank you. That's fine. Okay, what are we doing here? Here we go.
The drawbridge lowers
Actively
and the last
feeding?
sigil appears.
Yeah, I did
primed
actively
and
feed.
ready for its victim.
Between 5e and 4? Yes. 4th edition is a video game. So I actually like a lot of the 4th edition combat rules. But it's so video gamey, it's crazy. And 5th edition is
Quest received.
like D&D.
The sigil
It's
fires
kind of
and
is
the
like
gelatinous
D&D
cube
for
melts away
dummies,
from
basically. It's a
Garco.
good way to think about it.
In a
Like
flash,
it's
the
it's
kobold
much
is
more simple.
teleported further in the
The
complex.
mechanics are simpler. There's fewer options, but they also get rid of like a lot of bloat as well. So I'm not saying it's like necessarily bad because there's less options and stuff. Like it's just it is designed in a different way, and it's designed to be more like introductory.
Garco the Great stands before you.
So like, you know, concepts like confirming a critical
His
hit,
last
that just
words,
doesn't even exist in
lamentations of
5.
his lost hopes and curses for his enemies.
All right, we're done. How do I get out of this quest? How do I leave? Oh no, it's been a while since I played this character. I don't remember where my buttons are. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. I was like going for the loot and I realized I shouldn't do that. Yeah, I don't really understand confirming critical hits. I'm okay with that not being in the game. In 5, I'm happy with that mechanic being gone. I don't really like critical hits in 5 as they are. I like how people describe it where critical hits do max damage plus additional dice. I actually like
I
that.
didn't think those other times I died were actually going to stick.
I should probably
did
put
you?
that
You
in
have
my
to kill me
campaign.
on my own home plane for any chance of that.
She continues.
And just as a hint, that's not Shavarath.
A
Or
1 in
here, for
400.
that matter. But I can't really
Yep.
let you live now that you know that.
She adds with a shrug.
Goodbye. Time to die.
Well, that's the heroic loot. The heroic loot would be
As the succubus
15
falls,
sentient XP.
She whispers.
It is more than 0, but it's not that much more than 0.
With Melicia's defeat, the devil
Not
forces
double
begin to
damage?
retreat back
No,
to
I would do
Shavarath
something
once
like
more.
a critical hit is max plus damage. So if that makes sense, it's like in a longsword is like a D8, right? Damage. So instead of rolling 2 D8s, I would say like your first longsword hit is max. So you do 8 plus a D8. Yeah, max plus rolling again. Yeah. Where there were no attack rolls, just auto hit. It worked better than I thought it would, except not having crits. Yeah. I've thought about automatically attacking. My solution to that problem in my game is in my game I gave every single character has multi-attack at level 1. So they all have multi-attack. So that way there's a good chance that there is something that they can do. That's one of my least favorite parts about low-level games, and also one of my least favorite parts about higher-level non-fighters, is if you have, like, you're, like, level 2 or whatever, and then you miss, your turn's over. You just roll, I miss, okay? And that's, like, your whole turn. And it just feels not good. So yeah. So that's why I'm like, everybody gets 2 attacks, and I'll just balance things accordingly with 2 attacks. Really damage dice but in fantasy grounds, yeah. So champ, you just go greatsword at that point. Why? Is this fighter? I don't know fighter that well. Fighter champion. Fighter champion. Oh, beginning when you choose, you get a critical hit on a 19 or 20. I mean, isn't that just good anyway? I'm pretty sure isn't that just good regardless? Yeah, because there's like 3 fighters. You have fighter champion, which is just good. You have fighter, what's it, War Master or whatever it is, tactician, where it has all the special moves, which is also just good. And you have fighter Eldritch Knight, which is like eh. So yeah. Did I ever show you guys my chart? I don't know if I ever showed you my chart. Let me get you the chart. I'm gonna get the chart. So there it is. Weapons for my campaign for 5e. So this is my weapon chart. So I changed up the chart a little bit. So I changed up some of the damage values of some of the weapons. I changed up the critical roll to match more of the 3.5 on here. And then the critical damage just made it appropriate to like having actual multipliers and stuff. So everything has like a custom number. So all the numbers are all over the place in terms of what you're going to do. But then also you have like your attack and damage for the stat. So obviously a finessable weapon is strength, but you can use dex for it instead because that's what finesse means. But then I also did stuff like, you know, javelin, you got a dex and strength. Crossbows, I was like aiming it, damn, it doesn't make dex to damage, doesn't make any sense. So it's like all about your knowledge of points and where you should shoot a creature. It's your intelligence and wisdom, stuff like that. Blowgun, it's like you got a dex, and then I said con because you got to breathe out. You got to be like, it's all about your lung capacity, so that makes more sense in terms of damage. It's only 1, but still. So I have like my own chart for what I use for my game. If you guys would like to use that chart, let me know and I can get you a link to the chart. Crit damage, add crit dice. Are there feats and racials that add crit damage in 5? I didn't even know that. Orc stuff? Do orcs do that? 5e orc. I don't know. Are we talking about orc or are we talking about half orc? Half orc. 5e half orc. Half orc. Savage attacks. When you score a critical hit with a melee weapon, you can roll one of the weapon's damage dice an additional time and add to the extra damage as a result of the critical hit. Damn, look at that. There you can. See, and again, this is where it comes into when we talk about, like, or when I talk about why I play Dungeons and Dragons. Is like, I would never play Dungeons and Dragons, or like me personally, I don't think about multi-classing, you know, a fighter champion plus something else plus being a half-orc, because I think about who my character is. And it's like, well, why would I play a half-orc? You know, who is my half-orc? What do they do? And like, to me, that's like the important part in terms of playing the game, is I always think about, you know, who is my character? Who am I playing as? That's the most important thing when it comes to Dungeons & Dragons, is like, who am I? Yeah, exactly, as Bobby put it. Which is, again, I'm not hating on people who want to go on Reddit and make their character builds, or go to, like, bring a character to, like, a convention or something and sit down at the table and play in a Monster Hunt game. But I just can't bring myself to play a character that I hate or think is uninteresting because I think the numbers look good. Because I have to be that person for, like, years. Gotta be that person for years.
An illusionary image of a familiar figure appears before you.
Love theory crafting champ.
There you
yeah.
are. says Eritrakos.
But also,
I
and
read
this
of
is, I
your
think, a
coming
good
in
one.
the Codex.
I don't play D&D
The image of
anymore.
Eritrakos vanishes.
I'm kind
and a
of like,
portal leading to the
I'm just a
shroud
DM,
appears.
so I'm gonna be a DM till the day I die. So yeah. Dang, I took a lot of damage. This thing's hurt. I forgot about that. I should cast crowd control on these things. I completely forgot that that was the thing I need to do. What difficulty is this? Oh, it's R1, okay. Aren't those the same characters, though?
You've defeated the scouting force.
Like, isn't that the same
but
thing?
The battle had just begun.
Like your characters that you're...
The
Oh, they're
armies
in
of
ads. You
Shavarath
can't
are
see what
coming.
I'm saying. But yeah, that... Is that not the same thing to have your character doing that? Saving up for 5k runes? No, I was asked to help out with this run.
2 more Shavarath gateways open.
How do I get rid of curses? Shit, I couldn't find my curse spots. Also, Horse, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Amish Cyborg. Appreciate it. And seems like a ton. Yeah, it's a lot. I'm sure you're like somewhat competent in combat. Well, I think context is important. Right? I think context is important. So, do I think that people making builds for the sake of being bad, or characters for the sake of being bad, is a good idea? No, not all the time. But sometimes you can. So, like, for example, one time I roleplayed as a character who was a soldier. So they had fighter levels. And they ended up... Did we not go that way? I thought we went that way. Yeah. Oh, there's a portal here. Okay. I can just do this, as it turns out. But yeah, I roleplayed as a character who was a soldier, who was in the army, and then war's over, so they got sent home, and didn't have a lot of money or anything to do with their skills, so they ended up turning to life of crime. You know, mugging people in the alley, whole 9 yards. And so took up not just some fighter, but some rogue levels. And then I roleplayed them my character then in the future, after like a night of binge drinking, woke up on the stoop of the church and wanted to change their life, and then ended up becoming a cleric and became like extremely preachy. So they were a very preachy ex-cleric or ex-fighter rogue, now cleric, who did not have a lot of wisdom or charisma. So obviously that makes it difficult to actually do your cleric stuff. But I really liked the character because it felt like it fit with what I was trying to do, and I gave me a lot of good, interesting roleplay opportunities, and I enjoyed it. Was it min-max? No. Was I useless? No, I just didn't have great spellcasting, but it's not like my character was just standing around the whole time. So yeah. I think context is what matters. Are you going to be asked for another 10 runs over 10 weeks? I hope not. So yeah, I agree with that. I'm not saying like people should be making bad characters for the sake of making bad characters, but you know, I'm okay. What are we missing? Oh, it's this one over here. Again, context sensitive. Are we doing this with no healer or crowd control? Sick. It's gonna take a while. Nice. Yeah, I think context matters a ton when it comes to that. I'm also not saying there's anything wrong with playing a character that is incredibly well optimized, as long as the character's story, in my opinion, is also optimized. Like, if you're playing a character that is multi-classing like 6 different classes and doing this and doing that, that's fine, as long as, you know, your character actually feels like a person that lives in the world and not a video game character, who you can't really explain why they have their stats or how they fit in. Because I don't know, the role-playing, for me, in tabletop, the role-playing is important. And this is at games that I host also. Not trying to say that if you host games or you don't care, or if you play in games where the DMs that you're playing with don't care, that's perfectly fine. That you're allowed to do that. I was just talking about my own personal experience. That's all. Like in Baldur's Gate 3, you know, my character is a paladin bard. But it's not because I'm doing it because it's like really good. Maybe there's some elements of it that are good, but I'm mostly just doing it because it fits with the story that I wrote for my character. Isekai them and give them amnesia? That's a good idea. Well, and that too. Also, table balance is really important. Like, if you have like one person who's like hideously overpowered. Oh, I'm not facing him, eh? Oh, thanks, game. Yeah, if you have one character that's like hideously overpowered and makes it so that a lot of the other people sitting at the table feel like they don't do anything, that's also an issue. You got to make sure that if like one person is like ultra power gaming, you kind of need everybody to do it. You can't just have one person doing that. You kind of have to have every single person in and along for the ride. No! I got killed by this guy.
Keeper of Shavarath has entered the shroud. He must be destroyed.
Have good table balance by making sure your table has 4 legs.
Oh, there's no death timer here? I thought there was death timers in Shroud. Oh. That's a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna go up. Must buff. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Is that the only time I ever dealt with people who were incredible power gamers? Was one time in probably like almost 15 years ago in a 3.5 game, and then in every Pathfinder game I've ever played. I played in 2, and both the times I had the gamiest power gamers you'd ever seen. You never had an issue with lopsided power in parties? What does that mean? Can you break that sentence down? What do you mean that you've never had issue with it? As in that has never happened where you've been in a group where there has been lopsided power? Or you have never been upset about someone having dramatically more power than your character? Or you never had an issue with being a dungeon master and having some players having more strength than others? Were you the person who had someone else in your group who the power was lopsided and they were more powerful than your character, or was it the other way around? Slide ruler or graphing calculator? Yeah. I think Pathfinder's really cool. I like the amount of character options you can make. It's cool. Yeah. And the character that I played was a character that actually had something that no one else in the party had, which was skills.
Let's write in a
skills, man. Yeah, I didn't have any of that. They were level 2 and it can attack 3 times per round and be like plus 12 to hit at level 2 somehow. But search? They didn't have any of that. Good time. Is Archmage good for Wizard? Yeah, it is. So this obviously doesn't look like one. I just swapped to help do a raid. But yeah, Archmage is quite good for Wizard now. They made a bunch of adjustments and changes to Archmage to make him more powerful. And so, good call. One of the big things they did is they reduced the cost. I have to mute you because you're way too loud.
Marble wall blocks any further progress.
But they what?
Some old friends are here.
How is that still coming through? That's crazy.
The devil leader.
Anyway, they
You're not the only one who knows about resurrection magic, after all.
Yeah, it was very min-maxed campaign. But yeah, Archmage has been adjusted so that way it is. Oh, that's not good. Here we go. Archmage has been adjusted so that way there are a lot more options in it. It's less expensive, which is good. So your character can be a lot more powerful now. because you have better things to spend your points on. Because that was always one of the biggest struggles about Archmage, is that everything cost way too much. So they reduced the cost of Archmage by 17 points, which was absolutely fantastic. Great decision. The magic was pretty cool. That's kind of interesting. Weird shit hit me and my group suffered. It's not fun on either side. Well, that's the other thing too, and because I've been on that, I've done that before. Where like, what do you do when one of your players has way too many in one stat, like armor class, and you can't hit them? If you make a monster that can hit them, literally nobody else is able to avoid the monster, it's just an issue.
The Danube the Heartless crumples in defeat. Quick, the mighty falls before your
Can we get it? Stop the ritual. I'm going to kill it.
The crystal shatters.
Nice, we got it.
Opening the path to the altar of the new moons.
Yeah. So that's a issue. I think experience overcomes it. I don't know.
Across the valley lies the site of your previous conquest.
I can't even move. I can't even move, dude.
A gateway leading to the next challenge.
You said for occasionally allowing players to build the function. Hi, you see, let them soak hits every so often. Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, and that's where, you know, you're right. It does take experience, but the issue is that, and this is why I was talking about, you just need to have people on the same page. As long as everybody's on the same page, that's all that matters. Oh, a 5x5? I can solve this. Maybe. That's not what I wanted to hit, but okay. Fuck. Okay, can I just actually hit what I want to hit? Boom! I solved the 5x5 on my own. I'm a god. Is this the start? Oh, it is. Nice. That never happens. Woo! Yeah, like I said, I would never want to punish players for investing into their characters or making good characters. I hope that's like very clear from the way that I'm talking, but that is not the type of DMing I'm talking about. Again, it's mostly just, again, making sure that everyone's having the same page, or on the same page, where people are all able to have fun, and also that you know, all of the people that are playing at the game, you don't have, I don't know, I personally like it when people's characters are characters first and video game characters second. Yeah. Have you ever considered streaming it? Not even for 1 second. I don't need to turn every single aspect of my life into work. That's how I think about it. Because if I stream my D&D, also then I'd have to figure out a whole bunch of stuff, because then I'd have to start paying my people that are playing in my D&D campaign. It would have to be much more strict. No one would be able to, because we're all friends in real life. Like, these are people that I know. So then I'd have to, like, you know, I have to start paying them, so they have to go on payroll. I would have to, you know, now the session's changed. It's formulaic, so it's like, okay, now we have to have, you know, if somebody either can't make it, that's also an issue. No talking about personal problems. We got pacing. We got to start working in commercial breaks and stuff like that, or like, you know, scheduled out different breaks and other things. And there's just a bunch of logistical problems that I don't want to have to deal with. So that's one of the reasons why I have not even thought about it, or like not considered actually seriously doing it. And then the biggest one is I don't want to turn every aspect of my life into work, but I could also do that. Like the amount of overhead that would go into it, because like when me and my friends, we play D&D, it's like, oh yeah, you know, we hang out, we spend like 30 minutes just chitting the chat, talking about things that are going on in our lives and catching up. And then we get into actually doing the D&D game. We'll make references to like things that have happened or people that we know, or you know all the inside jokes and all that stuff. So if I decided to stream that, again, I'd have to really change up the formula and what we talk about. I'd have to be way more limited in terms of how I actually go about doing that. Can I make it past the wall? I can make it past the wall. Yes, we're good. I just wouldn't really want. It's so many extra. Whoa. There's just a lot of extra like overhead I wouldn't want to deal with. Tried to get more players to make a person at character creation, and it failed horribly. What do you mean? You tried to be like, oh yeah, who is your person? Like, what do they do? What's their job? Why do they get into adventuring? Because, like, for reference, one of my characters, or one of my players in my current campaign that I'm doing, because I'm having all the players, like, I'm doing custom classes for everybody, so that way they can think of their character first, and the class just comes along with it, as opposed to having to fit the person they want to play into a class. And I spent half an hour talking to one of my players who never once mentioned anything about who they are. So they talked about their job, their family, you know, their religious tendencies, you know, their aversions, things they like, things they dislike, their fears, their hopes, their dreams, their goals, why they started adventuring. It was like half an hour, and after half an hour, it's like, okay, cool, but like, can you cast magic? And they were like, oh, I don't know. Like, that didn't even occur to them. How did I get their class powers? Yeah, exactly. As I said, as long as everybody at the table has the same feeling, then it's all good. You know, it's all about, we just talked about this for a while, but yeah, it's all about just being on the same page. If only there was a... Can you cheat death past the walls? I actually don't know if you can do that. Whoops, well, that's a wall. Hello. Just like poker night with the boys? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think that's one of my favorite parts about Dungeons & Dragons. There's so many just different ways to play it and so many ways you can enjoy it. I remember when I first started playing Dungeons & Dragons, the DM that we had, he really loved giants. He just loved using giants in all his games. And so he would oftentimes, we would have so, like, you know, encounters like, oh, you fight giants. There's a giant fortress. Inside there are giants. There's giants everywhere. And so it was a very big Monster Hunt style game where, you know, there was not as much story going on, but this guy had like really thorough dungeons, really complicated places that were all like hand drawn and like these like windy things, and he wouldn't give us maps. So like when you finish clearing a chunk of dungeon, you'd have to be scrolling that shit on paper, or else, because when that goes away, you're like, okay, where did we go? How did we get back to here? As you're like running it down. And it was like really, really fun, but it was also, it was like, you know, if you wanted a very character-driven event, you wouldn't get something very character-driven. Versus some people that I played with, where they're like, they don't even like having, they try to avoid combat. Like, they'd like to have, like, you know, a combat every 4 or 5 sessions, as opposed to, like, every session.
Bubbles to life. The magical barrier blocking the altar of the waxing moons dissipates.
In the past, it was pretty chill. That was a quick backstory that works for both of us. Oh yeah, I also don't think that people need to have like a crazy long backstory. As long as your, you know, your backstory like explains who your character is. Just be like, well, my character, he when he was very young, his parents got killed outside of a theater where they were watching a performance, and so he grew up with a sense of bitterness. However, he was able to inherit his parents' wealth and use that wealth to, and his grim sense of reality to continue to advance the ambitions of his family and own large amounts of property and other trade deals. At which point, as he got even older, he started to see injustice around him all over the world. And so he decided that since he could already do so many things with his great company and his wealth, he used it as a way to kind of invest into the best equipment that money could buy, the best swords, the best armor, and then decided to go out at night as a caped crusader, taking down those that need justice. And then the dungeon master goes, so you're playing Batman? It's Batman. You're playing Batman. It's like, no. Totally different. Nothing to do with bats. I don't know what to tell you. Totally different. I got you pinged. Oh god, I was looking at Discord. and not paying attention to like the things in front of my face.
Eritrakos enters the arena. I see that you attuned the altars, booms the devil leader. Good. That will speed up my ritual considerably. I would have done it myself, but it seems the altars require you to be native to this miserable little plane. But this is as far
about Wild Surge? Okay, yeah.
The codex
That's why I like tactical combat, stick to the rules, and narrative focus and roleplay. Gotta compromise. What do you mean? What does stick to the rules mean? Don't most people stick to the rules? Or if somebody has like an interesting or cool idea, you go, no, no, it's not in the rules though.
Eritrakos vanishes as the blades close in. Then, a blur up in the air catches your eye.
I'm okay with negotiating a rule, depending on what it is. Depends. Like, if it's like rule of... Sometimes rule of cool will take over. It depends on what it is. Like, I had a player in my campaign, in the last one that I ran, that liked doing...
As you activate the altar,
after the raid or after the stream. Well, I don't want to do it during the raid. I feel like that's a smidgen disrespectful. But maybe after the raid, sure. It's only like 7 minutes away. So I can wait till after the raid.
From the Lords of Dust. You killed the pit fiend? While I hate to lose an ally, I'm afraid it doesn't matter.
Fair in the moment.
His usefulness to the
Yeah, it depends on what it is. I have my own robust list of house rules that I like.
The codex will be whole again.
Because I find that, especially with like 5th edition, that the 5th edition writers didn't want to write rules for their game. So there's a lot of things that are just ambiguous or just rules that straight up suck.
Has a plan for each one. It's planned for Eberron, for
But
example.
yeah, and then when some comes stuff like in the moment, like I said, I had a player who just really liked doing WWE style moves all the time, where they would describe something or like describe something like they're in a movie. So I just gave him a formula for doing that, and I was like,
here we are.
It's like, oh, I want to do this. I want to like, you know, go and like jump over a table and like slide across it and then drag my sword across and like stab him at the same time. I'm like, no problem. And I just had like a formula that they would use to roll every time they wanted to do something like that. I like that I instantly died. It's very satisfying. Thank you. Sentient gem, the wave. It's the best sentient gem in the game. So yeah. We have way too many items. There's a lot of Vecna items, yeah. The lizard folk? No, the best gem is wave. Wave. Mr. Lift, it's the wave. Is the one you don't delete? You got me there. Alright, you got me. Okay, so our tank is just going to tank the ads wherever they spawn. Oh, slads. Perfect. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna be right back.
Things crawl deep within Kyber. Things never meant to see the light.
Pug raid? Oh, in here? No. So the reason why we're AFKing is somewhere around here. So we have the tank who is tanking the unstable ooze. So the way that this works is that you don't actually have to fight the ads that spawn. You just have to wait 5 minutes. You can fight an infinite amount of monsters. So you don't have to, like, you have no reason in any capacity to fight all this stuff. So instead, what you do is you just have one, like the tank one ad, and then everyone else can, you know, stretch their legs, get some water, hang out. And someone puts on a 5-minute timer, and then when the 5 minutes is up, you just kill it, and it goes to the next phase. It has nothing to do with number of kills, it's just a timer. Form of corn? Popcorn? Or corn tortilla, but those are both very good. Yeah, but I needed water and to go to the bathroom, so this really worked for me. Sentient gem? Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, the anniversary event has them. But yeah, the Shroud AFK is a classic. Because back in the day when this raid used to be a lot longer, when DPS was lower, this was the best. You would, because it only starts the next phase when you kill this. So what you would do is you would get like an ooze, and there was a ledge you used to be able to get onto right here, and you would have everyone jump up on the ledge right here, and then the ooze would just sit at the bottom and couldn't get up, and then everyone would take like a quick 5, get some water, do whatever, and then come back. What happened to you? I have no idea where they are. They're dead. Oh, we have a lot of people AFK. Well, it is what it is, I guess. I guess that's why I was asked to help. But yeah, as I said, the hard thing I think about for most players that want to do D&D is honestly just finding a group. I think that's the hardest part about D&D. Like, I'm very fortunate that I am a dungeon master with experience, so I can always find a group because I can just like find the right people to be able to play with. But if you're somebody who doesn't have the experience or the knowledge, it's probably pretty hard to get into D&D unless you like know what you're talking about, or you're like a young person going to a school like a university or any post-secondary education where there's a D&D club and you just join that and then you're all set. But as a grown-up, like if you're like in your 30s and you're like, you know what, I want to do D&D, you gotta like look for groups on Facebook or go find a local place.
You still stand.
All right, there we go.
Clearly,
Phased.
the Codex wants me to write this passage myself. So be it.
Hey, what's up, Chavez? Maybe one of my friends would be too easy. Yeah, 100%. Like for me, it's not too big of a deal because, yeah. And curse to fighting the scheduling gods. Yeah, getting people to actually make it to D&D is tough. That's why, as DM, the way that I run it is I have 5 players, and I can run with 3. I can run my game with 3. I'm also starting a new campaign later that will have 8 players in it, but that's neither here nor there.
But a malevolent aura still lingers over its remains. The gatekeepers will need to work long and hard to contain its evil.
I think we're done. That's it. That was the raid. Anyway. Yeah, it's hard. Do I need anything? I probably need stuff, but whatever, it's fine. Here you go. Medium, small, medium. Gaming at work. Gotta do it. Here you go. I don't need any of this stuff. I don't like crafting for Shroud, so I'd rather not, ever. For I'm a rogue. Really tough crowd of people. Yeah, I'm very fortunate. So I live in a city. Also, Plopzor! Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for 34 months. Thank you. It's very kind. I hope you're doing well. I learned something recently. A buddy of mine actually does DMing at a bar. There's a board game bar downtown. And they have a service where they actually pay dungeon masters to run games at the bar. And so they first, you know, you have to go through this whole interview process where they have to make sure you're not a psychopath and you're good at your job. And then once you're good, they make a sign up for you and give you a time slot. And then you just show up at that time and run the game. The people that are there, they show up and join your game. And then you can do everything local. The thing is, they don't technically pay you. They pay you in free food, so you get to eat free, and you can be a DM. So it's like he goes out, gets free food and drink. So he gets free beer, free food, and then he runs the campaign, and he got people to play with. They have to pay for everything, of course, because they're coming to the establishment. And he's like, yeah, I wanted to run a D&D campaign. I didn't know who to play with, so I just went here, and I found everybody that was really cool. And I'm like, damn! And so, yeah, they still do that. It's at, what's the name of the place? Downtown. I don't know if so places in your city might. It's called Level 1 Game Pub in Ottawa. Which used to be called The Loft, but it's now Level 1. Yep, they even on the website. D&D spots available for players and DMs. So they put that together. So you can email them and send them in. It's not very free. Wait, if you don't like it, why'd you use it? Yo, what's up, Jen? How are you? How are you doing? 2 years now. Your mileage may vary. Yeah, it's all about your mileage vary. Well, it's like how I was talking about the other day, how I mentioned that it was very difficult to find or to play the video game Destiny 2 because every time I would play the game, I would run into a bunch of younger people who really, really loved using all the classic gamer words or, said a bunch of Nazi stuff pretty much every single time. And I had to be like, damn, this was tough. So I really want to, I want to get myself a Vex Mytho class, but do I want to do this? And so I kind of swore off doing any of that for a bit. Get back to level 8. Take care. So I was like, yeah, it's not good. Anyway, and then 2 weeks ago, I decided to try again, and I found 2 groups where everyone was super chill, and it was a good time. So I don't know. Your mileage may vary. Your mileage may vary. Friend's friend ran a pay-to-play game and invited said friend, but still wanted him to pay. Amazing. Pay-to-play. Yeah, I've thought about this, about oh yeah, I could make money being a dungeon master. Nah, it's too much work. I wouldn't find it fun at that point. I like doing it because I like doing it, not because I want to make the monies off of it. I like making money off of stuff, but yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so this is text. How does this work? Can I download this text? Wildsurge.txt. So this has been submitted by M. Dorak on the computer. And he says Wild Surge. So this is DDO Wild Surge if you're raging. So this is, you activate rage, and this does something for the rage. He says he's going to make it work. Let's see, D12 times character level times 100 melee power, necrotic aura every 3 seconds. D12 damage, necrotic aura. Even with melee damage stacking? Sure. Self 50% movement speed stacking with everything, and attack speed stacking with everything. So this is 15% more damage than this one. So if you don't get 2, you're sad. Enemies explode on death with force damage, character level times 100% melee power. Cool. If you don't get 2, you're sad. Your weapon circles around you, damaging enemies with auto attack them each time it passes through. Attack speed scaled to speed circle, kind of like Hammered In. That's impossible to program. But even if it was magic, maybe. Depends on how many hits you get. Guard, heal every second, or remove. It's not 15% attack speed, I'll tell you what. You have to understand, the best capstone in the video game that is used by almost every endgame build is this one, because it gives you 5% attack speed. That's how good 5% attack speed is. +5, plus every 5 levels stacking Aura of Armor class. I mean, they get minus armor class by raging, but yeah. Spike growth, Evards, or tentacles around you. I mean, Evards around you, that's kind of fun. On hit and chance to blind on hit. Basically, if you got rid of this and deleted it, then you have a bunch of mid things that all kind of match up. At 6, sometime per rest for 10 seconds, use randomly one of AoE free spell casting and 2 times faster cooldown. What? AoE double all skill roll, AoE +5 melee range power? I don't know what this means. At 10, get another random bonus when you get hit or fail a save for 1/3 of your remaining duration. I see. Like, I'm assuming you have a duration. And 14, get 2 bonuses instead of 1 while raging. It's the bolstering magic thing. Oh, I already closed that a while ago. D&D Wild Magic Barbarian. Hold on. Let me just just make it big so you guys can read. I didn't do that. I should have done that. Huh? Oh, you bolster people. So you like make your friends stronger. I see. Yeah, if you get rid of the attack speed, then this is like, everything here is fine. You still feel sad when you get the AC one, and you feel sad when you get whatever this is. But the rest of this seems okay. This one, I don't know how this works. This would need to be, like, I know what you're writing, but yeah, that'd be weird. And this is also kind of weird, but yeah, you could do it. Yeah, I had to replace that. There's less RNG. What you're showing to me is that you can get a better thing that doesn't have as strong RNG, but mostly because a lot of these effects are kind of like non-starters. Like this aura is maybe okay while leveling, but it's not going to do anything at endgame. This is not going to do anything at endgame. This is not going to do anything at endgame. This is kind of cool. I don't know what this does. So like you get some cool stuff for leveling and what have you. It's kind of interesting. And it's like, well, yeah, but a lot of the game isn't endgame, Shrimp Tom. A lot of it's leveling, which is true. So you can have something that has that sort of value where you have things that are good for leveling and things that are good for the endgame. So yeah, I can see this. I can see something like that being a bit more realistic. I still don't like it, and I'd rather it not be there, but I can see it. I get it. I'm with you. I'm 100% there. Endgame, it's not useless. It's just not as good as Cold Druid. You know, I'm just a barbarian. There was a sorcerer who got cursed and turned into a minotaur with no memory of a previous life and just started smashing shit. It's a good idea. Power feels thematic. Oh, no. It's not that the damage would be bad, where it's like, oh, this isn't good because it scales off of melee power. It isn't good because a d12 times character level times 100% melee power isn't 200,000 damage, which is what barbarians hit for right now. And if I can hit somebody for 200,000 every 8 seconds, it's not very good. That's kind of the main problem. Which, to be fair, I think that's probably the outlier. But, I don't know. That's probably the outlier. Is that hard? Yeah. They made a change recently to how weapon attacks work. And if you read on the DDO forums, you would believe that they nerfed melees and ranged characters and made a lot of them useless and very bad. If you play the game, you would have the reaction a lot of people did, which is, holy shit, my damage is crazy. Because what they did is they made it so all of these attacks that exist, so like, for example, I'm just going to do a Vistani Knife Fighter, right? What this used to do, like Blessed Blades here, it used to give you +5 W when you attacked. Now it gives you +50% damage. To illustrate how different that damage is, I'm just going to use this wildsurge.txt, get destroyed. So to illustrate the damage, before, it would give you +5 W on your attack. Which, let's choose, say you're using an endgame dagger, that's 5 times 1d4 4 plus 3, which is a raid dagger, which is the equivalent of 5d4, 5d4 plus 15, which on average is 2.2 damage times 5, which is 12.5 plus 15 is 27.5 damage. Damage average, right? So that's how much damage you were getting before. So now, instead, it's doing plus 50% damage. Well, how much extra damage are you doing? Let's take a conservative estimate. The dagger, if you're using a raid dagger itself, it's already going to be doing this 5 times 1d4, d4 plus 3. Like, that's already happening. And then you get added damage on top of that. So a really well-tuned endgame build is getting almost 200. Oh, yeah. A really well-tuned endgame build is getting almost 200 on their plus. Let's not do 200, and let's say 100. Plus 100 is a very easy-to-achieve thing for an endgame character. Okay? Like, if you're level 100 or level 32, plus 100 is not a crazy amount of damage to look at. Again, 200 is where people are hitting. So 100 is half of that goalpost. This is a very realistic number. So if we're getting plus 50% of this damage, or rather, we're doing plus 50% of whatever's in this bracket, well, then we get an extra 50% of whatever's in here. Well, what's in here? Well, that's this. That's 27.5 plus 100. So that's equal to plus 50% of, what was it, 127.5, which is, I don't know, like 64-ish damage. And this number is more than twice as much of this number. Why would you be plus 25? 5 times 3 is 15. But anyway, so, and blind and L, don't worry about it. So as you can see, this number is way bigger than this number. Now here's the thing. This is a conservative estimate. Okay? I'll just show you how much damage I have on my sorcerer. Why plus 100? I was just picking a low number. That's easy to understand why it's so much more damage. I'm just going to give it a second while I load. Yeah. Melee, dude. What level? 32. Go faster. Go faster. Go faster. Okay, so. Oh god. Just gonna go into an actual area. Derwan de Boof.
Home of an elaborate tribe.
The Boof.
Constructed from the ruins of an ancient giant temple. It dominates
And get this active, get that one, get that one. I am actually just plus 100 on the sorcerer. So yeah, I'm actually at just plus 100. Plus 80 on the offhand. And this is with, like, not a pure melee. This is with, like, you know, a half caster. Also, my gear is, I don't know, 2021. It's like 2 years old. All my equipment. Except for the Isle of Dreadbracer, which the only item I replaced. So you can get way higher than this number. So yeah, the extra 50% is good. Especially, you're right. Arcane Bloom. Do you mean Eldritch Tempest? Do you mean this this attack that has plus 50% damage and 3 crit multiplier and 11 critical threat range? It's not bad. Yeah, it's pretty good. So I go, hey rats, what's up? Do you want to fight? Damage. So yeah, you get some crazy damage out now. So, as I said, I don't need to explain here why the damage is better much more than this, and why all these abilities are so much stronger than they used to be. But yeah, all of this, pretty much every weapon attack is just strictly better than it used to be before. And that's having really big consequences all over the game. Like Arcane Siphon now just does 30% more damage. That's awesome. The new multipliers, they're multiplicative with everything else. Degree of math education that disagree? Yeah. That's why I like using this. Because this is not a lot of math. This is visible. True, they did just nerf Drifting Lotus. Okay. Sorry. So yeah, Drifting Lotus got next to gutted. Drifting Lotus is still really strong. I last played? No, I do it by level, usually. So yeah. But yeah, as I said, it's just you get more damage than you had before. That's just how it works. That's all it is. You just get more damage than you had before. It's a lot of damage. They did a great job with it. Is it perfect? There's still some outliers. But I've said this before, and I will say it again. I will die on this hill. The fact that Dungeons & Dragons Online is balanced at all, is a shock to me. Considering the size of the dev team and the number of ways you can customize your character in this game, it's insanity. Consider that like games like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy fight to make sure their DPS classes are balanced, and there's no decision making in that game. In those games. Like Final Fantasy 14 literally has no decision making. They give you one set of armor at the end game. And your class is the same as everybody else, and there's no racial stats. And even then, it's like close, but it's not perfect. Compare that to DDO, where you can make whatever you want for whenever you want. So I would say overall, I'm happy with the fact that the game gets changes, and if something feels better or worse than another thing, as long as that kind of needle moves every once in a while, where sometimes this thing is better, and then sometimes this thing is better, and sometimes this thing is better, I'm okay with that. Okay, what am I doing? Playing Wizard? I love Wild Surge in those waters with tested numbers. Love random effects. Yeah, if everything is like a positive effect, it can all be used. I can see that being better. Again, it's sort of like that's I think the issue is you can't have anything that's so good you would only want it, as we were talking about before, like with the attack speed. Like if you include attack speed, that's the only good one. It's the only good one. The rest of them are all bad. And so yeah. Work an epic? Yeah, you can. You didn't used to, yeah. Yep. I still haven't done a React video to his channel. Speaking of React videos, I forgot to... We gotta watch Fade's new video. I spaced about this. Whoops. Oh, God. We gotta watch a video. Oh, my God. We gotta watch a video. Change nerfs until the next thing arrives? Yep. I don't know. I didn't watch the video yet. All right. So as a reminder, this is Fade of the Wild Hunt. This is somebody who makes DDO content. They like do secret videos and stuff. These videos are very cool. If you haven't watched any of their content, you should consider it. Speaking of you should consider subscribing to Fade of the Wild Hunt. So consider subscribing. We're gonna watch this video here. I don't know what the heavy breathing was, but that's interesting. This video is called A Bad Dream, and I don't know what it's about, but we're gonna watch it because hopefully it's gonna be good. So we're gonna check it out. Check out the video. Hopefully it's good. This is Fade of the Wild Hunt DDO. Bad
I shall attend to it in a
Dream.
trice.
Hi.
Hello. We're watching a video about Dungeons & Dragons Online. Do you want to watch? It's called Bad Dream. It's from a content creator who makes really good content. Where's my alert box? Hold on. Alert box. I can put that like in the corner here, I guess. That's fine. Client. Okay, let's do it. All right, let's go. Also, this guy, welcome back for 4 years. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I don't know what we're watching. We're going somewhere on an adventure. I'm falling asleep. Yeah, we are. It's a little loud. I gotta turn it down a bit. I have no idea what I'm watching here. I'm scared, you guys. Hold me. Whoa. Hold the phone. Where is this? Is this outside of the Reincarnation place? Because that looks like it's the Reincarnation place up there. Where is this? Shroud? Is this Shroud? I mean, there's broken walls. It's Shroud adjacent. I'm not recognizing any of the architecture here. Oh no, this is the underwater area, right? This is Into the Deep? Yeah. This is Into the Deep, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Why is there a giant water elemental wandering around here? What is happening? This must have been like an experimental area at the beginning or something that they were testing out. Is this fairly easy to get to? I've never seen this before. This area out of bounds. Look at that water texture, baby. I have no idea how you get this camera shot. I have to assume that there's an invisible wall you can walk on here. It's pretty cool. Showing it off in a few stream. Oh, did he? Yeah. Is he Fade? It's pretty red. It's spooky. I am gonna have so many nightmares after this. Oh. Isn't this the drop? Is it? Look at the size, the scale, though. Absolutely tiny. Oh, right, I forgot they can record long zoomed shots with by desyncing the camera. Not desyncing the camera, but by you can use Cheat Engine to make the camera zoom farther back. Yeah. This This is weird and spooky. The weird lighting is what screws it up, because I guess when you don't have the water texture underground, you can actually see the skybox, which you're not supposed to be able to see normally. So it looks weird. And now I understand less. Oh, this is just somebody who... Whoa! Whoa! It's a good thing they woke up. Does it keep on the Borderlands? That was a sick dream. But yeah. Anyway, great video. Please check it out. Is Horse in here? I don't see Horse. I already saw this. Now I am sad. Yeah. That was a great video. I'm never sleeping again. Comment. That was good. But yeah, there's the secret levers. This is what we were talking about the other day. If you didn't see it. See, there's this lever here. So this is outside. So this chronoscope excavation, right? And then outside in the void, randomly, is a lever. So there's chronoscope. And then up here is a lever. Why? I don't know. So you can see the levers. They get up in the sky and boom, there it is. And it's just like, why is there a lever here? I don't know. So that's great. Is it clickable? Yeah. But what does it do? No one knows. Nintendo will claim your shit. No, I'm playing Ocarina of Time. Okay? I'm playing Ocarina of Time, okay? That's all it is. Anyway, great video. That was pretty cool. If you've never seen Fade's content, great stuff. Would recommend. So again, go subscribe to Fade. And, I mean, you can subscribe to me too if you want. That's also fine. You can do both. Do whatever you want. I don't care. This is America. I'm gonna go finish off 3 Barrel Cove, methinks. Oh. 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 Finishing 3BC quest. And I need troglodyte. Is it troglodyte? Troglodyte? It's troglodyte? Oh man. I can't spell that properly. Hydrate, you got it. Have I seen The Pit and Average Experience? No, I haven't. But yeah, like I said, Fade's got a lot of really good videos. They're very interesting. I hadn't watched for just way too long, and then like a week ago, we just watched all their videos on stream. I asked them if it was okay, and they were like, "Yeah, of course." So make sure you subscribe. Go check out their content. They make good shit. It's just a lot of stuff about like out of bounds areas, content that's just been left in the game, and a bunch of other things like that. Some of it's really cool. I don't know what the limits are of the types of content you can find in DDO, especially considering you can't just go and scrub the files. So yeah. 118 Bard. Oh, is it like an Acolyte of the Skin build where you just blast around? Or what's the Acolyte of the Skin for? I'm not sure. One plane? To my knowledge, yeah.
Into the rock behind this waterfall.
Yeah, looking for secrets. I like that Gladge is a little vampire. That's great.
Surrounds you, and a faint, musky odor hangs in the air.
So how do you deal with not having any of the shapes? Because you can't get like the chain or anything else like that. So how do you deal with that? Because I would lose my mind. Yeah, but you can only hit one monster at a time, unlike Chain, which can hit like 3, or like Wave, which can hit a whole bunch. Like for me, I can't do it without 2. I need that 2.
The egg splits open, spilling rank-smelling jelly into the water.
Just get destroyed, Reaper.
Got
him. I'm also immune to slow.
Something glistens far beneath the stone bridge. It looks like a clutch of slimy eggs.
Whoop. The shape hindered damage a bit. I mean, you do lose a little bit of damage going to the chain, but if you hit 3 targets, it's so much more damage. Like I said, if you enjoyed it, I'm not going to tear down your fun. I hope you had a good time, but I will never play only Focus Blast Warlock. No, thank you. I love Cone. I love Chain. I don't like the laser. The laser beam can go straight to HE double hockey sticks, but you know, that's its own thing. But yeah, so some people were asking me, because I have the title obviously, is Enchanter the new hotness? And the answer is no. But Archmage is pretty good overall, I gotta say. I really dig Archmage. I think that SSG has done a good job of improving Archmage and fixing some of the things that they've needed to fix with this character. I think Archmage is a lot better than it was before, and I'm excited to see what else they end up doing with some of the other things, with some of the balance changes, because yeah, Archmage is just feeling good all the time. Oh, destroyed. So much damage. Fey Pact, Cone Bard. Yeah, but you can't be an acolyte of the skin. Yeah, they did a lot with Wizard. It's a lot better than it used to be. See, I like that as a Pale Master, I can just stand around and everything around me just sort of dies. It's satisfying. 2 heroic autos boxes just in case. Just keep them in case of emergency. Yeah, man. I feel on that one. I usually carry an autos box in case of emergency, in case a build goes bad, because you never know. What if a build goes bad and you gotta fix it all of a sudden?
Huge troglodytes.
Yeah, I would still recommend checking out Wizard, because Wizard is a lot more fun than it used to be. Like I said, I know the pain of trying to like tear a Wizard through the game, and there were a lot of things I didn't like about playing Wizard for a long time, but the new Archmage feels good. You can now use Archmage as your main tree instead of just Pale Master. Like, yeah. Yeah, this is some big insurance. Also, plus 20 heart is also a good option. Absolutely.
Through the arches lies the way to Grey Garl's resting
Compared to Alk Sork is kind of bad. This healthy line just means so much. I don't know. On Sorcerer, I just don't take... The trick is just don't take damage on Sorcerer.
Sea-flooded cave are the last of the sputtering, greasy slime.
See ya, bastards.
The troglodyte's eggs ruptures. The breeding grounds are destroyed.
I don't have...
Into the rock behind this waterfall.
It's all black bones, right? Okay. Acid Blast, I guess?
Of this place has changed.
Oh, they're right, they're undead.
The air is strangely cold. And the scent of old
I guess I'm on Acid Blast duty.
The troglodytes must.
Alright, fine. Video game. I'll do Acid Blast. Acid Blast. Acid Blast. Acid Blast. Nice, that worked. Yeah, I really like Eldritch Knight. Eldritch Knight, especially like the Pale Master stuff, I really dig it. I actually conceptually prefer the Wizard Eldritch Knight to the Sorcerer. I'd rather the Sorcerer be the more arcane power-oriented character, and the Wizard be more, you know, kind of doing the hybrid, like because it's like the discipline is the way I think about it. In terms of like a wizard who goes to a wizard school may also go to like or like maybe it's a more military college, and they learn to do both. Oh yeah. Pale Master Eldritch Knight is just better. Because you gotta understand, Archmage gives you so much, or so many spell point, or so much universal spell power now. Not only do you get universal spell power and spellcraft, you also get one universal spell power for each point you spend in the tree, and you can get an extra 10 from Traditionalist Caster. So that's 41 in the tree is 41, plus 10 is 51, plus Wizard, Master of Magic is an extra 25. So that's 66 universal spell power, and that's not including Arcane Supremacy, which is crazy.
Unholy light shines.
Elf Rachel, man the damage. Yeah, I did that a long time ago. I haven't done that in a long time, I'll admit that. There was a time in the past when I did that, but it has been many a year. Dude, this archer is so resilient. It's the only thing that lived. And I was, like, aiming for it the whole time. Damn, that's a lot of spell power, man.
How is the Archmage solo guided playthrough going?
I'm at My fire is 252 at level 8.
The stone here is
wizard.
clawed
Anyway.
and torn and smells of spices.
My plan is never to do solo guided Archmage challenge, but I'm gonna just add flat damage like 100 flat up to like 300. No, I don't. I do not recall. That number's only going up. It's because of all the spellcraft. Like I got 49. It's a lot. The Money Man challenge? What's the Money Man challenge? Is that the challenge where I have to gold roll and make my way to camp without going insane?
The air here is so cold that frost rhymes the stones. The chill seems to have come from beneath the water.
Die, everything. Die. I'm a Pale Master. Oh, it'd be good if my spells work, though. Spells. Function. Please. Yeah, it seems to work. Just fine. I'm just running through everything. It's only paid content, no free stuff. Oh, no.
The lock on the door here looks complex, but you might be able to open it with the proper key.
Yeah, so I've got a couple items that help out. One of the big ones, of course, here being the Prince's Scepter, not the Prince's Scepter, the Queen's Scepter, which is potency, insightful potency, spell sight, insightful spell sight. It's a lot of spell power real quick. Yeah, this is not a first life character. I'm also using caster items, whereas on an Arcane Archer, you can't use as many caster items. You're a little bit more limited.
A chest gleams in the frozen light. This
255 spell power is really good.
As the chest opens, a frigid wind sucks the last warmth out of the room.
Okay,
let's
kill this. Get here, old Great Garl.
Protecting his loot.
Leave my dungeon alone.
With a despairing
I wonder, this is going to feel so good when I get Arcane Blast, which will scale off of my enchantment DCs. Will it scale off of enchantment DCs? Honestly, I'm thinking it's not even going to work for enchantment, because just looking at my spellcasting, I'm only at a 10 on enchantment. It's going to be real hard to get my enchantment DCs to actually scale.
A cave extends deep into the rock behind this waterfall.
I don't know how I'm going to solve that problem. Because I just don't have any other way to get it. It's like, I've got the enchantment here, and then I got enchantment there, but... That's because I have 3 Alchemist past lives, which gives all the transmutation DCs. There's no past life for enchantment, which is unfortunate. There should be. There should be. Makes me sad. Also, look at those. 50, 50, 21, 22, 21. What are the odds? Shrouded Lich doesn't give MRR cap? Oh, it should. Well, alright. I think I'm going to do like 14 Pale Master for the Amp, and then probably Eldritch Knight for light armor, and then into Archmage. And I might get shields, we'll see. Shield of the Scorpion is like super good on every character in the entire video game. Epic Shield of the Scorpion? That's an item in the video game, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't have an Epic Shield of the Scorpion... Oh.
A strange pedestal sits in the middle of this room. This must be where you will piece together the idol.
Alright. Hey look, it's an entire dungeon without a single monster that I can cast an enchantment spell on. Because they're all big monsters like scorpions or minotaurs. Yay!
The enchanted mosaic here leads up and past the drawbridge above.
Sonic Blast? No. Go, hold monster! Or hold person. Oh no. What do you mean minotaurs aren't people? That's rude, man. I think you're people. At least hypnotism works. This hypnotism art, by the way, is very good. Like, the hypnotism art is just like fire. Oh, and hypnotism works too? Not bad. No, I'm held in place. No, elementals, no.
You have found the first piece of the idol of
Maybe it's just based on mass. Like, they're too huge, so it just doesn't work. It's got a DC 37. Heroics is pretty good.
The enchanted mosaic here leads to the end of the drawbridge, then over the edge to the room below.
Yeah, but the quarter recording shield involves doing a raid, whereas the Steel of the Scorpion involves grinding the sands for 3 hours. I know, I can't justify it either. But I already have a copy, so I don't have to worry about going and farming another one. I got one. It's good enough for me. Whee! Look at that. The speed, the tumbling.
The ground shakes as the stone door to the south of you rumbles open.
Something in DDO with a bow build I did like 8 years ago. That was old Shirati used to do that, if that's what you're wondering.
The wheels here.
Like, that's what old Shirati used to do.
Leading to the room containing the
I don't know if it was anywhere else, but that was one of the things. Hello, red rune wheel. Admittedly, it's been a while since I've played, like, real Arcane Archer. They did just buff Arcane Archer recently, by giving it a lot of extra stats and making it cheaper, but I just really don't want to play... I don't want to play bow. Do you guys feel that? Do you feel me? Do you understand? Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you understand what I'm going through here? I just don't want to play a bow character. Oh, I love Sacred Fist. Sacred Fist is so fun. Could you imagine playing Archer?
The idol of Allah's head is nearby. The idol is nearly complete.
It is my legacy, unfortunately. It is a stain on my reputation. Yeah. The Boadin, to be fair, the Boadin actually wasn't even that bad, other than the fact that Smite Evil doesn't work with a bow.
The idol of
for whatever
Hallows
reason.
you
But
have
it's
found
more
the
so
last
that
piece. Now return to the pedestal at the entrance.
even if I was playing a different character, like, it hit so hard. Like, if I crit, whatever I shot just died. But I don't always crit, and your character's like... Whereas this character is just like, whack, 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 whack. Like, it's so much faster. I don't know why bows feel like you're shooting telephone poles, or you have to, like, really slowly attack stuff.
Well done. The scoundrels run.
This mine
Have they even
not
fixed
been
it? No.
worked since the pirates first claimed the cove. It
There is a
now
ranged smite, it just
serves
doesn't
to
do anything.
separate pirates
Ranged smite has no
peasants.
effects. If you get the exalted smite, you get the exalted smite effect of, like, greater critical threat range and multiplier and the melee range power when you use it, but the actual, like, but the smite mechanic where you get extra damage based on your paladin level and extra hit chance based on your charisma just doesn't work at all. It's like, oh, whatever, it is what it is. Okay. So I want negative amp. So I think I'm going to do that so I can get more negative amp. Because right now I'm at 88 negative amp. And the more I can get, the better it is. Because then I can heal myself for better. Oh, nice. They're level 5. Sick. 1 month, 19 Sacred Fist. But then I have to play a Shuriken Thrower. I don't want to do that. Also, what tree would I use? Shuriken tree? Or not Shuriken, Vistani? Because nothing in Sacred Fist would work because it needs to be a favored weapon, and Shuriken isn't favored weapon. So you can't use Sacred Fist, you can't use Sacred Defender, or you can't use... I guess you could use the Healing Tree. You don't have enough monk levels for any of the monk trees. So you would have to be using Vistani Knife Fighter, but then using a Shuriken instead of a knife when the tree gets specific knife bonuses. Which sounds bad. That sounds very bad. I don't particularly like that. I'll be honest. Shuriken favored. Favored weapon means it needs religion, And there is no shuriken religion. You cannot have a shuriken weapon as favored. Be cool if you could. But you can't. You know what else you can't do? Keep watching. Because it's the end of the live stream. I didn't get to doing your build review, Smexy. If it's okay, I want to do it tomorrow. If that's all right. I'm still getting over being sick over the weekend. And so I'm tired and I'm out of energy. But if I could do a review tomorrow, I'd love to do that. And get this going. Have you seen the Pit and Average Experience? No, I have not. But we'll be back tomorrow with some more fun content. I can't even think right now. Subscribe channel, watch the thing, hit the follow button if you want to follow my channel, hit the subscribe button if you want to subscribe. YouTube channel, VODs channel, channel your hatred, and squish a lemon. Because apparently it's fake. It's man-made. Is that true? I'm looking that up. Are lemons man-made? Lemons are a hybrid of citrons and sour or bitter oranges that evolved through plant breeding over many centuries. So lemons are man-made. Lemons are what do they call that? They're like they don't like the GMOs. Yeah, they're GMOs. How cool is that? GMOs. This is why, again, you can't just don't trust people that wield words at you, making you be scared. Be like, don't eat the scary GMOs, dude. It's like, well, it's lemons, so I don't know what to tell you. It's good stuff. Always read between the lines. Anyway, that's all I got. I'm gonna get off my grandstanding, like bananas. Yeah, bananas. Oh, I love bananas. I like bananas. I like lemons. In fact, I put both of those fruits very high on my fruit tier list. It's a good time. Something called a pomelo? What is a pomelo? What is this? A pomelo from the family Rutaceae is the largest citrus fruit and principal ancestor of the grapefruit. Whoa. I hate grapefruit. I'm not a big fan. Grapefruit's just not a good... Like, I honestly... Sus. If somebody likes grapefruit as their favorite fruit, sus. You can like grapefruit, but if it's your favorite fruit, I don't know about that. It's just, I'm not a huge fan of the bitterness of the grapefruit. Not a big fan. Grade? Sorry, I'm reading about grapefruit. Yeah, grapes are fantastic. Grapefruit juice contains about half the citric acid of lemon or lime juice and about 50% more citric acid than orange juice. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Who are we rating? Who's streaming right now? Use the guy is streaming, I think. We'll rate him. He's probably doing something important. If he doesn't like it, he can go straight to HE double hockey sticks. Before and after watermelons? Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, like I said, beam me up on that GMO train. But not grapefruit. That's correct, yeah. It's all about the spacing. Okay, bye-bye.